Thank you for watching and supporting our channel. Don't forget to subscribe. And if you enjoy any of the comics, feel free to let us know in the comments. Lu Mei was momentarily taken aback after hearing Little Black's voice in her head. Before a look of puzzlement, as well as relief, quickly covered her face. Naturally, she was relieved knowing that Xuan was all right and that nothing bad had really happened to him. After all, she and Little Black had been the only ones present while they were still in the City of Sin, back in the Night Star continent, when Xuan had suddenly disappeared from their alchemy shop, causing a huge disturbance throughout the city. It was only after he returned that Xuan had let both Lu Mei and Little Black know that he had been transported to an extremely mysterious place akin to a prison. However, Lu Mei was unable to hide her puzzlement when she heard the latter half of Little Black's sentence. No matter how she looked at it, her current cultivation base was undoubtedly the highest out of everyone else present. She had already stepped into the early rank 9 of the Dao King realm during this past year. And she was actually only a step away from becoming a middle rank 9 Dao King as well in fact. If it weren't for the sole reason that she hadn't absorbed enough Q after killing most of Yao Guanting's group of 100 Dao Kings, she would have already stepped into the peak of the Dao King realm long ago, becoming a peak rank 9 Dao King. However, it was almost as if Little Black could guess what Lu Mei was thinking right now, as the Black Dragon stared at the peerlessly beautiful young woman with a look of clear mockery in his bright azure eyes. Before he continued, "Little girl, do you really think that you have done a good job after merely becoming a measly early rank 9 Dao King? Do you really think that you are the strongest one present amongst you all right now? How foolish. Even if we exclude Master from this discussion, there is still that little brat with the bloodline of the demonic crow of darkness who is stronger than you." Little Black's words were cold and unrelenting as they mercilessly struck Lu Mei's heart like a gigantic hammer, causing it to shake intensely. Indeed, although Lu Mei was already an early rank 9 Dao King, she couldn't say with complete certainty that she could actually suppress the current Jiang Chen, if the two of them really fought each other. Of course, if it was just a normal spar, there was no way that Jiang Chen would be able to take more than a couple of hits from Lu Mei's skeletons with his current middle rank 7 Dao King realm cultivation before losing. However, if he decided to go all out and burn his blood essence to activate his bloodline of the demonic crow of darkness, then that would be a completely different story. Even Lu Mei wouldn't be able to say with confidence that she could definitely suppress him in that state. Additionally, although Jiang Chen's, Bai Longshan's, and Xingyi's cultivation bases were increasing at a noticeably slower pace compared to hers, Lu Mei could still feel that Bai Longshan's and the others' auras all seemed to possess a certain distinct quality. That her to be lacking own aura seemed if Lu Mei's aura was like a powerful stream that was about to become a river. Then Jiang Chen's, Bai Longshan's, and Xingyi's auras were akin to much smaller streams but with the potential to turn into oceans instead. This was a feeling that was extremely difficult to put into words. But Lu Mei could tell that as time continued to pass, Jiang Chen and the others' auras would only continue to grow even stronger and more refined, while her own aura remained the same clearly. This was the result of Bai Longshan, Xingyi, and Jiang Chen constantly absorbing the pure immortal qi from the heaven-swallowing vine within the 5 elements protective formation for the past 2 years. Inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time, Little Black couldn't help but snort when he saw Lu Mei's complicated expression as she stared at Xingyi and the others just a few meters away from her. Before the Black Dragon continued coldly, "Little girl, what are you sulking there for? If you already understand what's going on, then all you have to do is simply catch up to those brats. Don't tell me you've already forgotten what a huge advantage you possess compared to them." It was only after hearing this sentence that Lu Mei's stunning black eyes abruptly lit up again, only for a look of surprise and bewilderment to quickly cover her face afterwards. Although it was true that the blood absorption art that Little Black had given to her was extremely powerful, and allowed Lu Mei to cultivate extremely quickly simply by absorbing and refining the qi from the enemies she killed, it was also her own limiting factor this time. After all, Lu Mei could tell that Bai Longshan and the others were now growing increasingly stronger by the day. After refining the immortal qi that they absorbed from the heaven-swallowing vine, however,
The Dao Kings from Yao Guanting's group that she had killed previously didn't even possess a speck of immortal chi inside them. So naturally, Lu Mei hadn't absorbed any of it either. Since her blood absorption art focused on absorbing the chi from the enemies she killed instead of cultivating normally like the others. Lu Mei could tell that as time continued to pass, she would only continue to get left even further behind, and would never be able to catch up to Xingyi and the others in terms of the immortal chi that they possessed. After letting out an exasperated sigh, the look in Little Black's azure eyes suddenly turned incomparably profound and deep, as if a galaxy of countless stars and constellations were being contained within the black dragon's gaze. Before his voice rang out in Lu Mei's head once more, little lass. Who said that you can't absorb the immortal chi around you using the blood absorption art? Who told you that you can't cultivate normally with it? No matter what, it's still a cultivation technique of the immortal king level. A top-grade cultivation technique even in the immortal dimension. How could it be any inferior to the average immortal-grade cultivation techniques? Although it's true that you are somewhat lacking in talent. At least compared to those three brats that follow Master alongside you. As long as you cultivate diligently from now on, you can still catch up to them in less than a year. At that moment, at the same time that Little Black's voice finished resounding in Lu Mei's head, the surrounding space within the five elements protective formation suddenly started to ripple. Before a familiar figure abruptly appeared next to Lu Mei. Surprisingly, Lu Mei didn't even seem to have noticed Shenlong's appearance at this moment. And instead, she sat down on the ground in a lotus position as her body began to circulate the blood absorption art almost automatically. It was almost as if her senses had all been cut off after hearing Little Black's voice inside her head. Before her body instantly began to circulate the blood absorption art on its own. Meanwhile, Shenlong was briefly taken aback after noticing Lu Mei's strange situation. Before his lips soon curved into a rare, radiant smile, as he immediately realized what was going on. It was obvious that Lu Mei had somehow entered a state of complete enlightenment, as her body had now shut off all her senses and was focused solely on sensing the spiritual chi in the air around her. Of course, Shenlong wasn't the only one who was taken aback by the unexpected scene in front of him. Inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time, Little Black's deep azure eyes shone with a momentary glint of surprise. Before the black dragon muttered to himself this time, Little Black's words even carried a rare hint of praise. As the black dragon gazed at the meditating Lu Mei, who was now absorbing, although her talent may not be as good as those three brats, her luck and comprehension ability are both top tier. The pure immortal chi in the air around her at a terrifying rate. Of course, Little Black's surprise was only natural given the current situation after all. Entering a state of true enlightenment like this was actually an extremely rare case for any cultivator, and would always be regarded as a top-tier fortuitous opportunity. Whether this was in TS in the central continent or even in the limitlessly vast immortal dimension where true immortals reigned supreme, Little Black knew that entering a state of complete enlightenment wasn't something that could be sought after, regardless of one's cultivation base, and could only be chanced upon. Both the cultivator's mind and body needed to be fully focused on a single goal by the time they reached enlightenment, while paying absolutely no heed to anything else. This was what it truly meant for a cultivator to completely rid themselves of any distracting thoughts and focus entirely on their Tao. This was also the reason why the vast majority of cultivators in the world often chose to enter seclusion when they were about to attempt a breakthrough in their cultivation. It was all for the sake of ridding themselves from any distracting thoughts and focus fully on their breakthrough. As time continued to pass, Lu Mei gradually absorbed more and more of the immortal chi the heaven-swallowing vine produced. And mere moments later, she had even ended up alerting Jiang Chen, Bai Longshan, and Xingyi, who were quietly cultivating just a few dozen meters away from her. Bai Longshan's handsome features were the first ones to contort the moment he sensed the disturbance in the distance ahead of him. Before a look of undisguised shock gradually crept up on his face as he turned his head in Lu Mei's direction, Xingyi and Jiang Chen opened their eyes as well. Barely a moment after Bai Longshan, but before any of them could speak, Shenlong hurriedly waved his right hand. Before a thin, translucent chi barrier was formed around Lu Mei, completely isolating her from everyone around her. Of course, It didn't take long for Jiang Chen and the others to realize what was going on and tell that Lu Mei had somehow entered an extremely miraculous state, where she was now absorbing the immortal qi from the heaven-swallowing vine at a terrifying rate. But they still had a hard time believing the scene in front of their very own eyes. After all, Jiang Chen and the others all knew that Lu Mei was normally cultivating what would be considered an evil cultivation technique in the outside world, where she would absorb the qi from the enemies she killed directly. Unlike the vast majority of cultivators in the world, Lu Mei would never sit down and meditate to absorb the spiritual qi in the air around her, and would directly purify all the qi she had previously absorbed instead. Naturally, Bai Longshan, Jiang Chen, and Xingyi were all aware that although Lu Mei's cultivation technique gave her an overwhelming advantage in terms of cultivation speed compared to everyone else, it was also extremely dangerous as well. After all, just like any other evil cultivator, Lu Mei had to be wary of her mental state at all times and properly ward off all outside influences, regardless of how small and insignificant they may be, or she would risk falling into qi deviation during any of her breakthroughs. In fact, if it wasn't for how compatible the blood absorption art was with her Tao of Death, Jiang Chen and the others were practically certain that Lu Mei would have most likely changed to a different cultivation technique a long time ago, even if it meant that her cultivation speed became far lower than it currently was. Nevertheless, one thing was for certain: Lu Mei's current state right now was way out of the ordinary. After all, evil cultivation techniques were known for utilizing numerous unorthodox methods instead of cultivating normally, regardless of how cruel those methods may be, whether that involved killing other cultivators and refining their souls directly, torturing them alive until their minds broke and their bodies gave way, or even hacking them into pieces and using various secret methods to extract their cultivation bit by bit. All of these were methods that most evil cultivators would normally use without batting an eye in comparison. Lin Mei's blood absorption art wasn't overly cruel, but it surely was tyrannical. Still, Jiang Chen and the others had never heard of any evil cultivation technique that allowed its user to absorb the spiritual qi in the air, the same way normal cultivators did. This was one of the core fundamental differences between orthodox and evil cultivation techniques in the first place. This was also why Jiang Chen and the others were so taken aback by the scene in front of them. Besides, regardless of how miraculous Lu Mei's blood absorption art may be, it shouldn't be this heaven-defying, to the point where it could create such a massive commotion simply when Lu Mei was absorbing the spiritual qi in the air around her. After all, Jiang Chen and the others could tell that the rate at which Lu Mei was currently absorbing pure qi right now was in no way inferior to their own when they were going all out earlier. No. In fact, it was far beyond that. At this point, Lu Mei was already absorbing nearly 70% of the pure immortal qi in the air, and it didn't look like she was going to slow down anytime soon. A few moments later, Shenlong gradually turned his focus away from the cultivating Lu Mei and looked at the distant Bai Longshan and the others, before he said with a smile, "It's been a while. Jiang Chen, Longshan, let's spar." Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan were both taken aback after hearing Shenlong's invitation for a spar, while Xingyi's eyes widened in surprise, before a look of unconcealed quickly astonishment covered her face. Whether it was back in the holy sect or when they were traveling throughout the central region, it was extremely rare for Shenlong to ask Jiang Chen or Bai Longshan for a spar, and the same went for her and Lu Mei as well. Although every single one among them could be considered a genius with enough talent to enter the top 10 in the martial roll of honor of the holy sect, Bai Longshan and the others all knew that in terms of talent, the gap between themselves and Shenlong was practically insurmountable. The few times that Bai Longshan and Jiang Chen had sparred with Shenlong to truly test themselves, they found themselves rendered completely helpless against him. Although Jiang Chen, Bai Longshan, and Xingyi all cultivated unique level Daos, and Lu Mei's Tao of Death was even a supreme level Tao on par with Shenlong's Tao of Time, all of them intrinsically understood that they stood no chance against him in a one-on-one spar. In fact, even without his Tao of Time, and just his Tao of Space alone, Xingyi and the others eventually realized that it was almost impossible to touch even the hems of Shenlong's clothes during those spars. Still, although those spars could barely be called spars and were more like one-sided beatings instead. They were still beneficial to Jiang Chen and the rest as it allowed them to draw out the full extent of their latent talent without holding back. In fact, Jiang Chen was the only one who came close to touching Shenlong during those spars, when he trapped him inside his kingdom of darkness. After a moment of brief hesitation, Bai Longshan nodded his head at Shenlong before asking in a somewhat uncertain tone, "Brother Shen, what should we do with Sister Lu? Won't we interrupt her cultivation if we fight here?" However, Shenlong merely shook his head and didn't even glance in Lu Mei's direction. As he answered confidently, "Don't worry. The Qi barrier around Mera is no weaker than the one protecting this entire 5 elements protective formation. Even a peak rank 9 Dao King can't break it by themselves." Bai Longshan and Jiang Chen both nodded their heads and prepared to begin, while Xingyi retreated further back in the distance to watch their sparring match, with her bright emerald eyes sparkling with excitement. However, right before they could start, Shenlong, who was stretching his arms in front of him, suddenly added in a right. "I nearly forgot to say this. Jiang Chen, Longshan, rely solely on your physical bodies for this spar. Of course, aside from using your Ku cultivation, you are free to go all out." Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan were both taken aback when they heard that, but neither of them hesitated or questioned Shenlong as they quickly began the fight. Bai Longshan was the first one to take the initiative, his body suddenly emitting a bright golden color that covered him from head to toe, before he shot towards Shenlong at full speed. Although Bai Longshan was still an early 6th stage body refiner, both the strength and speed of his physical body could still rival quite a few middle-stage Dao Kings back in the Holy Sect, regardless of how miraculous Shenlong's Monarch's eternal body may have been. It couldn't directly contend with such an attack while it was still at the peak of the 5th stage. Shenlong would either have to use his Black Dragon's bloodline, or rely on some other trump card if he wanted to take it head-on. And yet, contrary to Bai Longshan's expectations, Shenlong merely smiled lightly and simply clenched his right fist as he sent a punch forward, before asking in a playful manner, "Longshan, are you going easy on me? Didn't I tell you to go all out?" At the same time that Shenlong's words echoed in the air, his fist also met with Bai Longshan's, producing a deafening sound akin to a tiny explosion. Before Bai Longshan's figure was sent flying back for more than 10 meters, 33 feet, until it came to a halt. The fight had only just started, yet Bai Longshan could just gaze at the smile plastered on Shenlong's face with a dazed look on his face, before he asked in a voice filled with surprise, "Brother Shen, you actually broke through?" It was obvious that Shenlong's mood was extremely joyful at this moment, and from the aura coming from his body, Bai Longshan, Jiang Chen, and Xingyi could all tell that he had finally stepped into the 6th stage of body refinement. Indeed, Shenlong was feeling extremely happy right now. After all, the cultivation of his physical body had been stumped into the peak of the 5th stage for far too long. Even after becoming a peak rank 3 Dao King, his body cultivation was simply lagging too far behind to prove of any assistance to him in his latest fights. With that same smile on his face, Shenlong nodded his head and felt the immense power coursing through his entire body as he explained, "I just broke through and haven't had the chance to test out my current strength just yet. So, both of you? Come at me with everything you've got." Nodding his head, Jiang Chen, who was watching everything in the distance, didn't wait for Bai Longshan to launch another attack on Shenlong, and instead, he kicked the ground once, as a dense aura of darkness quickly blanketed his entire body as he immediately shot forward. Unlike Bai Longshan, it was obvious that Jiang Chen wasn't planning on going easy on Shenlong. In the next moment, his fingertips suddenly bent forward, taking a shape similar to a bird's talons, before they made contact with Shenlong's fists. Surprisingly, the next scene that followed left both Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan, and even the spectating Xingyi in the distance, tongue-tied. Before looks of disbelief quickly covered everyone's faces, Shenlong was merely pushed backwards for a couple of meters before coming to a stop, directly resisting Jiang Chen's attack. Naturally, to an outsider watching this scene, it would seem as if Jiang Chen held a slight advantage in this clash. After all, Both he and Xuanlong were in the early 6th stage of body refinement. Yet he was the one who came out on top in this exchange. However, Jiang Chen understood better than anyone else that this wasn't the case. And the reason for that was very simple. He had actually imbued his Dao of Darkness in his attack. And yet Xuanlong had resisted it head-on. That's right. He didn't make use of his Dao of Space or any external treasures. And had simply taken Jiang Chen's strike with his bare body. Naturally. The attack of a body refinement cultivator who was merely using the strength of his physical body. And an attack that was imbued with the power of their Dao were two completely different concepts that couldn't be compared. In the distance, Bai Longshan, who was planning on chasing after Xuanlong after he used his Dao of Space to dodge, was now rooted on the spot, with a look of astonishment plastered all over his face. After all, just a moment ago, Bai Longshan had simply been putting on appearances and hadn't really used his Dao of the Buddha when he attacked Xuanlong. Since this was just a spar, he was first going to see what Xuanlong was planning to use to resist his 6th stage body refinement cultivation and wasn't going to go all out right from the start. However, after seeing that even Jiang Chen's normal attacks couldn't pierce through Xuanlong's defenses, Bai Longshan felt like he had been making a fool out of himself. Before a sense of shame began to overwhelm him. Did I seriously think that I could fight Brother Xuan while holding back? I must have really grown complacent. As his thoughts reached this point, Bai Longshan suddenly kicked the ground beneath him without any hesitation. As he shot towards Xuanlong as well, while a dense golden aura quickly covered his entire body. This time, he wasn't planning to hold back either. At the same time, Xuanlong lowered his head and glanced at his own hands, sensing a burning, almost corroding sensation that had already covered them. Even though Jiang Chen had already removed his talons from him, Xuanlong could still catch a glimpse of a tiny black flame lingering on his skin, and could tell that this flame, along with the burning sensation he was feeling, both originated from Jiang Chen's Dao of Darkness. With a smile on his face, Xuanlong suddenly jerked his arms outwards, forcefully dispersing the last few bits of the black-colored flame that were lingering on his skin. Before he looked at Jiang Chen and called out, "Good job, Jiang Chen." Again. In the next moment, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate either, his talons sweeping towards Xuanlong directly, even targeting a few of his vital spots in the process. Although those strikes weren't going to kill a 6th stage body refiner, they were still going to inflict some serious damage if they landed. And the experience wasn't going to be a pleasant one. In a single moment, Jiang Chen had already struck more than 10 times, each of his attacks carrying lethal precision and overwhelming force, as they targeted Xuanlong's vitals. And yet, Xuanlong seemed to have effortlessly blocked every single one of those claws without exception, not allowing even a single one of them to land on his body. Nevertheless, as the two of them kept exchanging strikes, traces of black flame quickly began to appear on the surface of Xuanlong's fists once more, before the familiar burning sensation appeared once again. This time, however, it was Jiang Chen's turn to become astonished as Xuanlong's lips suddenly curved upwards, forming a faint, yet clearly discernible smile, before the corroding black flames instantly vanished from his arms. All of this took a while to describe. But this entire exchange had only lasted less than 2 breaths of time, before Bai Longshan's figure finally appeared behind Xuanlong. In the next moment, Bai Longshan's palm that was shrouded in a dense golden light hurled straight towards Xuanlong's unprotected back. Watching the scene in front of him, Jiang Chen opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. But before he could speak, Xuanlong immediately turned around and glanced at the incoming palm strike from Bai Longshan before he clenched his right hand tightly and sent a fist forward in response. Boom! As Bai Longshan's golden palm met Xuanlong's fist, Jiang Chen could clearly see the golden light around Bai Longshan's palm clash with a familiar-looking, white-colored light that had already covered Xuanlong's fist, before Bai Longshan's figure trembled, and his body was sent flying backwards for more than a dozen meters, only stopping after he was buried deep in the sand below him. A brief moment later, Bai Longshan flew out from the ground, patting away the sand that had covered his eyes along with his face, before he quickly turned his astonished gaze towards Xuanlong. Just like Jiang Chen, Bai Longshan's figure appeared to be devoid of injuries. Yet just like Jiang Chen, he was also rooted on the spot. With a look of unconcealed shock on his face as he stared at the white-colored lightning around Shenlong's right hand. After a moment of hesitation, Bai Longshan took in a deep breath, trying to calm down his turbulent emotions. Before he looked at Shenlong and asked in a disbelieving tone, "Brother Shen, what is this white lightning? Why does it give me the same sensation as a heavenly tribulation?" Both Jiang Chen, as well as the spectating Xingyi in the distance, now looked at the white-colored lightning around Shenlong's hand with incredulous looks on their faces. Their expressions very similar to Bai Longshan's, as the same question that he had just asked lingered on their minds. Even though Xingyi herself wasn't participating in the spar, she could clearly sense even from a distance away the unique aura that Shenlong's lightning was emitting, which greatly resembled the aura of the heavenly tribulations. Of course, any Dao King who had already undergone their heavenly tribulation would be able to easily tell right now that there is an extremely strong resemblance between the white lightning around Shenlong's hand and the heavenly tribulation itself. Meanwhile, a faint smile slowly formed itself on Shenlong's lips as he lowered his gaze to examine the white-colored lightning crackling around his right hand. As the faint crackling of thunder started to grow even more pronounced with every passing second, almost as if the white lightning was gradually growing stronger alongside it. A moment later, Shenlong finally turned his gaze towards Bai Longshan and the others before answering with a content smile, "I'm not sure if it already has a name. But if I had to give it one, I would probably call it the Tao of Heavenly Tribulation. I did have to sacrifice quite a bit to get it, but it really was worth it in the end." Bai Longshan and the others had already somewhat expected this answer. Yet they still couldn't help but feel their minds buzz greatly the moment they took in Shenlong's words and realized the implications behind them. Although they had already guessed that Shenlong's white lightning was somehow connected to the heavenly tribulation he had faced earlier, hearing him actually confirm it was an entirely different matter altogether. After all, how terrifying was the heavenly tribulation? How many dazzling nascent soul stage cultivators had fallen to it throughout the countless years, failing to truly break through to the Dao King realm and becoming nothing more than ashes drifting throughout the endless river of time. Yet not only had Shenlong not died after facing a second heavenly tribulation at the peak of rank 3 in the Dao King realm, he had even managed to gain some insights into it and could now use the power of the heavenly tribulation for himself, of course. Xingyi and the others didn't miss the last part of Shenlong's sentence. Realizing that Shenlong must have paid quite a hefty price to acquire this Tao of the heavenly tribulation of his. Nevertheless, it was obvious from the satisfied look on his face that the advantages must have outweighed the price he had paid by quite a bit inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time. Little Black gradually turned his gaze away from Lu Mei, who was now fully immersed in her cultivation and no longer needed his assistance, and turned to look at the white-colored lightning around Shenlong's hand. Before the Black Dragon muttered to himself in the end, "It's true that fortune and disaster go hand in hand. Master was truly close to death this time. But since he managed to survive, the benefits he reaped from this will simply be inestimable." Although Xingyi and the others weren't aware of it, Little Black understood better than anyone what type of price Shenlong had to pay to obtain this Tao of the heavenly tribulation. That final bolt of heavenly tribulation that looked like a golden rock had already dealt tremendous amount of damage in his spiritual space, and had long since evaporated all of the remaining spiritual strength inside his spiritual sea. Moments after it appeared, cracks that looked like spiderwebs had already started to spread on the walls of his spiritual space, and even his soul had teetered on the verge of collapse. In that final moment, seeing as how he didn't have any other option left, Shenlong ultimately grit his teeth and chose to burn all of the remaining blood essence that was dormant in his heart, as he drew out the full potential of his Black Dragon's bloodline. Doing so had elevated both his chi, the power of his fleshly body, as well as the level of his soul to an astonishing degree, allowing him to survive the onslaught of the golden rock until it finally exhausted all of its power and disappeared. What he had just used back then was a type of last resort technique that was essentially common knowledge among all bloodline cultivators. Yet virtually no one would ever choose to use it, unless they were truly on their last legs and had absolutely nothing else to fall back on. By completely burning one's own blood essence, cultivators who possessed unique bloodlines could temporarily increase the power of their fleshly body, their chi, and even the strength of their soul to an astonishing degree. So much that it could even allow them to transcend through cultivation levels and battle stronger foes. Of course, the increase that one would get was vastly dependent on the purity of their bloodline, as well as the rank of magic beast that it came from. Nevertheless, even if one's bloodline came simply from a rare rank magic beast, the increase in strength was nothing to scoff at. An average early-stage Dao King with the bloodline of a rare rank magic beast who completely burned his blood essence would pose a threat to even late-stage Dao Kings and would force them to act with caution around him. As for people like Xuan Long who possessed the bloodline of one of the most terrifying legendary magic beasts in the entire immortal dimension, it was simply impossible to estimate how much stronger he would get. Still, despite its benefits, there was a reason why most bloodline cultivators would very rarely, if ever, choose to use this technique to boost their strength after using this technique. A cultivator's bloodline would immediately go dormant within their body, as if it suddenly entered hibernation. And after all, this technique could only be used once. Before a person completely exhausted the blood essence in their heart was unknown how long it would take to wake up again if one was lucky. It could only take a year. But if they were unlucky, it would be impossible to estimate if and when they could use the power of their bloodline again. Still, although Xuan Long felt it was a pity that he would temporarily have to sacrifice the power of his bloodline, since it was one of his strongest trump cards, he wasn't too worried about it in the end. After all, he knew of a certain way to make sure that the bloodline within his body would wake up sooner rather than later. At the very least, he wasn't the slightest bit afraid that he wouldn't be able to use it again in the future. Of course, back then, Xuan Long had no other choice but to rely on the power of his bloodline to deal with the Golden Rock. So he didn't really have any other choice. That was how terrifying that final bolt of heavenly tribulation had been. His goal at that moment had simply been to stay alive. He had never expected that in the very end, he would suddenly end up getting insights into the lightning of the heavenly tribulation itself. In the end, comprehending this Tao of the heavenly tribulation was nothing short of an unexpected windfall. Regardless, after hearing Xuan Long's explanation, Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with a determined look as the aura of darkness around him pulsed with even more ferocity and power than before. It was obvious that not only was Jiang Chen not planning to back down, but he was Tao of the heavenly tribulation really was. Even eager to check for himself how strong Xuan Long's with a smile on his face, Xuan Long nodded his head, before cracks of white lightning quickly spread out from his arm and soon covered his entire body. After all, Jiang Chen's actions were right in line with Xuan Long's own thoughts. The reason Xuan Long had asked Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan for a spar in the first place was both to get acclimated to his newfound strength after breaking through to the 6th stage in body refinement, as well as test the power of his Tao of the heavenly tribulation. Brother, be careful. I'm really not going to hold back. As Jiang Chen's words echoed in the air, the aura of darkness around him suddenly exploded outwards, turning into a vast, pitch-black blanket of darkness that quickly spread out to cover his surroundings. Seeing his surroundings quickly turn dark and sensing the familiar sensation of darkness that was now attempting to block out both his vision, as well as his soul sense, the look in Xuan Long's eyes finally tuned serious, as the white lightning around him crackled with even more ferocity than before. It was obvious that Jiang Chen was really going all out this time and was even tapping into the power of his eternal darkness unique physique, as he immediately activated his kingdom of darkness, instantly trapping Xuan Long within it. A moment later, tens of gigantic black fists made out of pure darkness that looked almost corporeal began to rain down on Xuan Long's figure. As they quickly battered onto him one by one, Xuan Long's eyes flashed with a bright light. But he didn't attempt to dodge Jiang Chen's black fists. Instead, the white lightning around his arm's tribulation, as his fists met the gigantic black fists head-on, boom, 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 became even more pronounced, while the power of his monarch's eternal body erupted within him as he sent his fists forward in response. This time, Xuan Long wasn't holding back either. Utilizing the full power of his monarch's eternal body along with his Tao of the heavenly consecutive explosions rang out in the air, quickly filling the space inside the 5 elements protective formation, as the gigantic black fists began to explode one by one. Although the power of the black fists was immense, As soon as Xuan Long punched out, every black fist that his own fists met instantly exploded before collapsing into nothingness. Still, the number of black fists looked to have no end as they continuously assaulted him from all directions. Off in the distance, a disheveled Bai Longshan stared at Jiang Chen's kingdom of darkness that had now completely enveloped Xuan Long's blue-robed figure, and after a brief moment of hesitation, his figure suddenly turned into a 10 meter 33 feet tall golden Buddha. Before it shot towards it like a bolt of lightning. Seeing that Jiang Chen had even used his eternal darkness unique physique, Bai Longshan's competitive spirit also flared as his own golden Buddha unique physique finally appeared. Soon, the pressure on Xuan Long increased by many times over, as he now not only had to face Jiang Chen's gigantic black fists, but also his combined attacks alongside Bai Longshan in his golden Buddha form. An incense stick of time later, Jiang Chen's black veil gradually dispersed, revealing the three figures it was hiding underneath it. Soon, Xingyi's beautiful emerald eyes opened wide. Astonishment plastered all over her face. As she took in the scene that appeared in front of her, Jiang Chen's body was still pulsing with his aura of darkness. Its power even stronger than before. Yet shard marks could be seen all over his robe. As if Xuan Long's white lightning had repeatedly struck those spots over and over again without mercy. Although no visible injuries appeared on his body, it was obvious that Jiang Chen had exchanged quite a few blows with Xuan Long head-on. As for Bai Longshan, his situation was almost identical. His gigantic golden Buddha form gradually reverted, revealing Bai Longshan's handsome countenance. And although no injuries could be seen anywhere on him, his robe was also in tatters, as if it had faced a continuous barrage of lightning just moments ago. Surprisingly, Xuan Long was also in a similar position as he faced Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan. Although his body was devoid of any injuries, his blue robe now tattered, torn in multiple spots, while Jiang Chen's aura of darkness and Bai Longshan's golden Buddha energy still lingered on him. Of course, the reason why Xingyi looked so surprised was precisely due to everyone's torn clothes. Although outsiders may not realize what was going on, Xingyi was a smart girl and was clearly aware that every single one of their robes were made from rare materials and had been specially crafted by a rank 2 gold grade formation master. Due to their unique materials and the formations inscribed inside them, even the all-out attacks of a peak rank 3 Dao King realm expert wouldn't be able to destroy Bai Longshan's and the others' robes. Yet not only were Bai Longshan's and Jiang Chen's robes almost destroyed, but even Xuan Long's own blue robe was now in tatters. What did this mean? That despite their early 6th stage body refinement cultivation, it wasn't just Xuan Long, but both Jiang Chen's and Bai Longshan's power of their physical bodies that had already surpassed the power of a peak rank 3 Dao King by now. After all, power above that of a peak rank 3 Dao King was required to destroy their robes. With a satisfied look on his face, Xuan Long nodded his head as he looked at Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan, before he waved his sleeve and the white lightning around him completely vanished. Then, after sitting cross-legged on the desert below him, he waved his hand, taking out 2 bottles filled with golden-colored pills, before looking at the 2 young men in front of him and indicated for them to sit down. Despite their completely different dispositions, the moment they saw the 2 bottles of golden-colored pills in front of them, both Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan felt their hearts race. Before a sensation of deep longing filled their hearts, although they had no idea what those golden pills were. Bai Longshan and Jiang Chen could instantly tell with just a glance, even though they were still in their bottles, that the aura of those golden pills was simply enormous. And more importantly, it was something that their bodies instinctually longed for. Waving his right hand, Xuan Long sent the 2 bottles flying forward, each of them coming to a halt right in front of Bai Longshan and Jiang Chen. As the 2 bottles hovered in the air in front of them, looking at the 2 young men sitting in front of him, Xuan Long didn't hide anything as he explained with a smile, "These pills will be very beneficial to your body refinement cultivation, and should help you reach the peak of the 6th stage before long. One refined them using the essence of a 9th tribulation Earth Immortal, so the energy inside them is completely pure and easy to absorb. Of course, whether you can reach the peak of the 6th stage or not before we leave this place will be entirely up to you." Xuan Long's words seemed casual,
as if he was making some off-handed remark about something inconsequential. But waves of shock couldn't help but batter Jiang Chen's and Bai Longshan's hearts as the two of them stared at him with shock and veneration in their gazes. Naturally, neither Jiang Chen nor Bai Longshan were fools, so they immediately understood what was going on. Yet the shock in their hearts only continued to grow as realization dawned upon them. After all, back when they were still in the king's palace, the Northern Sovereign and various other experts had raised a fuss about a certain treasure disappearing from the core region of the palace apparently. It was an extremely rare treasure that the Northern Sovereign and the various experts there had been trying to get their hands on for many years. Soon, word of it began to spread. And practically every single disciple of a major power in the northern part of the continent came to know that the treasure was actually the skeleton of a ninth tribulation Earth immortal which had somehow disappeared from the depths of the king's palace. Naturally, Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan understood that there was no way for all this to be a coincidence. After all, treasures like the skeleton of a peak-stage Earth immortal weren't cabbage that could be found randomly lying on the streets. And yet this newfound information only served to fuel the veneration they felt for Xuan even further. After all, not only had he somehow managed to pull the wool over a peak-stage Sovereign Realm expert and numerous other Dao Emperors and Sovereign Realm experts, but he even managed to get his hands on the skeleton of a ninth tribulation Earth immortal and withstood its pressure as he refined it into pills. How many star-rank alchemists in the central region were capable of refining such a skeleton into pills? Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan weren't aware of an exact number. But they were absolutely certain that even the best star-rank alchemist of the holy sect, Xingyi's master, Elder Mao Jing, wasn't capable of that. Seeing the hesitant looks on Jiang Chen's and Bai Longshan's faces, Xuan grinned and pushed the two bottles directly into their hands before he continued, "Don't worry. Although these pills were a bit hard to make, they only contain a sliver of the skeleton's true essence. Still, it should be more than enough to push you to the peak of the 6th stage in body refinement." Without another word, Xuan stood up and dusted his clothes, leaving Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan behind, before he made his way towards Xingyi in the distance. Xingyi's long blonde hair fluttered in the wind while a soul-stirring smile now adorned her beautiful face as she looked gently at Xuan's approaching figure. Although he was somewhat used to it by now, Xuan couldn't help but feel his heart stir as he gazed at the peerlessly beautiful young woman in front of him, whose emerald eyes looked back at him with boundless admiration and affection. No matter how many times he looked at Lu Mei or Xingyi, Xuan had to admit that both of them seemed to become even prettier as time passed by. Of course, this was the effect of a higher cultivation base alongside one's natural beauty. It didn't matter if a person was a body refiner or a chi refiner, as their bodies absorbed the pure spiritual energy from the air around them. Their appearance would grow more and more refined as they expelled the impurities within them. And of course, the effects on Xingyi were even more obvious now that she had been absorbing the pure immortal chi from the heaven-swallowing vine for the past 2 years. Her skin was fair as jade and her bright blonde hair that cascaded down her shoulders like 2 golden waterfalls only served to accentuate her beauty that could only be described as kingdom-toppling. Her bright emerald eyes contrasting the natural beauty of her vivid red lips made her seem like an immortal beauty that had just walked out of a painting. Standing in front of her, Xuan then placed his arms around Xingyi's lithe waist, and in a rare display of affection, he pulled her in as he hugged her gently before he whispered in her ear, "I know I've neglected you and Maya recently. But don't worry. Once we leave this place I promise I'll make it up to you." A tinge of redness quickly appeared on Xingyi's face as she blushed, and burying her head deeper in his embrace she just gave him an affirmative sound as she felt the warmth coming from his body. After holding Xingyi for a while longer, Xuan then sat down on the ground a few meters away from Lu Mei and turned his gaze towards the heaven-swallowing vine. As he prepared to continue his chi cultivation, he had spent the past year inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time continuously refining the essence of the golden skeleton, and turning it into pills, as well as breaking through to the 6th stage in his monarch's eternal body, thus neglecting his chi cultivation by quite a bit. This was why, right now, he knew that the most important thing he had to do was make the most out of the immortal chi inside the City of Immortals and strengthen his foundation in the Dao King realm even further. Fact. Xuan wasn't planning to leave the endless desert until he became a late-stage Dao King.
In a moment later, the indistinct figure of an hourglass suddenly appeared around him, completely encapsulating Xuan within it. Before the immortal chi from the heaven-swallowing vine began to surge in his direction at a terrifying rate like this, time continued to pass. And in the blink of an eye, 5 years had already gone by inside the City of Immortals. The days slowly turned into weeks. The weeks eventually turned into months. And the months gradually turned into years. Yet the silence within the 5 elements protective formation wasn't disturbed by anyone or anything. As Xuan and his group continued to cultivate without stop, constantly absorbing the vast amounts of immortal chi that the heaven-swallowing vine unceasingly produced. Occasionally, the sound of fighting would shatter the stillness and quietness of the endless desert, as the sound of metal clashing with itself could be heard. But even that would only be momentary, like a cool gust of wind briefly passing by, before the surroundings quickly turned calm and serene once again. Naturally, groups fighting each other over fortuitous opportunities were anything but rare inside the City of Immortals. Especially as time continued to pass and opportunities naturally became fewer and fewer. But none of that mattered to Xuan and the rest. After all, very few fateful opportunities would be on the same level as the effects of the pure immortal chi that the heaven-swallowing vine continuously refined in this place. Besides, after clashing with that peak rank 9 Dao King, Mao Huang, back in the Illusion Oasis, Lu Mei and the others all came to realize that they had truly underestimated the geniuses of the Central Continent. With their former cultivation bases, even the most average of peak rank 9 Dao Kings would be able to easily toy with them as they pleased. And they wouldn't even be able to so much as fight back against them. That was why, before venturing out to explore the rest of the City of Immortals again, they all had to increase their own cultivation bases to a satisfying level first. As the 5th year mark gradually came to an end, vast amounts of pure immortal chi continued to gather around Xuan and the others just as they had constantly done during these past years. When suddenly, a series of consecutive popping sounds filled the air coming from Lu Mei's direction. Those sounds were originally weak, sounding like water bubbles popping. But as time continued to pass, their intensity gradually increased. And in just a few minutes, they had already turned into powerful sonic booms that caused gusts of wind to whip out around Lu Mei, pushing everything away from her. Soon, even Bai Longshan and the others who were sitting a good distance away from her felt the commotion affecting them, as they all broke out from their cultivation states and turned their attention towards her. Of course, Xuan was no different from them. In fact, the moment those popping sounds emerged from Lu Mei's direction, he was the first one to open his eyes, before a rare expression of surprise quickly covered his face. Naturally, he knew that those popping sounds were none other than the sounds of Lu Mei's dantian expanding violently right now, indicating that she was about to break through to the peak of the Dao King realm. Whenever Dao Kings were about to advance from the middle of rank 9 to the peak, their dantian would forcefully expand as much as possible, allowing them to absorb as much chi from their surroundings as they could before completing their breakthrough. This was why many cultivators in the Central Continent considered their breakthrough to the peak of the Dao King realm almost as important as their breakthrough to the Dao Emperor realm in the future. After all, the more chi they absorbed during this breakthrough to the peak of the Dao King realm, the higher their chances would be to reach the sovereign realm later on. In fact, plenty of Dao Emperors had been stranded in the Dao Emperor realm their entire lives, unable to truly become sovereigns, all due to their weak foundations back when they were still Dao Kings. The Grand Elder of the Holy Sect was one such example as well. No matter what he did later on, there were very few things that could help him break through to the sovereign realm afterwards, all because of his weak foundations in the Dao King realm. At this moment, Xuan's eyes glittered with a hint of anticipation as he stared silently at Lu Mei's distant figure madly absorbing the pure immortal chi around her. He knew that during this breakthrough, there were only 3 things that could affect the final result: a person's own natural talent, their cultivation technique, as well as their own willpower. As for the Tao they had comprehended, or the unique physique one was born with, it wouldn't provide them with any help. Thankfully, there were no signs of the blood absorption art affecting Lu Mei's mental state right now, allowing her to completely focus on absorbing the chi from the heaven-swallowing vine. Xuanlong wasn't sure if it was because Lu Mei's mind had grown more resilient with time, or if it was the effects of the pure immortal qi counteracting the negative side effects of the blood absorption art. But from the looks of it, Lu Mei didn't seem to need any help to complete her breakthrough. Xuanlong then watched as Lu Mei's silky black hair fluttered tempestuously in the wind, before her aura began to grow stronger and stronger with every passing moment. And like a caged beast that was finally about to break free, an incense stick of time later, it abruptly exploded outwards as it broke past the last hurdle of the middle rank 9 in the Dao King realm before it eventually reached the peak. The moment this happened, Lu Mei's willowy figure trembled intensely, before her body started to pulse with an extremely thick, almost overwhelming aura of death that soon began to spread in her surroundings. Thankfully, other than Xuanlong and the others, there was nothing else in Lu Mei's immediate vicinity, aside from the innumerable grains of sand that covered the surface of the endless desert. So no one else was affected. And yet, to Xingyi's and the others' astonishment, the moment that Lu Mei's aura of death touched the grains of sand around her, the sand's natural color quickly began to fade as the original lively orange quickly turned into a darker shade of brown, before eventually turning into black. It was almost as if all signs of vitality had completely vanished from the sand around Lu Mei in mere moments, leaving behind nothing but those black, lifeless grains of sand that were now filled with that thick scent of death at the same time. Even from a distance away, Xuanlong could now sense the immense power coming from Lu Mei's figure, which was powerful enough to momentarily affect him even through the protection of his own monarch's eternal body. And this was just the aura that Lu Mei's body was involuntarily exuding. So one could only imagine how strong she would actually be if she really went all out right now. What is this pressure? How is it so strong? Is this the real difference between a peak rank 9 Dao King and a late stage one? Or is this all due to Sister Lu's Dao of Death? Bai Longshan's voice was muffled, sounding almost akin to a soft whisper. And yet Xuanlong could still hear the faint tremble in his voice as the handsome, long-haired young man stared at Lu Mei's distant figure in complete astonishment. Even though Bai Longshan and Jiang Chen had both stepped into the late stages of the Dao King realm by now, while Xingyi herself was already a rank 9 Dao King. In front of this terrifying pressure coming from Lu Mei, none of them were really a match. All tell that in an actual fight against her, unless Bai Longshan and the others made use of most of their trump cards, none of them would be able to last for more than a couple breaths of time before losing. This was how terrifying the pressure coming from Lu Mei right now really was. A moment later, Jiang Chen's eyes gradually turned serious before he answered coolly, "This is the fundamental difference between peak stage Dao Kings and normal late stage ones. This is also why that Mao Huang could act so arrogantly back in the Illusion Oasis and extort others for their immortal water without fear of getting ganged up by others. Ultimately, peak rank 9 Dao Kings no different from supreme existences in this place. The moment someone reaches the peak of the Dao King realm in both their cultivation, as well as their comprehension of their Dao, they are practically considered to be already half a step into the Dao Emperor realm. Average late-stage Dao Kings have no chance against them." Bai Longshan and Xingyi both nodded their heads after hearing Jiang Chen's explanation, while their gazes were completely glued on the distant Lu Mei whose aura had finally started to recede little by now. Although Bai Longshan and Xingyi both came from peak-level factions back in the Night Star continent, back there, even the strongest experts like Bai Longshan's father were only peak-stage Dao Kings. Thus, even though the two of them could be considered fairly knowledgeable overall, in front of Jiang Chen whose father was a true powerhouse at the rank 9 of the Dao Emperor realm, their knowledge of cultivation fell rather short. Nodding his head, Xuanlong agreed with Jiang Chen's explanation, while a myriad of different thoughts began to course through his mind. A few moments later, however, he shook his head as he thought to himself, staying in the endless desert and letting Maya and the others absorb the immortal qi from the heaven-swallowing vine was really the right choice. Staring at the distant setting sun, a faint smile silently bloomed on Xuanlong's lips, as the cool breeze of the endless desert gently caressed his face, while also dispersing the faint scent of death that had already started to cover everyone's surroundings. At this point, Xuanlong knew that it would be a lie if he said that he wasn't tempted to explore the rest of the City of Immortals with Lu Mei and the others. with the map that he had purchased from the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce a few years ago, as well as the numerous stories circulating throughout the central continent about this place. It was common knowledge that the entirety of the City of Immortals was no different from a gigantic treasure trove waiting to be explored and harvested. Rare treasures that even sovereign realm experts may not find in their entire lifetimes existed aplenty place for everyone to grab. However, after their last encounter back in the Illusion Oasis with both Mao Huang, as well as that black-robed peak rank 9 Dao King who had tried to assassinate him, Xuanlong had already decided that he wasn't going to leave the endless desert until he became a late-stage Dao King first. In this he wasn't certain if he would have enough time to reach the peak of the Dao King realm before the rumored 10-year time period came to an end and everyone was expelled from the City of Immortals like they had in the past. But he was at least confident in reaching the late stages before that happened. Still, it wasn't that Xuanlong was afraid of the black-robed Dao King who had ambushed him back then. After all, after reaching the 5th stage of the Dao King realm, he was already confident in killing the man should the two of them clash again. However, Xuanlong was already thinking of another matter. If I'm not wrong, even though that guy was hiding his identity, he should most likely be among the 100 strongest Dao Kings in the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce's list. Although his strength was nothing too extraordinary, his speed was actually quite fast. Even if they were all peak rank 9 Dao Kings, it's probably only Longshan among Maya and the others who can compete with him and match his speed head-on. After this thought coursed through his mind, Xuanlong took a deep breath and sat cross-legged on the ground once more, as he quickly emptied his mind and began to absorb the pure qi from the heaven-swallowing vine once again. The grains of sand around him were once again filled with the overwhelming aura of the pure immortal qi that the heaven-swallowing vine unceasingly produced. As a gigantic qi vortex quickly began to form above his head, greedily sucking in all the qi that it could absorb from its surroundings. Although Xuanlong wasn't afraid of the black-robed man and was even confident in killing him, he knew that he couldn't waste any more time here and could only do his best to improve his cultivation as much as possible in the few years that he had left in this place. After all, that black-robed man was not the only threat he would face in this place. If Xuanlong wasn't wrong, that guy would only rank in the lower end among the 100 strongest Dao Kings inside the City of Immortals. This meant that there were at least 90 or so more peak-stage Dao Kings who were far superior to that guy in strength. And these were just the Dao Kings that the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce were aware of. Who knew if there were any other monsters similar to Xuanlong and his group, keeping themselves hidden from the public eye so far? Would all those people just wait and wander around idly in the City of Immortals? Or would they begin searching for fortuitous opportunities to increase their strength even further in the Dao King realm, grabbing as much as they could while they were inside this gigantic treasure trove? Xuanlong didn't need an answer to that obvious question, which was why he was going to make full use of the next few years, bringing his strength as high as he could to contend with those monsters. Months continued to pass quietly but peacefully for Xuanlong and his group inside the protection of the 5 Elements protective formation. And yet everything else seemed to remain mostly the same. Large groups of Dao Kings would often wander through the scorching sands of the endless desert as they traversed through it. Some of them on the backs of powerful rank 6 magic beasts while others as parts of large groups. But none of them would ever disturb Xuanlong and his own group, mainly due to the concealing effect of the protective formation that covered them. Occasionally, gusts of warm wind would often find themselves gently caressing Xuanlong's face, carrying with them a faint scent of blood whenever nearby Dao Kings clashed with each other or with any wandering nearby magic beasts that blocked their way. But even those warm breezes would be quickly refined into streams of pure immortal qi by the heaven-swallowing vine soon afterwards. It was a monotonous routine where Xuanlong would continuously absorb the pure unending streams of immortal qi from the heaven-swallowing vine every day, constantly using them to form new golden balls of qi inside his dantian. As his cultivation slowly inched closer towards the peak of the Dao King realm, and yet Xuanlong himself didn't seem to mind any of this in the slightest, and in fact even relished in this rare moment of peace. No matter what, it was a fact that ever since entering the City of Immortals, Xuanlong and his group had never really stopped fighting wherever they landed. Whether it was during the so-called preliminary trials in Demon Fanged City where they had to hunt down those 5,000 demon-fanged mice, or even after passing the trials and entering the 2nd stage of the City of Immortals when they met Li Tian and his group, that early rank 7 Dao King from the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce. A fight always followed wherever Xuanlong found himself. Even back in the stone mural when everyone was merely studying the profound Daos carved on the mural. Or even back in the illusion oasis where all the Dao Kings present fought over the drops of immortal water. The situation remained largely the same. Although being constantly dragged into fights quickly turned somewhat annoying. In the end, Xuanlong understood that this was all due to the fundamental unspoken rules of the City of Immortals. Ultimately, everything depended solely on one's own power. If a person appeared weak but stood out too much, others would usually attack them without much reservation. However, if a person was sufficiently strong, those same people would think twice before making a move. This was why Xuanlong didn't mind spending some time peacefully like this inside the 5 elements protective formation while increasing his own strength. Of course, absorbing the pure immortal chi wasn't the only thing that Xuanlong did during the day. Whenever he felt that he had already absorbed too much immortal chi and needed time to assimilate it, he would usually take a break and spar with Jiang Chen and the rest before turning his attention towards his body cultivation. And yet, those sparring sessions that were merely an afterthought were no different from killing 3 birds with 1 stone. On one hand, Xuanlong needed to stretch his muscles and further practice his Tao of the heavenly tribulation and become even more familiar with it, while Lu Mei and the others were the perfect sparring partners at this point. At the same time, Xuanlong had already surpassed that so-called realm of masters back in the stone mural, and had already reached the level of sword aura. But he hadn't really found the time to test out his new sword skills this whole time inside the City of Immortals. However, these sparring sessions with Bai Longshan and the rest allowed him to gradually solidify his recent advancement. At the same time, Xuanlong could tell that both Jiang Chen's saber slashes as well as Bai Longshan's sword strikes, and even Xingyi's dagger skills had been rapidly improving during their sparring sessions, leaving the 2 young men and the young woman beside themselves in astonishment, followed by feelings of jubilant glee. In fact, Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan, who were already close to the peak of the realm of masters, could now tell that even if they left the City of Immortals right away, it was only a matter of time before the 2 of them reached the levels of saber aura and sword aura respectively. Even Xingyi, who was still a distance away from reaching the peak of the realm of masters, could feel her dagger skills improving rapidly with every sparring session, making her even more determined to give it her all and catch up to Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan before they left this place. In the end, only Lu Mei appeared slightly dejected when she felt her own sword skills growing stagnant, unable to catch up to the others regardless of how hard she practiced. However, after being chided by Little Black, who told her that cultivators of the Tao of Death didn't have much of a need to focus on weapons in the first place, the young woman nodded in agreement and concentrated on what she was best suited at, improving her control of her undead army. Of course, not everyone could be a sword or saber genius. Talented people like Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan were complete outliers, and they only appeared above average because they compared themselves with a monster like Xuanlong. The truth of the matter, however, was that the 2 young men were complete geniuses of their own. Even among other Tao Kings, there were very few of them within the City of Immortals right now who could compete with them using purely sword or saber skills. Even Xingyi herself was extraordinarily talented with a dagger, which was why her own skills were advancing so rapidly with every sparring session. As for Lu Mei, when compared to the vast majority of Tao Kings out there, her sword skills could only be considered average at best. But of course, this was the harsh reality of the world. Everyone had their own areas where they excelled. And the same went for Lu Mei. Although the beautiful young woman's sword skills could merely be considered average at best, Xuanlong understood that Lu Mei's talents lay in soul cultivation. Instead, months continued to pass. And finally, half a year later, Xingyi was the second person in the group to become a peak rank 9 Dao King right after Lu Mei. The aura of a second peak rank 9 Dao King quickly suffused the enclosed space of the 5 elements protective formation, causing everyone to snap out of their reverie and stop whatever they were doing, as they all turned their attention towards the golden-haired young woman standing the center of it all. At the moment she sensed Xingyi's breakthrough, Lu Mei's bright red lips suddenly pressed together, forming a brilliant, soul-stirring smile, before the 2 young women almost simultaneously turned their gazes towards the east. As if on cue. It was finally time to take back what had been stolen from them. A few moments afterwards, Lu Mei's calm voice sounded through the air. A hint of a smile suffusing her lips as she stared at the blonde-haired beauty in front of her and asked her, how does it feel? Xingyi? Becoming a peak rank 9 Dao King really feels different. Doesn't it? After taking a moment to fully sense all the changes that were taking place inside her body, Xingyi couldn't help but fall silent for a while, before eventually nodding her head and answering in a somewhat bewildered tone, is this what it feels like to become a peak stage Dao King? No wonder peak rank 9 Dao Kings are revered so much for their strength. As she said this, Xingyi lowered her head, and tried to suppress as much as she could the overwhelming aura that her body was now involuntarily giving out. It was just as she had just said. Becoming a peak stage Dao King was indeed vastly different compared to normal late stage Dao Kings. This difference wasn't one that could be described with just a few words either. It was only now, after reaching this stage herself, that Xingyi finally realized why peak stage Dao Kings could roam the City of Immortals unafraid of practically anyone and anything else in this place. It wasn't something as simple as merely another advancement in one's cultivation base. But more importantly, it was due to the cumulative evolution of the strength and comprehension of the Dao that these Dao Kings experienced the moment they reached this peak. After all, a peak rank 9 Dao King could only be considered to have truly reached the peak only when the comprehension of their own Dao reached the peak of the Dao King realm alongside their cultivation base. Otherwise, if one's cultivation had already reached the peak of the Dao King stage but their comprehension of their Dao was still lacking behind it, or in some extremely rare cases where one's comprehension of the Dao had already reached the peak of the Dao King stage but their own cultivation base had yet to catch up, those people still couldn't be considered true peak stage Dao Kings just yet. One needed to have attained both to claim this title. As for Xingyi, although her cultivation had just advanced to the peak of the Dao King realm, normally, she would have needed more time for her comprehension of her Dao of Shadows to catch up to her cultivation, before she could be considered a true peak stage Dao King as well. However, it just so happened that Xingyi was the type of person whose own comprehension of her Dao outpaced her actual cultivation base. Due to her increased affinity towards the Dao of Shadows that she possessed thanks to her Vanishing Shadow's unique physique, Xingyi's comprehension of her Dao had already reached the peak of the Dao King stage a while ago, and was in fact slowly edging closer towards the Dao Emperor realm by the day. Although she was still very far away from becoming a bona fide Dao Emperor, even if she did nothing else and merely focused on consolidating her cultivation base for the following couple of years, it was only a matter of time before she eventually broke through to the Dao Emperor realm as well. These were the benefits of being born with an extremely rare unique physique. Most cultivators had virtually no hope of catching up to someone like that. At least not without their fair share of fortuitous opportunities as well. And now that both her Qi cultivation and comprehension of her Dao of Shadows had reached the true peak of the Dao King stage, Xingyi could finally experience the qualitative evolution that all peak stage Dao Kings got to enjoy for themselves. Moments later, her luscious golden hair flowed with the wind as the stunning young woman sat on the ground and closed her eyes, focusing her senses on the myriad of shadows that were present everywhere around her. Whether it was her own shadow, Lu Mei's own, or even Shenlong's and the others' shadows, and even the shadows created from the countless grains of sand themselves. It seemed as if every single shadow in her vicinity was now being affected by Xingyi's mere presence and was madly scrambling to get closer towards her. As if the shadows themselves were trying to embrace the beautiful young woman and protect her, hiding her beneath their dark veil. Staring at this peculiar scene in front of them, Lu Mei and the others remained quiet for a few moments as they observed everything in silence, before Jiang Chen eventually nodded his head and commented in a calm tone, "Back when I was a kid, when my father used to teach me the basics of cultivation, he constantly emphasized the importance of the Dao King realm and building a strong foundation before ever trying to become a Dao Emperor. He always pointed out that only those cultivators who had reached the absolute peak of rank 9 in the Dao King realm were qualified to roam through the central continent with a certain degree of safety, without actually risking their lives at every twist and turn they faced." Jiang Chen's voice then trailed off momentarily, as his deep, black eyes stared intently at the hundreds of shadows that had already wrapped themselves around Xingyi's body and were slowly turning darker and darker with every passing moment. as if the shadows themselves were gradually turning even deeper and more pronounced as time passed. Before the devilishly handsome young man narrowed his eyes and continued speaking, and the reason behind this all is due to this powerful aura that all peak stage Dao kings naturally exude when they finally reach the peak. The aura of a pseudo-Dao Emperor. Turning his head to look at the taciturn Lu Mei just a few meters away from him, Jiang Chen's expression didn't change. But his voice turned slightly more serious as he continued. Half a year ago, during your breakthrough to the peak of rank 9. I couldn't understand why your aura was so deadly that I couldn't get a good feel for it even from a distance away. But now I finally do. In the next moment, however, just as Jiang Chen's voice trailed off and disappeared into the distance, Lu Mei, who was curious to hear the rest of his explanation, suddenly frowned while her gaze abruptly turned cold and unfeeling. Before the ground beneath her feet suddenly started to violently shake. At the same time, Shenlong, who was just about to sit down and continue his secluded cultivation, widened his eyes. Before an incredulous expression quickly found its way to his face shortly afterwards. As a single thought coursed through his mind, there is actually someone brave enough to attack my 5 elements protective formation. At the same time, just as Shenlong's thoughts trailed off, a group of 6 men and women could be seen conversing with each other at the very edge of the 5 elements protective formation. All of them staring at the thin translucent veil in front of them that had merely rippled for a single second, before quickly returning to normal once again, seamlessly blending back into its surroundings once more. Ha! This is actually surprising. This formation isn't just a concealing formation after all. It also has some defensive properties as well. This thing even took Elderling's punch head-on, and was barely even affected. Clad in a set of luxurious black robes, an old man with a hideous scar under his left eye eventually exclaimed, his gaze a mixture of surprise and curiosity as he stared at the thin protective veil of the enormous formation in front of him. That old man was radiating an aura of natural authority whenever he spoke, as if anything and everything were inherently beneath him. And yet the shock was still apparent in his eyes as he examined the peculiar formation in front of him that seemed to span for miles and miles in the distance. It appeared as if the formation his group had chanced upon encompassed a great deal of distance throughout the endless desert. And yet, the old man had never heard of this specific formation before, of course. Something like this wasn't too unnatural by itself. After all, the City of Immortals had only opened for a couple of times in the past. And every single one of those times had only lasted for approximately 10 years or so. So there were still far too many secrets that had yet to be unearthed. Considering how vast just the endless desert by itself was, and the fact that nobody had managed to fully explore it yet despite the overwhelming number of Dao kings that had entered this place and the years that had gone by already, it was simply impossible to estimate the true magnitude of the entire City of Immortals as a whole. However, the luxuriously robed old man was mainly surprised by another reason. It was solely for the fact that this formation was relatively close to the famous stone mural. And yet he had no information about it whatsoever. How could such a powerful formation be this close to the mural and yet not been found by any other cultivators yet? Was this a new, naturally formed formation? Or did some powerful formation's grandmaster place it here? And if it was the latter, why? What was their true intent? Was there something special about this place that others had yet to figure out, yet that person had already found? The old man didn't know, but he was certain he was going to find out. Even more surprising, however, was the fact that the old man couldn't accurately pinpoint the formation's core. In the beginning, it seemed as if the formation was extremely large, spanning for countless miles throughout the desert and covering an extremely vast distance. But after ordering one of his companions to attack it, the old man was left even more confused than before. The moment the formation absorbed his companion's attack, the thin translucent veil started to contract and expand intermittently, causing the entire formation to surge, before effortlessly blocking a strike from a peak stage Dao King, as if it was nothing but a weak gust of wind that simply fell upon it. Of course, as a formation's grandmaster himself, the old man could easily tell that the 5 elements protective formation absorbed the immortal chi in the air to operate and block his companion's attack, causing him to come to the conclusion that this was most likely not a naturally created formation. And since that was the case, that could only mean one thing. This formation must have been placed here by another peak rank 3 gold grade formations master. As this thought coursed through his mind, the old man's eyes narrowed dangerously before he turned towards his companions and spoke in a calm voice. If I'm not wrong, this formation was most likely created by another peak rank 3 gold grade formations master. Although I can't pinpoint where the formation's core lies exactly, I am confident in breaking it in less than 1 month if we all join hands together. What do you all think? The luxuriously robed old man's words were like a bolt of thunder striking the hearts of his companions, causing their relaxed expressions to immediately turn somber before they all turned their attention to him in shock. Of course, the changes in the 5 people's expressions were only natural as well. It would be one thing if what they were dealing with was just a naturally created gold grade formation. But if it was one set by another peak rank 3 gold grade formation master, then things were entirely different. After all, high-level alchemists and formations masters were always respected and sought after by most powerful clans and organizations back in the central continent. And the City of Immortals was no different in this regard. No one would thoughtlessly choose to offend a high-level formations master if they could avoid it. And the same went for their group. Although their company consisted of 6 peak rank 9 Dao Kings, one of whom was even a powerful gold grade formations master, well, offending another peak stage Dao King proficient in formations wasn't something that could be done at one's whim. However, the old man didn't seem perturbed by the changes in his companion's expressions in the slightest, as he once again turned his attention towards the peculiar formation in front of him and continued to examine it deeply before he continued. I know what you are all nervous about, but there is no reason to be too worried about it. You are afraid that by attacking this formation, you will offend the gold grade formations master who set it up, aren't you? After a brief moment of silence, a middle-aged woman in green robes finally stepped forward, nodding her head as she looked at the black-robed old man before answering respectfully. Elder Ming, it's not that we don't believe in your abilities, but offending another rank 3 gold grade formations master for no reason isn't that wise either. It would be one thing if we knew that there was something special about this place, but since we don't know if there is anything of real value to us here, how about we just let it go? However, the luxuriously robed old man, Elder Ming, merely sneered when he heard the green-robed woman's response, causing his eyes to narrow dangerously into 2 thin slits, making the scar under his left eye even more pronounced. Before he answered mockingly, tell me then, Wang Dormei, do you really think that someone would set up a formation like this, here in the middle of nowhere, for no apparent reason? That a rank 3 gold grade formations master would spend so much time and resources setting up a concealing formation, simply to hide themselves in this place? Hearing the black-robed old man rebuking her so openly, the green-robed woman lowered her head in shame, unable to come up with a retort, as she realized that the old man's words actually made sense. Indeed, whether it was the old man's stance on this matter or his status within their group, both were compelling enough of a reason to force their entire group to make a move if he was dead set on doing something. Besides, what were the chances of a powerful formations master setting up such a powerful formation in the middle of nowhere for no real reason? It was practically zero. The green-robed woman was simply reluctant to offend another peak gold grade formations master without knowing if the fight was worth it. However, since the black-robed old man had already made his stance clear, Wang Dormei knew that there was no turning back. Nodding her head, she then clasped her hands towards the black-robed elder and said respectfully, it seems that I was the one who didn't think things through this time. Since Elder Ming is confident in breaking this formation, I'm naturally willing to help. Finally, a smile started to appear on the black-robed man's face after hearing Wang Dongmei's response, before he turned his gaze towards the remaining 4 of his companions waiting for their own answers. Seeing that no one else was disagreeing with his plan, the old man clapped his hands and prepared to give out orders to the 5 peak rank 9 Dao Kings accompanying him, ready to arrange them in specific spots around the formation to prepare and break it. But it was at that moment that the thin translucent veil of the formation suddenly started to ripple. In the next moment, it seemed as if space itself was violently trembling and twisting, before the thin translucent veil finally parted. And from the inside, the pristine figure of a white-robed woman gradually walked out in the open. This young woman was extremely beautiful. So much so that one would actually think she had just walked out of a painting if they laid eyes on her for the first time. She had an extremely fair complexion, a perfectly shaped nose, and a pair of rosy red lips, as well as starry-like black eyes that resembled the depths of the abyss itself. Despite being covered by her white robes, it was obvious that this woman's figure was just as flawless as that peerlessly beautiful face of hers. This was, without a doubt, one of the most beautiful women that the black-robed Elder Ming had seen in his life. However, the undisguised death aura that was coming out from her body made it obvious that this peerlessly beautiful woman didn't come with kind intentions, and was now staring coldly at the 6 peak stage Dao Kings in front of her with undisguised hostility in her eyes. Just as Elder Ming was about to speak to her, however, one of his companions abruptly stepped forward, staring incredulously at the white-robed young woman, before he opened his mouth and asked in disbelief, Are you Lim Mei? Are you Lu Mei?" At next the person who had just asked this was an old man in spotless white robes, with a clean-shaven face and neatly combed long white hair that reached all the way to his waist. He had a pair of kind eyes that looked extremely innocent at first glance, but his expression was one of complete disbelief as he stared at the stunningly beautiful young woman in the distance. Although Lu Mei wasn't wearing the robes of a holy sect's disciple anymore, the old man only needed a single glance to figure out her identity. At the same time that his voice rang out, Lu Mei turned her gaze away from the black-robed Elder Ming and glanced at the white-robed old man for a couple of seconds, before a look of realization quickly dawned in her eyes. Elder Xuan? Of course. Since the white-robed old man had already recognized her, how could Lu Mei not recognize him as well? After all, this was the same elder responsible for overseeing the final part of their test, when Lu Mei and the others entered the holy sect for the first time. Hearing Lu Mei confirm her identity, Xuan Peng felt his entire body tremble for a brief moment, to course through his eyes one after the other, before a myriad of different emotions began going on. Didn't this child only enter the holy sect merely a decade ago? How is this possible? How is she already a peak sage Dao King? The white-robed Elder Xuan couldn't believe his own eyes as he stared incredulously at Lu Mei's figure in the distance. No matter how he looked at it, the old man couldn't fathom how the young woman in front of him could already be a peak rank 9 Dao King. How could it be possible for her to reach the peak of the Dao King realm in just 10 years or so? It didn't make any sense. After all, Xuan Peng could still remember Lu Mei being a weak nascent soul stage cultivator just a few years ago, back when he himself was already an exalted peak stage Dao King. And yet, in the span of a mere decade, Lu Mei seemed to have caught up to him in her cultivation. The more he thought about this whole situation, the more incredulous Xuan Peng found it to be. After all, Xuan Peng had been stuck at the peak of the Dao King realm for more than 300 years already, and he was even considered relatively talented among his own peers as well. It was merely his foundations that were somewhat lacking and didn't allow him to attempt to break through to the Dao Emperor realm just yet. That was also the reason he had entered the City of Immortals this time in the first place, to find something that would allow him to finally break past his limits and reach the Dao Emperor realm in one fell swoop. And yet, in just a little more than a decade, a small nascent soul stage cultivator had somehow caught up to him. Xuan Peng wanted to sit Lu Mei down and ask her all about her experiences during the past few years and find out how all this could be possible. But it was at this moment that the black-robed Elder Ming suddenly took a step forward. Appearing right next to him before the black-robed old man finally spoke, Xuan Peng. "It seems you are already familiar with that little girl. Aren't you? That's good. You can save us some time in this case. Since you two are already acquainted, go ahead and tell her to step aside and open up the formation for us so we can take a look inside." The white-robed Elder Xuan Peng, who was preparing to chat with Lu Mei, suddenly stiffened after hearing Elder Ming's unexpected order, before he hurriedly turned his gaze towards the black-robed old man in shock. No matter what, Xuan Peng was still an elder of the holy sect and a peak stage Dao King as well. So how could he possibly abuse his power over a junior like that? And even make such shameless demands on top of it all? After all, both Xuan Peng and Elder Ming were well aware that neither of them had any actual justification to ask Lu Mei to open up the formation behind her, other than a threat of force. Besides, Lu Mei could no longer be considered one of Xuan Peng's juniors in the first place, now that she was a peak rank 9 Dao King as well. In fact, Xuan Peng suspected that the young woman in front of him wasn't the slightest bit weaker than him anymore. Of course, Xuan Peng was still confident that Lu Mei's battle experience couldn't possibly compare to his own, considering that he had already spent thousands of years honing his skills throughout the entire northern region of the central continent. But the white-robed elder was still aware that as far as talent went, Lu Mei was definitely at the very peak of the entire holy sect right now. Noticing Xuan Peng's reluctance to speak, Elder Ming gradually frowned, clearly dissatisfied with the old man's performance. Before he continued, Xuan Peng, don't tell me you have suddenly changed your mind. If that's the case, you can go ahead and leave our alliance. I promise I won't stop you. However, I can tell you one thing. I am going to break open this formation. With or without your help. It will only take me a few more days. That's all. After a brief moment of contemplation, Elder Ming's voice gradually softened as he looked at Lu Mei's distant figure before he continued, of course. Considering the fact that you seem to have some type of relationship with that girl, I won't be too forceful on this matter either. After all, I understand that we are in the wrong here. I am only asking her to step aside and let us have a look inside the formation. If there really is nothing of value inside, we will naturally take our leave after having a look. And if there truly is some type of treasure hidden within, then we can split it in a fair and just manner. Of course, this is my final concession on this matter. Whether she accepts our terms or not is up to her. Although it seemed as if the black-robed Elder Ming had been talking to Xuan Peng this entire time, his gaze had been completely focused on Lu Mei as he uttered each word. Clearly, this message was meant to serve both as deterrence, as well as show her that Elder Ming was willing to make certain concessions and avoid truly fighting if they could solve things amiably between them. Unfortunately for the black-robed Elder Ming, Lu Mei didn't seem the slightest bit intimidated by the fighting prowess of the 6 peak rank 9 Dao Kings from his group. Instead, a cold, murderous glint could be seen in the depths of her eyes as the stunning young woman stared coldly at the black-robed old man along with the rest of those 5 Dao Kings standing behind him. Before her gaze gradually nestled on an unassuming middle-aged man standing at the very back of the group. After a brief moment of silence, a thick, almost palpable burst of killing intent suddenly erupted from her body. As Lu Mei looked at this unassuming middle-aged man and asked coldly, "Are you the one who attacked our formation earlier?" This time, it wasn't just Xuan Peng or the black-robed Elder Ming who were stunned by Lu Mei's response, but the remaining 4 peak rank 9 Dao Kings as well. Staring at the aloof young woman in front of them with looks of incredulity mixed with unconcealed astonishment. Not only had Lu Mei chosen to ignore Elder Ming's request with a look of contempt clear in her eyes, but she had even turned her gaze towards the bald, unassuming man shortly afterwards, and even identified him as the person who had just attacked the formation. Regardless of how composed they may have appeared earlier, the 6 peak stage Dao Kings couldn't help but be caught off guard at this point, as they finally began to reassess this young woman in front of them. No matter how they looked at it, whether it was her attitude or the way she carried herself despite the danger she was currently facing, both were clearly out of the ordinary. As soon as those words left Lu Mei's mouth, however, the black-robed Elder Ming and the unassuming middle-aged man silently exchanged glances with each other, before the looming tension in the air abruptly turned even more oppressive and deadly. As the 2 peak stage Dao Kings finally turned serious for the first time in a while indeed. That simple-looking, unassuming middle-aged man whom Lu Mei had just targeted was precisely the same person who had just launched an attack on the 5 Elements protective formation a while ago, and was someone whom even the arrogant black-robed Elder Ming had to respectfully address as Elder Ling. With a calm look on his face, the unassuming Elder Ling suddenly took a step forward. And yet with just that single step, the middle-aged man seemed to have traversed more than a dozen meters in a flash, causing him to arrive right in front of Lu Mei before he replied with a smile, "Little lass, it seems you are quite perceptive. Not bad. Even though I've been concealing my aura this whole time, you could actually tell that one was the one who attacked your formation right away.
although your cultivation base is still unstable. At the very least, the power of your soul is not bad. Elderling's tone was nonchalant, as if he was just making some casual remarks. But the hidden meaning behind his words was clear to everyone present. In his eyes, although Lu Mei's soul sense was extraordinary, that was all there was to it. It was her only extraordinary quality. As for her cultivation base, although this white-robed young woman was a peak rank 9 Dao King as well, the unassuming middle-aged man could tell that Lu Mei had just broken through to this level barely a year ago and had yet to truly consolidate her advancement. Therefore, how could she possibly compare to an experienced peak stage Dao King like him who was only a few steps away from the Dao Emperor realm? What Elderling didn't seem to know, however, was that Lu Mei had already assessed his entire group's strength the moment she stepped out of the 5 elements protective formation and had already decided on her next course of action. Before her last breakthrough, she may have had some trouble taking on a group of 6 peak rank 9 Dao Kings all by herself. But now, Lu Mei was fully confident in dealing with people who were merely at Elderling's level. Without even throwing the bald middle-aged man in front of her a second glance, Lu Mei turned her gaze toward the distant Xuan Peng. And after a moment of silence, she cupped her hands and bowed slightly towards the white-robed elder as she said calmly, "Elder Xuan, considering our past relationship, and in consideration of my master, I hope you will not involve yourself in this matter any further. I don't care about the rest of them. But the person who attacked our formation just now, as well as the black-robed man who instigated everything, will both have to pay." The white-robed Xuan Peng was taken aback by Lu Mei's words. But the unassuming Elderling's eyes flashed with a cold light when he heard that. Before he roared out in an enraged voice, "How impudent!" Elderling's voice seemed to contain some powerful, mystical quality, causing his surroundings to tremble as a shockwave traveled rapidly from his location straight towards Lu Mei. Almost at the same time that his voice echoed out, the middle-aged man's right hand punched through the air in an extremely swift motion, aiming straight for Lu Mei's chest. It was obvious that this seemingly unassuming man was not holding back anymore after hearing Lu Mei's response, and was finally revealing his true strength. The aura of a peak 6th stage body refiner surrounded Elderling's fist, as the man aimed to take out the young woman in front of him in a single strike. In a conflict between peak stage Dao Kings, Elderling was a person who knew fully well when to be soft and negotiate and when he had to fight if they could resolve things peacefully with each other. The middle-aged man wouldn't mind letting Xuan Peng negotiate in their stead. But since Lu Mei had already made her stance clear, Elderling knew that it was best to deal with his enemies as quickly as possible. As for whether Lu Mei would survive his attack or not, the middle-aged man wasn't the slightest bit concerned. Since he had already decided to reveal his full strength, he was going to make sure that the young woman in front of him was either going to end up dead, or at the very least crippled. After all, a peak stage Dao King wasn't someone who could casually be captured, unless they were mortally wounded or on the verge of death. Unfortunately for Elderling, mere moments before his fist could connect with Lu Mei's chest, 2 massive dark red greatswords immediately blocked his path on the spot, causing his attack to come to a sharp halt. At the same time, from the ground beneath Lu Mei's feet, a pool of darkness seemed to have manifested out of thin air, causing an extremely dense aura of death to pulse out from within. And from the depths of that darkness itself, a pair of shadowy figures gradually emerged, their burning purple embers that served for eyes staring straight towards Elderling's soul. Like a pair of grim reapers who had finally come to collect, this sudden turn of events had left everyone dumbfounded. As the group of 6 peak stage Dao Kings stared intently at the figures of the 2 newcomers who were now blocking Elderling's path, the pair of black skeletons were each emitting an aura that could rival a peak stage Dao King in strength, and were arrogantly brandishing their massive dark red greatswords that looked like they had been dried in a pool of blood for hundreds of years. As they faced the bald Elderling in front of them, the distant black-robed Elderling, as well as the holy sects Xuan Peng and the others, were briefly taken aback by the black skeleton's sudden appearance. But the most surprised out of everyone present was without a doubt the man closest to them, Elderling. The bald middle-aged Dao King could sense better than anyone else how terrifying the 2 black skeletons in front of him really were, causing him to finally hesitate for the first time during their fight.
Although the two black skeletons were each emitting auras that could rival another peak rank 9 Dao King. As a peak 6th stage body refiner himself, Elder Ling wasn't overly concerned over that detail. After all, even the weakest among peak 6th stage body refiners was able to easily deal with a couple of average peak rank 9 Dao Kings. As long as they managed to bridge the distance between them and get close to their opponent during a fight, of course. If they couldn't bridge that gap, then the fight between them would be an entirely different matter altogether. But as long as they managed to do so and close the distance quickly enough, body refiners were almost guaranteed to kill their opponent. After all, it was common knowledge that in close combat, body refinement cultivators reigned supreme and could easily destroy chi refinement cultivators of the same level, as long as their opponents didn't have any powerful defensive abilities or treasures, or if they hadn't comprehended any abnormally powerful Daos themselves. And yet, what caused Elder Ling to hesitate was the extremely dense death chi that surrounded the black skeletons along with their dark red greatswords. Although Elder Ling couldn't tell if this overwhelming death chi was a type of martial skill or some abnormally powerful Tao that Lu Mei had comprehended, the middle-aged man could instinctively tell how dangerous of an element it was, even to someone like him. Even though body refiners were famed for their regenerative abilities, Elder Ling's senses were now screaming at him to avoid getting wounded by those dark red greatswords at all costs. Unfortunately for the bald middle-aged man, that single moment of hesitation was all it took for his fate to be sealed. From the depths of the pool of darkness beneath Lu Mei's feet, 4 more black skeletons that looked almost identical to the first 2 gradually crawled out, followed by an enormous, hideous abomination that lacked any eyes on its grotesque face. The Death Eater along with the 4 skeleton kings then lunged at the bald man the moment they emerged, looking like a group of ravenous beasts that were finally unleashed from their shackles, causing a rain of blood to erupt. Whether it was the white-robed elder of the holy sect, Xuan Peng, the green-robed woman named Wang Dongmei, or anyone else from their group, they all seemed to be at a loss as Elder Ling's miserable wails entered their ears. The powerful peak 6th stage body refiner was the strongest Dao King among their group. And yet in the face of that terrifying onslaught, he appeared completely helpless and could only defend himself as he desperately fell back. Layers upon layers of earthen armor appeared to cover his entire body as the middle-aged man tried to block off the enemy attacks. But in the face of the black skeleton's unending barrage of strikes and the Death Eater's constant pressure looming over his head, Elder Ling found himself completely suppressed as wounds quickly started to accumulate all over his body. As for the remaining 2 black skeletons who had yet to join the fight, they were simply standing protectively in front of Lu Mei this entire time and were merely observing Elder Ling, as if the fight in front of them had truly nothing to do with them. This meanwhile, the black-robed Elder Ming could only raise his trembling finger and point it towards the faraway fight, looking as if he wanted to say something, but other than letting out a few inaudible sounds, the old man didn't dare to lift a finger in the end. Of course, it wasn't because the man was somehow intimidated by the strength of the black skeletons or the hideous appearance of the Death Eater. After all, those creatures may have been strong, but ultimately, they were still at the level of a peak rank 9 Dao King. With 6 peak stage Dao Kings in his group, Elder Ming was fully confident in subduing those monsters if they all joined hands together. What made the black-robed old man truly shiver with trepidation, however, was the constant emergence of more and more of those monsters from the ground below. Lu Mei undead knights followed by the regular white skeletons seemed to come out in droves as they quickly filled the battlefield around Lu Mei. And for some reason, all of them seemed to have turned their sights on him. At this point, the old man understood that it was not just Elder Ling's, but even his own life that would be in jeopardy if he stayed around any longer. So, without another word, the black-robed old man decisively turned around and chose to flee at full speed. Elder Ling's echoing wails seemed to be turning weaker and weaker with every passing second, as the bald middle-aged man continuously failed to break free from the black skeletons and the Death Eater's entrapment. And yet the black-robed old man in the distance didn't slow down his fleeing speed for even a second. It didn't matter how many troops the opponent's side had. If they couldn't catch him, it was all for naught. Additionally, the old man could tell that although Lu Mei's skeletons were strong and were great in numbers, enough to even swarm a peak 6th stage body refiner like Elder Ling, their speed was actually nothing special. At the very least it couldn't compare to a true peak stage Dao King like him. As long as he decided to flee, none of them could catch up to him. As he swiftly flew away, the old man didn't even pay any attention to Xuan Peng or the other Dao Kings from his group and was only focused on getting as far away from Lu Mei as possible. As long as he could escape from that harbinger of death and that horrifying undead army of hers. Nothing else mattered at this point. It was only after flying for more than 800 miles and seeing that nobody seemed to be chasing after him that the old man finally decided to slow down and catch his breath for a moment. And yet, just as Elder Ming was about to breathe out a sigh of relief thinking that he was finally far enough from Lu Mei's attack range, his entire body suddenly turned stiff while a cold feeling permeated his heart. As a sharp sensation suddenly pierced through his chest, lowering his head. The old man could no longer conceal the horror in his eyes as he stared fearfully at the short silver dagger that had somehow found its way past his defenses and was now lodged in his heart. You. Who are you? Elder Ming's voice was clearly trembling. But he still managed to utter that single question as he looked fearfully at the blonde-haired woman, who was now standing in front of him. The old man was certain that he had never met this particular peak stage Dao King before, let alone have a feud with her. So why would she choose to ambush him like that? Of course. The thought that Xing Yi was related to Lu Mei didn't even cross his mind. After all, if she was really a part of Lu Mei's group, why wouldn't she step in earlier when they were attacking their formation as a group? And would only make her move now, once he had already decided to escape. To the old man's regret though, Xing Yi wasn't the type to give an explanation once she had already decided to kill someone. Her right hand was still holding the dagger that was embedded in Elder Ming's chest as her left hand flashed like lightning, before another silver dagger materialized in her palm out of thin air. With a swift motion, the young woman then slashed sideways, instantly severing the old man's head in a swift strike. Just like that, a peak stage Dao King had lost his life. Inside the Five Elements protective formation, Shenlong watched the two scenes unfold almost simultaneously without saying a word. Just as Xing Yi severed Elder Ming's head, Lu Mei's black skeletons and the Death Eater obliterated the bald middle-aged man they were fighting against, causing his robust body to burst into a pool of blood, before disappearing completely from the face of the endless desert. Although body refiners possessed incredibly tough bodies and were extremely difficult to be killed, it wasn't impossible to do so if someone trapped them and exhausted all their energy first. As long as they couldn't reform their bodies or if their souls were wounded during a fight, killing them wasn't an impossible task any longer. Closing his eyes, Shenlong didn't bother with the remaining 4 peak stage Dao Kings outside and emptied his mind, as he decided to continue his cultivation again. His number one priority right now was to absorb as much of the surrounding immortal chi as he could and get as close to the peak of the Dao King realm as possible before the City of Immortals closed its doors and kicked them out. Although Bai Longshan and Jiang Chen had already stepped into the early rank 9 of the Dao King realm, Shenlong could only lament over his own progress as his monarch's hourglass could only be described as a bottomless pit at this point, regardless of how much immortal chi he absorbed. After stepping into the late stages of the Dao King realm, Shenlong could tell that even with the heaven-swallowing vine's help, he might not make it to the peak of the Dao King realm before the 10-year mark came to an end. At the same time, after completely obliterating the bald middle-aged man, Lu Mei retracted the skeletons and undead knights under her command, leaving only the Death Eater behind. Before taking a seat on the hideous monster's back, the green-robed woman named Wang Dongmei, as well as the other 2 peak stage Dao Kings who had come alongside Elder Ming, had already left this place a long time ago, leaving only the white-robed Xuan Peng behind. The elder of the holy sect was extremely curious about Lu Mei's experiences over the last few years and how she had improved her cultivation so quickly. And his curiosity was only amplified after witnessing how strong she had grown already. Xuan Peng was previously confident that he could at the very least contend with Lu Mei if not outright subdue her, even if they were both peak rank 9 Dao Kings. But after seeing that last display of strength, the old man realized how much he had underestimated the young woman in front of him. At this point, Lu Mei was without a doubt far stronger than him. She may not necessarily be able to contend with those monsters in the top 100 rankings of the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce, but at least as far as the outer court elders of the holy sect were concerned, only a couple of them could be a match for her at this point. After letting out a gentle sigh,
The white-robed old man cupped his hands towards the young woman in the distance before turning around to leave, although Xuan Peng really wanted to have a lengthy discussion with Lu Mei in hopes of finally getting past his barrier and ascending to the Dao Emperor realm in the future. He knew that now was not the right time for him to do so after all. Regardless of how generous Lu Mei may be and willing to accommodate him. The old man's skin wasn't thick enough to sit around and talk over a cup of tea. After his junior had just slaughtered one of his companions and caused the rest of them to flee. With a respectful look, Lu Mei stood up and cupped her hands in response. As she saw the white-robed elder take his leave. No matter what. Xuan Peng was a respected elder and was someone who had treated Shen Long and the others fairly during their stay in the holy sect. So Lu Mei would naturally treat the man with proper respect as well. In fact, if it wasn't for the black-robed elder Ming being hellbent on entering the Five Elements protective formation earlier, Lu Mei would have been willing to take a step back and give Xuan Peng some face. Unfortunately, Lu Mei had already learned the hard way that appearing weak within the City of Immortals was tantamount to suicide. Thus the only course of action left for her was to thoroughly deal with the black-robed old man. Barely a minute had passed since Xuan Peng left the place, before Xingbi's figure gradually emerged from the shadows. Appearing directly in front of the Death Eater, the blonde-haired beauty had a warm smile on her face as she sat atop the enormous monster's back, right next to Lu Mei. Before she looked at her and said confidently, "Mei, there's no need to wait any longer. Let's return to that oasis." Moments afterwards, Lu Mei's lips curved up into a bewitching smile. And after casting one last look at the Five Elements protective formation behind her, she commanded the Death Eater to head straight towards the east of the Endless Desert. Naturally, the easternmost part of the desert was where the illusion oasis was located, and was precisely Lu Mei's and Xingyi's target this time. The last time the two women were there, their group had taken a little more than a month to reach the outer edge of the oasis. And that was while they were traveling on the back of a peak rank 6. Wind-attributed magic beast like Little Silver. This time, Lu Mei estimated that with the Death Eater's speed, it would take them approximately half a year to reach that place, but of course, as long as they could get revenge against Mao Huang and that black-robed young man named Go Chen, even traveling for more than a year would be worth it. As for Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan, although the two of them were also eager to get payback after the humiliation that Mao Huang had subjected them all to, but since they had yet to reach the peak of the Dao King realm, they both understood that they could only sit back and quietly cultivate this time. After all, putting the mysterious Go Chen aside, Lu Mei and Xingyi were more than enough to deal with someone at Mao Huang's level. Of course, Mao Huang himself wasn't weak by any means, and could even be considered above average even by the standards of most peak rank 9 Dao Kings. Still, in front of someone like Lu Mei or Xingyi, the yellow-robed man would only last for a couple of minutes at most before he ends up losing his life as the two young women traveled towards the east. Shen Long continued to cultivate quietly within the Five Elements protective formation, as the heaven-swallowing vine continued to provide him with unending amounts of purified immortal qi at this point. Shen Long's cultivation had already reached the peak of rank 7 in the Dao King realm and was only a step away from advancing to the early rank 8. Still, as he attempted to form the 64th golden ball of qi and push it inside the Monarch's hourglass, an invisible type of pressure had already started to form around his body, clearly trying to prevent him from going any further. The closer one was getting towards the peak of the Dao King realm, the more difficult it would become as they reached the later stages. This was even more so for people like Jiang Chen, Bai Longshan, and Xingyi, who were cultivating high-grade immortal tier techniques. The stronger one's cultivation technique was, the more retaliation they would have to face from the heavens as they advanced further in their cultivation. Techniques like Lu Mei's blood absorption art were the exception, and even those had their own drawbacks in return. As for Shen Long and his Monarch's hourglass, even Little Black couldn't ascertain how tough it would be for someone like his master to reach the peak of the Dao King realm this time. In fact, if it wasn't for the endless amounts of immortal qi that everyone could absorb inside the City of Immortals, the Black Dragon wasn't certain if even Shen Long's massive fortune of high-grade spirit stones would have been enough to last him until he reached the peak of the Dao King realm. Like this, time continued to pass within the endless desert, and soon another year had already gone by. At this point,
Less than 2 years were left before the City of Immortals closed according to everyone's calculations. So those Dao Kings who had yet to make a decent harvest were finally starting to get desperate. At the same time, as the 10-year-old mark approached closer and closer, fights between cultivators became more frequent as a result. While even the peak stage Dao Kings could no longer stay on the sidelines and watch. Just like Elder Ming and his group previously. 2 more groups had ended up stumbling upon the 5 elements protective formation during the past year. But before they could create any trouble, they were quickly taken care of by Jiang Chen. Half a year after Lu Mei's and Xingyi's departure for the Illusion Oasis, Bai Longshan became the 3rd person to reach the peak of rank 9 meters, the Dao King realm. And a few days after that, Jiang Chen followed suit as well. However, even after reaching the peak of rank 9, Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan didn't let up and stop their progress. Instead, they focused on their body refinement cultivation, as they began to absorb the pills that Shenlong had refined for them using the golden skeleton. As for Shenlong, he had already reached the peak of rank 8 in the Dao King realm, and was only a step away from becoming a bona fide rank 9 Dao King. Finally, a few days later, the enormous silhouette of the Death Eater could be seen in the distance heading straight for the 5 elements protective formation, causing the ground to tremble with its every step and kicking up sand along the way. On the gigantic monster's back, Lu Mei's and Xingyi's faint figures could be seen as they conversed with each other, while a half-dead corpse could also be spotted hanging from the hideous monster's mouth. At the same time, the Death Eater's aura was so horrifying, and the killing intent and malice that the creature exuded was so intense, that along the way, the few Dao Kings who were unfortunate enough to encounter it immediately flew as far away as possible, unwilling to entangle themselves with such a terrifying monster, whether it was the creature's own strength or the mutilated figure of a peak rank 9 Dao King that it was carrying. Both of those factors were scary enough to act as a deterrent against most other Dao Kings in the endless desert. As soon as the Death Eater entered the 5 elements protective formation, Shenlong was the first one to open his eyes, immediately followed by Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan. Before everyone cast their gazes towards the half-dead figure that the monster was carrying almost simultaneously. Naturally, that figure belonged to the yellow-robed peak rank 9 Dao King named Mao Huang. However, unlike the first time that Jiang Chen and the others met him, this time Mao Huang lacked any of the original poise and arrogance that he carried himself with when he interacted with others. Instead, the only thing that could be seen was the half-dead, almost unrecognizable face of a young man who was full of wounds from head to toe, staring at his surroundings with a listless look on his face. His previously expensive and neatly tied robes had now turned into nothing but rags that even the beggars on the streets wouldn't throw a glance at. Clearly, the mistreatment that Mao Huang had suffered during these past 6 months wasn't something that could be described with mere words. It was truly no different from someone who was living like a king, suddenly losing everything and being treated worse than a slave. And his misfortune all started half a year ago, when seemingly out of thin air, 2 extraordinarily beautiful women appeared inside the Illusion Oasis, both of them setting their sights on him at the same time. The 2 of them attacked him without any explanation, ambushing him with an army of mysterious skeletons, as well as hundreds of intangible shadows from all sides, not giving him even a chance to resist. Mao Huang wasn't weak, and in fact he even considered himself to be one of the stronger peak rank 9 Dao Kings within the Illusion Oasis. Even those who had gone deeper in to challenge the 2nd and 3rd levels of the Oasis weren't much stronger than him. Still, in the face of the 2 women's onslaught, the yellow-robed man appeared completely helpless, and could only be captured in the end. Ever since then, Mao Huang had been experiencing the worst humiliation of his life. He was being carried in the mouth of a terrifying magic beast that was oozing with endless killing intent, while his body was still filled with countless wounds and wasn't given a single chance to recover after their fight. The most humiliating part was that, for some reason, Mao Huang couldn't even muster the tiniest bit of qi to use and recover from his wounds or access his spatial ring during this time, since the hideous monster that was carrying him seemed to have the ability to suck his qi dry as well. Thus, he had spent the past half a year without any water, food, or spiritual qi, in a body that was heavily wounded and could collapse at any moment. Although Dao Kings didn't have a need for food or water and could sustain themselves with spiritual qi for more than a year without any issues. In Mao Huang's situation where he couldn't even absorb any spiritual qi either and on top of his extremely heavy injuries, he truly felt like he could succumb at any moment. The only thing that kept him going was his pure willpower, as well as his hatred against the two women who had ambushed him for no reason. After all, up until this day, Ma Huang didn't have any idea why the two of them had kidnapped him like this. Regardless of how much he asked during those past 6 months, Lu Mei and Xingyi refused to give him any explanation either. Ma Huang was, without a doubt, someone who preyed on the weak but didn't meddle with those who were too strong. His status as a disciple of the Flame Emperor Palace made sure to protect him from any retaliation by any powerful seniors as well. Therefore, he was very meticulous about the targets he chose to exploit. As long as it wasn't someone in the top 100 rankings of the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce, or someone with an extremely powerful backing, all others were fair game inside this place. And yet, despite constantly abiding by his own rules, Ma Huang couldn't guess how he had offended those two terrifying women. Meanwhile, the moment Jiang Chen's eyes landed on Ma Huang, despite the latter's face having turned almost unrecognizable by the Death Eater's treatment, he still couldn't suppress the surge of killing intent that was rising in his heart. Even Bai Longshan, who was usually taciturn and calm, now struggled to restrain himself from killing the yellow-robed man on the spot. Xuanlong was the only one who didn't seem to care about him at all. After throwing a single glance at the injured yellow-robed man who was now on the verge of death, he completely ignored him, before he turned his attention back to Lu Mei. Of course, although Xuanlong didn't care about Mao Huang, he clearly understood why Jiang Chen and the rest hated the man to the core after all. Not only had Mao Huang abused his higher cultivation base to humiliate them and rob them blind, but he had even used an extremely sinister poison that inflicted tremendous amounts of pain on his target before it killed them. Obviously, Ma Huang's plan wasn't just to kill his opponents, but to make them suffer as much as possible before they died. Naturally, although Mao Huang didn't remember any of this, Lu Mei and the others would never forget the pain that had tormented their souls back then. After all, the poison of the soul-tormenting grass could harm even Dao Emperors if they weren't careful, let alone middle or late-stage Dao Kings like them. Cupping his hands, Jiang Chen faced Lu Mei and Xingyi and bowed slightly before he said in a hoarse voice, "I will not forget this favor, sisters." Just as his voice rang out, a gigantic fist of darkness appeared in the air above Jiang Chen, before it flew straight towards Mao Huang in the distance. "No. You bastards, at least tell me." Mao Huang's furious voice was quickly drowned into nothingness as his entire body was submerged in the darkness soon after. As Jiang Chen's fist passed through him, the peak-stage Dao King seemed to have completely vanished from the face of the endless desert, leaving behind nothing but a red-colored spatial ring. Although Lao Mei hadn't said anything this entire time, Jiang Chen understood that she and Xingyi had deliberately kept Mao Huang alive and brought him all the way back, merely because he had mentioned that he personally wanted to take revenge. Without another word, Jiang Chen cupped his hands a second time, before sitting on the ground and focusing his full attention on Xingyi and Lu Mei clearly. Since the two girls had returned with just Mao Huang but Go Chen was nowhere in sight, something unexpected must have taken place. Of course, the thought that Lu Mei and Xingyi had failed to deal with Go Chen didn't even cross Jiang Chen's mind. After all, despite the fact that Go Chen was ranked within the top 100 among the Dao Kings who had entered the City of Immortals, Jiang Chen understood that single-handedly beating Lu Mei or escaping from Xingyi's shadows should have been close to impossible for him. In fact, Jiang Chen estimated that the number of people who could contend with Lu Mei's current army inside the City of Immortals wouldn't even exceed 301 following Jiang Chen's actions. Bai Longshan took a seat on the ground next to Xuanlong, before turning his gaze towards the two women as well. At this point, judging from Lu Mei's expression, Bai Longshan could also tell that something out of the ordinary had probably happened. Indeed, in the next moment, Lu Mei waved her hand allowing the Death Eater to disappear, before she looked at Xuanlong and said somewhat hesitantly, "Long Ji. About that Go Chen there is something you need to know." As her voice trailed off, Lu Mei cast one last glance at Mao Huang's figure, where nothing but that red-colored spatial ring was now left. Before she continued, when Xingyi and I arrived back at the oasis, Go Chen had already left, and even that Mao Huang was preparing to leave. As for the magic beasts waiting outside, there weren't even 1,000 of them left anymore. Lu Mei's voice was cool and tranquil, without any hints of urgency. And yet Shenlong couldn't help but involuntarily raise his eyebrows when he heard it. Before a serious expression gradually covered his face, those guys actually left. They gave up on obtaining more drops of immortal water and left just like that. At this point, Shenlong understood that something truly unexpected must have happened to cause both Mao Huang and Go Chen to leave the illusion oasis, when they could have just kept harvesting drops of immortal water in peace. Additionally, it wasn't just those two, but the remaining Dao Kings inside the oasis as well that had started to leave. Originally, when Shenlong had visited the place, just the early and middle-ranked 6 magic beasts standing guard outside numbered more than 7,000. But now, not even 1,000 of them were left. Immortal water by itself was so valuable that even Dao Emperors would fight over a few hundred drops of it. So for mere Dao Kings to give it up so readily and go elsewhere, things weren't that simple. Nodding her head, Xingyi looked at Shenlong, and answered affectionately, "Right. Mei and I were very curious about this as well." Apparently everyone was leaving the illusion oasis and were hurrying towards the south. But after asking around, we quickly found out why. It seems like a new trial has opened and everyone is rushing to get there as fast as they can. As she finished speaking, however, Xingyi suddenly lowered her head and fell silent, as if she had abruptly fallen in contemplation over something. At this point though, how could Shenlong not realize what the two women were worried about? In fact, Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan seemed to have similar expressions as well. After all, a new trial suddenly appearing, especially one that was appealing enough to draw out experts like Go Chen, should be filled with rewards that far eclipse those from the illusion oasis. Treasures like the immortal water may not even be that much in comparison. Otherwise, why would someone like Go Chen or Mao Huang even choose to leave in the first place? However, Shenlong had yet to break through and become a peak rank 9 Dao King. Regardless of what type of treasures that trial may contain, were they worth his time to stop cultivating and make that trip? What if he failed to break through and reach the peak of the Dao King stage within the next 2 years because of this? No matter what, Shenlong had already emphasized that the most important thing he had to focus on was creating a perfect foundation while in the Dao King realm. Absorbing the immortal chi in this place was an immeasurable opportunity. So why would he give it up to explore a new trial that may be hiding countless dangers instead? Regardless of what type of treasures he could obtain, if he had to give up his perfect foundation, it wouldn't be worth it. And yet, contrary to Lu Mei's and the others' expectations, Shenlong actually stood up and dusted the sand off his robes before he said calmly, "Since this trial is drawing everyone over, why don't we go and take a look as well? Who knows? There might be something interesting." Before Lu Mei and the others could interject, Shenlong casually walked a few steps forward and picked up Mao Huang's spatial ring that was still on the ground. Before he continued, "Of course, if it wasn't for this, I would have stayed inside the 5 elements protective formation and cultivated until I reached the peak of the Dao King realm. But now, we can go over and have a look." Surprised expressions followed by unconcealed looks of joy quickly appear on Bai Longshan's and the others' faces. At this point, and with less than 2 years left before the City of Immortals closed, it would be a lie if they said that they weren't interested in this new trial whatsoever. After all, after cultivating in seclusion for so long, everyone was eager to test out their strength. At the same time, Shenlong simply smiled and shook his head before he sent his spiritual sense inside Mao Huang's spatial ring. Naturally, he was also curious to find out what kind of new trial could draw Go Chen and the others over like that. But he was equally as curious to see the contents of Mao Huang's spatial ring as dawn began to emerge and illuminate the City of Immortals once more. The scorching heat of the endless desert continued to batter the unsuspecting Dao Kings who dared to pass through its vicinity. The grains of sand, baked for countless years, had already turned a deeper shade of orange, reflecting the desert's unforgiving and relentless nature. Surprisingly enough, Even Dao Kings weren't immune to the heat inside the endless desert. Things were somewhat tolerable for body refiners whose sturdy bodies could resist the overwhelming heat to a certain extent. But for most cultivators who had yet to temper their bodies, they could only protect themselves using their chi. Otherwise, even taking a single step would be torturous. And yet, Xuanlong and his group were casually walking through the desert as they headed towards the south. As if the heat didn't bother them in the slightest. After taking a look inside Mao Huang's spatial ring and verifying its contents, Xuanlong didn't waste any time and gathered everyone before they began their journey towards the south. Normally, this trip would have only taken them a couple of months if they were traveling on the back of a peak rank 6 magic beast. But now that they were traveling on foot, Xuanlong estimated that it would probably take them at least a year to arrive in their destination. Even if he made use of his Tao of space in between to shorten the distance. However, since Little Silver was now focused on absorbing the core of the windworm that Little Black had killed back in the Wind Dragon's forest, and was already in the process of advancing to become a rank 7 magic beast, their group could only travel on foot. And yet, Xuanlong didn't seem to mind this type of journey at all. And in fact even relished the idea of tempering his body under this environment. After all, in the past couple of years, Xuanlong had already consumed nearly 30 pills that he had concocted using the Golden Skeleton's essence, bringing his monarch's eternal body to the middle of the 6th stage. Now, he was only a step away from the peak of the 6th stage as well. Although the heat from the endless desert wasn't strong enough to pierce through his defenses and harm him, it was still enough to slightly stimulate his body's latent potential, allowing him to absorb the pill's effects even faster. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan were also mere steps away from reaching the peak of the 6th stage in body refinement. So this type of training was just as beneficial to them. Lu Mei and Xingyi were the only ones who didn't find the environment of the endless desert particularly interesting, but the two women were completely unfazed by the heat as well, as they were protected by Lu Mei's Tao of Ice. Although Lu Mei's proficiency in the Tao of Ice was only at an elementary level and couldn't be used to fight other Tao Kings, it was still more than enough to protect her and Xingyi from the heat of the desert. Like this, time continued to pass as Xuanlong's group of 5 traveled towards the south. And in the blink of an eye, a month had already gone by surprisingly. Other than the extreme heat, the desert didn't seem to hold any dangers that could threaten a group of peak stage Tao Kings, making their journey particularly peaceful. Occasionally, a few middle rank 6 magic beasts would show their faces and try to attack them. But none of them could survive more than a few strikes from Lu Mei's undead knights. It was a monotonous routine with no change in scenery. But Xuanlong could clearly feel his body getting stronger and stronger by the day, as his physique inched closer towards the peak of the 6th stage. Eventually, as the 2nd month came to an end, Xuanlong saw his surroundings which had gradually begun to change. The dull, uninteresting desert with its countless grains of sand seemed to have finally come to an end. And in its place, vast, verdant plains began to emerge. Finally, we're finally out of that accursed desert. Bai Longshan's voice wasn't loud, but a myriad of emotions were contained within it as the young man stared at his new surroundings in excitement. Looking at the vast, grassy landscape that spanned for countless miles and feeling a cool gust of wind caressing his face, Bai Longshan couldn't help but feel refreshed for the first time in a while. Of course, Xuanlong could also share Bai Longshan's feelings at this point. After all, the 5 of them had already spent more than 6 years within the endless desert, doing nothing but cultivating diligently the entire time. No matter what, spending so long in such a dull environment was bound to make someone bored and crave a change of scenery then. As the 3rd month came to an end, Jiang Chen was actually the first one to break through and reach the peak of the 6th stage in body refinement, followed by Bai Longshan just a few days later. At this point, both Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan could confidently claim that they had already reached their absolute limits within the Tao King realm. And yet, Xuanlong could also tell that within the next couple of months at most, he would complete his breakthrough as well. Although his monarch's eternal body required far more resources than other body refinement cultivators of the same realm, Xuanlong could clearly sense that his muscles were now brimming with energy. And he was merely half a step away from reaching the peak of the Dao King realm in body refinement as well 2 months later however. Just as Xuan felt that his body was almost fully saturated with energy, and was about to attempt his breakthrough, the entire City of Immortals faced a massive change. The sky suddenly began to darken and even the mountain that Xuan was standing on began to violently tremble. As if it was suddenly struck by a monumental earthquake. Before the voice of an old man resounded loudly within Xuan's mind. Little brats of this mortal world. Welcome to the trial grounds of my Imperial Mandate sect. The old man's voice wasn't overly loud. But Xuan could still feel his spiritual sea shudder for some reason. In the beginning, he felt as if the old man's voice was being transmitted directly into his mind. But as time passed, he quickly realized that things weren't as simple as that. The owner of the voice didn't just use his soul sense to transmit it. But there was some extremely mystical quality to it that made his voice reverberate throughout the entire City of Immortals. It didn't matter where someone was, what type of place they were trapped in, or what type of treasures they tried to use to defend themselves from any external influence. Once the old, ancient voice resounded through the air. Every single Dao King present in the City of Immortals heard its contents whether they wished to or not. In fact, the Dao King realm cultivators weren't the only ones who seemed to have heard it. In the second level of the City of Immortals, a similar scene was taking place as well. The Dao Emperors there abruptly halted their actions and turned to look at the now darkened sky, where an enormous blurry face had already started taking shape. Before the old man's voice echoed in their minds as well. Whether you were strong enough to survive all by yourselves so far, whether you used others, or if you simply hid away and avoided trouble, it's all irrelevant. The only thing that matters is that you stayed alive. Strength is a skill. Cunningness is a skill. But luck, that's an even more important skill for cultivators to have. Since all of you were fortunate enough to survive until today, it means that fate has bestowed a chance upon you. Step into the heavenly tower and test yourselves. This old man will give you all a chance to shed your mortal shell and embark on the true path to immortality. A second tremor rang through the City of Immortals as the old man's voice uttered that last sentence. Before the gigantic face in the sky gradually vanished, the billowing dark clouds slowly receded, and the intense earthquake stopped as well, allowing the City of Immortals to return back to its original atmosphere. And yet, a deafening silence permeated the place as Bai Longshan and the others kept staring at the sky in a daze. Trial grounds. So this City of Immortals is actually a sect's trial grounds. Bai Longshan could no longer conceal the shock in his heart after realizing the implications behind the old man's words. No matter what, for a single sect to have created such an enormous place merely to test its new disciples was nothing short of unbelievable. At least as far as Bai Longshan's imagination went. He couldn't fathom how terrifying of a power this Imperial Mandate sect must have been. To be able to create a place like this. Imperial Mandate sect, I don't think I have heard of this name before. Jiang Chen shook his head as he pondered the old man's words as well. From what he could infer at least, Jiang Chen could tell that this Imperial Mandate sect certainly wasn't a native of the central continent and most likely came from somewhere deep in the immortal dimension. Otherwise, that old man wouldn't have called them little brats of this mortal world. And yet, although Jiang Chen wasn't a native of the immortal dimension, he possessed at least some rudimentary knowledge about most of the first-rate sects who ruled a region in the immortal dimension. But he had never heard the name Imperial Mandate sect before. Unable to come to a conclusion, he eventually turned to Xuan hoping for an answer. And yet, to Jiang Chen's and the others' surprise, Xuan seemed to have fallen deep in his thoughts as well. After a few moments of silence, Xuan finally closed his eyes and let his consciousness slip into the foggy space inside the Stone of Time before he asked curiously Little Black. What do you think? Little Black's bright blue eyes resembled a deep, serene lake at this moment. As the Black Dragon answered calmly, Master doesn't need to think about this matter too much. After all, such practices are actually commonplace in the immortal dimension. There are endless mortal worlds out there. And this mortal world that Master lives in is just one among many. Although the immortal dimension is extremely vast, It's only natural for those sects who are always looking for talented disciples to search through these mortal worlds as well. As for this Imperial Mandate sect, although I have never heard of that name before, judging from how long their trial ground has been around, they must be at least a second-rate sect in the immortal dimension. Xuanlong nodded after hearing Little Black's assessment before he opened his eyes again. Indeed, most things seem to have fallen into place this way. The demon-fanged city, the stone mural, and the illusion oasis. Every single place that Xuanlong and his group had visited so far was always a trial followed by a reward. Depending on how well one performed during the trial, the more demon-fanged mice one hunted, the more rewards they could obtain from the city. And the longer one stayed in the illusion oasis, the more immortal water they could get their hands on in the end. As for the stone mural, that was a trial that purely depended on one's talent. Of course, Xuanlong had no idea how many more trials the entire City of Immortals had. But there were surely many, many more. Besides, since this City of Immortals was, in reality, the trial grounds of an immortal sect, Xuanlong could finally guess why it was only Dao Kings and Dao Emperors who were allowed to enter inside. With a deep breath, he then closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the ground as he emptied his mind. First, he was planning to complete his breakthrough and reach the peak of the 6th stage in body refinement, before paying a visit to that heavenly tower. As soon as the old man's voice faded, a translucent beam of light shot up from the southernmost part of the City of Immortals, extending all the way towards the sky. This beam of light was extremely thin, and was barely visible from Xuanlong's location. And yet without a doubt it was there. Although Xuanlong wasn't certain about it. If he had to guess, then that light was most likely related to the heavenly tower that the old man had just mentioned. For now, though, Xuanlong had already put that matter at the back of his mind and was instead focused on his imminent breakthrough. At this point, the energy in his body was practically overflowing after consuming dozens of the golden skeleton's pills, causing his muscles to brim with power. With his eyes closed, he allowed the remnant streams of energy inside him to travel through his meridians, before his muscles, bones, tendons, and blood all greedily absorbed them like a group of voracious beasts. At this point, Xuanlong's body resembled an insatiable black hole. It didn't matter how much energy he absorbed. His body would devour it all without fail. Finally, half a day later, he could faintly feel something inside him break. It was like an invisible barrier had just been shattered, before a tremendous burst of power surged within him. At that moment, Lu Mei and the others who were standing guard around the mountain all turned their gazes towards Xuanlong, only to end up witnessing an unbelievable scene taking place. Xuanlong was still sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. And yet spatial rifts had already started to appear everywhere around him. The surrounding space had inexplicably started to shatter, thoroughly obliterating everything the spatial rifts touched. Even the tip of the mountain that Xuanlong was standing on was ground to dust mere moments later. Unable to handle the destructive power of those rifts. Is this really the power of a 6th stage body refiner? Just how strong did Brother Shun get? The distant Bai Longshan couldn't help but mutter in a low voice as he stared at Xuanlong's seated figure in astonishment. Others may not fully understand the source of his shock, but as a peak 6th stage body refiner, Bai Longshan was well aware of what this scene in front of him truly meant. Just the residual power of Xuanlong's breakthrough had caused the space around him to shatter, and had even ended up destroying a big chunk of the mountain he was standing on just now. Then, just how strong would his physical body be if Xuanlong actually exerted his full power? Bai Longshan didn't know, but he had a feeling that even a horde of peak rank 6 magic beasts may not be able to stop the current Xuanlong in the central continent. It was common knowledge that Dao King realm cultivators were able to eradicate entire cities from existence with a single powerful strike, although that was a bit of an exaggeration. Reality wasn't that far off from it either as for 6th stage body refiners. Although their physical bodies were much more durable, and their abilities were even more suited towards close combat than chi refiners, they couldn't quite achieve the same destructive effects in their attacks. This was the difference between body refiners and chi refiners after all. The first possessed extremely sturdy bodies that were suited for close combat and could regenerate from almost any wounds they received, while the latter could harness the chi around them and could learn countless mystical martial skills, including ones that were capable of razing an entire city to the ground. Provided that this city wasn't protected by any powerful formations, of course. However, Bai Longshan had a feeling that the current Shenlong could most likely achieve similar effects and bring down an entire city on his own, using just the might of his physical body. Or at least that was the feeling he got after looking at those terrifying space rifts and the scene of mass destruction they had caused. A few moments later, Shenlong finally opened his eyes and took a deep breath, before he turned his attention towards Lu Mei and the others who were still waiting for him. Almost at the same time, the half a dozen spatial rifts around him all vanished, allowing his surroundings to quickly return back to normal if one excluded the half-destroyed mountain range he was standing on that was now on the verge of collapse. Luckily, there were no magic beasts in the vicinity around them, or a scene of carnage may have very well followed as well. With a solemn look on his face, Jiang Chen took a step forward and approached Shenlong. Before he said with a conflicted look in his eyes, "Every time you break through I feel like I get left further and further behind. No matter how hard I try, I can never seem to catch up in the end. Ha! It's all right. You can just ignore my rant." For the first time since he started cultivating, even a genius like Jiang Chen actually felt inferior to someone else. On one hand, Jiang Chen truly felt happy in his heart. After all, Shenlong was the person he had decided to follow, and he treated him both as a leader and a friend. So the stronger Shenlong was getting, the happier Jiang Chen got as well. On the other hand, however, Jiang Chen considered Shenlong and Bai Longshan his rivals as well. Naturally, seeing one of them become so unreasonably strong to the point where Jiang Chen didn't even feel like he had a chance fighting against right now was also a bit disheartening. Of course, it wasn't that Shenlong was completely unbeatable, but Jiang Chen could instinctively tell that after his most recent breakthrough, he would only have a fighting chance if he truly went all out. Barring the use of his bloodline power, of course. While Shenlong relied solely on the power of his physical body to fight him and didn't use the slightest bit of his skill otherwise, it would just be a one-sided beatdown instead with how powerful Shenlong's Dao of Time was. To have such an overwhelmingly strong physique on top of that made him truly a peerless monster. Jiang Chen couldn't fathom how any other Dao King in the City of Immortals could possibly fight Shenlong on equal grounds anymore. What kind of monster would that person have to be? Ultimately, comparison was truly the thief of joy. A few moments later though, Jiang Chen quickly recomposed himself before another thought flashed through his mind. It's still all right. Right now we may not be of much help to him, but once we step into the sovereign realm things will be different. Especially so for that Buddhist bastard. As he sorted out his thoughts, Jiang Chen threw a glance at Bai Longshan, before his eyes flashed with a sharp glint. At the same time, Shenlong didn't say anything, but seeing Jiang Chen's expression change into a determined one caused his lips upward, forming a slight smile. Curve. It was clear that after witnessing his last breakthrough, both Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan were thinking the same thing. It didn't matter if they weren't the strongest ones in the group, but at the very least, they would never allow themselves to become a burden. Shortly afterwards, as if on cue, everyone turned their gazes towards the distant beam of light that was still piercing the sky, staring at the thin, almost invisible incandescent pillar of brightness. Xing Yi finally asked, a hint of excitement adorning her voice. Brother Long, should we go have a look? Just like Shenlong, everyone else had also guessed by now that the gigantic pillar of light was most likely related to that heavenly tower the old man had mentioned, although they didn't have any concrete proof. Considering the timing of the pillar's appearance and the fact that it was located in the far south, that was most likely the case. Nodding his head, Shenlong stood up and dusted off his clothes, before he turned to Lu Mei and the rest and said with a smile, let's hurry up then. If this is the trial that Go Chen and the others were heading to, we are already lagging behind. At this point, Shenlong didn't know if the Heavenly Tower was the same trial that Go Chen and the other Dao Kings from the Immortal Oasis were aiming for, but he guessed that the chances of that being true were relatively high. Of course, He didn't have any idea how Go Chen and the others could have found out about the location of the tower beforehand. But that wasn't really that important anyway. After all, anyone among those Dao Kings who could rank in the top 100 in the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce list were elites among the elites of the central continent. Naturally, they had their own ways of procuring information as well. In the next moment, Xuanlong raised his right hand and slashed the air in front of him, opening up a human-sized space tier. Now that his physical body had reached the peak of the 6th stage, he could faintly feel his affinity towards the Tao of space increasing as well, although his comprehension of it was still far from reaching the peak of the Tao King realm. The space tiers that he created could now cover even larger distances. A month later, the faint outline of a tower finally appeared on the horizon, although Xuanlong and his group were still a good distance away from it. They could clearly see the imposing white tower and the brilliant white light it was emitting. During the past month, they had also noticed plenty of other groups of Tao Kings all traveling in the direction of the tower. But unsurprisingly, none of them were willing to try and mess with others. It was almost as if every single person inside the City of Immortals had now made reaching the tower their sole goal, of course. Part of that was also due to the survivors that were left. At this point, only the strongest, most powerful, and most insidious of Tao Kings would be left alive within the City of Immortals. By now, nearly 9 years had passed since the City of Immortals opened its gates. So everyone knew that most of the weaklings would have already been filtered out one way or another. Whether that was due to the countless dangers that lingered in this place, or due to other Tao Kings dealing with them. Ultimately, the end result could only be one. Anyone who could survive at this point must have either been a battle-hardened veteran, or someone blessed by fortune. Still, Xuanlong and his group didn't pay the majestic white tower in the distance more than a couple of glances before everyone focused on the present as Lu Mei's undead knights severed the neck of a 6 meter 20 feet tall, scaled magic beast that resembled a two-headed snake. Bai Longshan finished another one off, before he wiped the blood off his sword and huffed in a tired tone, "Just how many of them are there? We've already killed more than 100 and they still keep coming. Aren't they afraid of death at all?" Shaking his head, Xuanlong sent a punch forward, obliterating another of those two-headed snakes before he answered calmly, "Twin-headed earth snakes are among the deadliest and most vicious middle rank 6 magic beasts. They may not be overly strong, but their poison is enough to take down even peak rank 6 magic beasts given enough time. Still, their worst trait is that they are extremely aggressive. Once they mark a target, they will either kill it, or they will all die trying." During this past month, Xuanlong's group had to deal with dozens of different magic beasts that ambushed them without stop. Although most of those magic beasts were merely early rank 6 magic beasts that were only equivalent to early stage Tao Kings, their sheer numbers alone were enough to threaten even some newly advanced late stage Tao Kings still. In front of Lu Mei's army of undead monsters, early rank 6 magic beasts were no different from cannon fodder. They couldn't even get close enough to Xuanlong and the others before Lu Mei's skeletons and her undead knights obliterated them. However, the closer Xuanlong and his group got to the distant white tower, the more frequent and stronger the attacks of the magic beasts became. Finally, a week later, even a peak rank 6 magic beast decided to show its fangs. A beast that looked like a red-colored ape was now towering over Xuanlong, staring at the blue-robed young man in front of it with endless ferocity in its dark yellow eyes. The blood-devouring ape was just barely over 3 meters, 10 feet, tall, with bright red skin that seemed almost sunburned, and extremely long limbs that weren't proportional to its torso. The beast wasn't even as tall as most other peak rank 6 magic beasts. And yet, Xuanlong knew that it was actually much more dangerous than the majority of peak rank 6 magic beasts out there. The blood-devouring ape's physique was extremely sturdy, so much so that it even allowed it to resist the attacks of other rank 6 magic beasts directly. Although the twin-headed earth snakes that Xuanlong had fought earlier were powerful middle rank 6 magic beasts that could even threaten a peak rank 6 magic beast if they banded together. If they were faced with the blood-devouring ape, the snakes could only flee in terror. After all, their fangs weren't strong enough to pierce through the ape's steel-like skin, nor could they overpower it in a show of strength. However, Xuanlong simply smiled as he looked at the towering figure of the ape that was only half the size of a normal twin-headed earth snake. before he shook his head and said flatly, "I don't mind playing with you. But you are not much stronger than my little Silver. You are only going to suffer if you don't step aside." The blood-devouring ape roared angrily at the provocation of the tiny, insignificant human, before its thick legs suddenly kicked the ground underneath it, propelling it forward at a terrifying speed. Although the ape couldn't understand human language, as a peak rank 6 magic beast, it was intelligent enough to understand that Xuan was looking down on it at this moment. A weak human that was only half its size was looking at it with eyes no different than those the ape had used when it hunted its meals. How could an overlord among peak rank 6 magic beasts tolerate such disrespect? Roar! The ape's roar grew almost deafening, its wild eyes blazing with fury as it closed the distance between them like a crimson blur as its massive body flew through the air. The beast swung its long arms, aiming to take down Xuan in a single strike. The ape's arms covered both the left and the right side its opponent could escape to, giving him no path to retreat. To begin with, the distance between the azure-robed man and the ferocious magic beast was only a dozen meters or so, which, for a peak rank 6 magic beast, was a distance that could be covered in a single leap. And yet, contrary to the beast's expectations, the small human didn't even try to move and avoid its strike. Instead, he merely stretched out his own arms and tried to catch the ape's arms directly. The blood-devouring ape's eyes flashed with mirth as the powerful beast put all of its remaining strength behind its attack. Since the arrogant human wasn't backing down, it was going to pulverize him without holding back. However, the scene that followed caused the ape's heart to instantly turn cold before a feeling of dread overwhelmed the powerful beast. The blue-robed young man effortlessly blocked the two descending arms that flanked him from both directions, easily holding them down before he turned towards the ape, staring straight into the beast's cold yellow eyes. The blood-devouring ape felt its heart plunging deep into the abyss as it realized it couldn't free its arms from the small human's grasp for the first time since becoming a peak rank 6 magic beast. The ape finally felt the threat of death looming over its head like an inescapable blade ready to strike. Throwing one last glance at the large beast in front of him, Xuan merely shook his head and said disinterestedly, "You may be a little bit stronger than Little Silver, but that's all there is to it. You are not bad for a rare-grade magic beast, but you still can't compare to the stronger ones out there." With a casual flick of his wrist, Xuan hurled the ape's gigantic body aside, sending it flying into a distant hill. The small hill immediately exploded upon coming in contact with the ape's body, raising a cloud of debris and dust in the process. And yet, a moment later, the blood-devouring ape stood back on its feet, appearing completely unharmed. Its thick hide hadn't even been damaged and its steel-like body was still brimming with power. Still, a hint of confusion could be seen in the crimson ape's eyes as it stood back up and stared at the blue-robed young man in the distance. But to its surprise, Xuan didn't throw another glance at it before he turned around and walked away, heading further towards the south. Roar! The crimson ape let out one last, deafening roar, before eventually lowering its head and staring silently at the blue-robed young man's back that disappeared further into the distance. With its intelligence, the blood-devouring ape could tell that if Xuan had wanted to harm it, he could have easily done so during that last strike of his. And yet, the blue-robed young man had decided to let it go for some reason. The crimson ape couldn't understand why, but it still felt a mixture of resentment and gratitude brewing in its heart. Resentment because it had been treated like a mischievous child by a human, but gratitude because its life had been spared because of that. Meanwhile, Xuan had already put the matter of the blood-devouring ape to the back of his mind as he kept walking further towards the south, with Lu Mei and the others following right behind him. As for the reason why he had decided to spare the crimson ape, the answer was actually fairly simple. Although the blood-devouring ape was a peak rank 6 magic beast, it wasn't as if Xuan was lacking in beast cores at this moment. As for the blood-devouring ape itself, although its flesh and blood were indeed nutritious and could allow a 6th stage body refiner to increase their strength if they consumed it, for Xuan who had already reached the peak of the 6th stage, the ape's flesh wasn't going to have any effect. Like this, Xuan and his group continued to move forward, obliterating even the peak rank 6 magic beasts that blocked their way. And finally, 2 weeks later, they arrived in front of the majestic, enormous white tower in the center of those vast plains, surrounded by thousands of late-stage Dao kings and powerful magic beasts. A tower made from pure white marble stood tall, looking like it had been there since time immemorial. The majestic white tower appeared like a sentinel from a forgotten age, weathering the passage of countless eons. And yet the corruption of time didn't seem to have any effect on it whatsoever. The myriad of transparent golden runes on its surface were still vibrant and vivid, forming numerous intricate formations. While from the top of the tower itself, a brilliant white light could be seen spreading outwards, drawing the eyes of anyone who laid their gaze upon it. Even from a distance away, the tower's dazzling radiance was clear for everyone to see, attracting all those nearby Dao kings like moths to a flame. But it was only after arriving in front of the tower itself that Xuan Long could truly appreciate the magnitude of the monumental creation. As he approached closer and closer towards it, Xuan Long could also see the different groups of Dao kings that had gathered around the tower's entrance. Many of those Dao kings chose to dismount from their magic beasts and ask others what was going on, while a small minority among them decided to walk straight through the tower's entrance without a second thought. The most eye-catching sight, however, was definitely the sheer number of those Dao kings present. No matter where Xuan Long looked, whether it was the east, west, north, or even south, droves of Dao kings were flying from every direction, all of them congregating in front of the majestic tower. Practically everyone among them seemed to be late-stage Dao kings as well, while the vast majority of them were even rank 9 Dao kings. Painting a truly spectacular scene, however. What surprised Xuan Long the most was neither the umpteen number of Dao kings around the tower, nor the tens of thousands of rank 6 magic beasts stationed outside its entrance. It wasn't even the tower's picturesque-like beauty nor the heavenly radiance that it was clearly emitting, which made it seem like a second sun. No. What truly shocked Xuan Long was the unique aura coming from the depths of the heavenly tower's entrance. The aura of immortal Qi, as he felt the thick immortal Q that seeped through the tower's entrance. Xuan Long couldn't help but take a deep breath before he said with a bright look in his eyes, "This whole tower is a treasure. It's almost as if the entirety of unmortal Qi here originates from this place." Bai Longshan and the others all turned to look at Xuan Long with incredulous looks in their eyes. And for a moment, they almost forgot how to breathe. Even the visage of the majestic tower couldn't compare to the shock they were feeling in their hearts right now. As the same thought flashed through everyone's mind, was Xuan Long actually excited? None of them could remember the last time they had seen him like this. No. That was if they had even seen him like this. After all, how many treasures could enter his eyes and make him leave such remarks? And yet, Xuan Long merely scoffed after seeing everyone's reactions, before he shook his head, and asked dejectedly, "What? Do I not look human? It's only natural to get excited when there is something precious right in front of me." Of course, Xuan Long couldn't blame Jiang Chen and the others for their reactions, but he still shook his head in dejection. After all, it was true that he very rarely showed desire over anything, so it was easy to get misunderstood. However, it wasn't as if he had no desires whatsoever. Whether it was back in the king's palace, the Myriad Pills Pavilion in the northern sovereign's city, or the auction of the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce in Murong City, there was always something that piqued his interest. It just so happened that Xuan Long's standards were so far above others, that only a few truly rare treasures were enough to stir his heart. A couple of minutes later, Xuan Long and his group had already arrived in the vicinity of the tower, before heading straight towards its entrance. Just like the others, Xuan Long wasn't planning on wasting time idling around and was going to enter the heavenly tower straight away. He had already swept all of the nearby Dao kings using his soul sense a while ago, and had already verified that Go Chen wasn't anywhere among them, which most likely meant that that bastard had already entered the tower as well. As the group of 5 walked towards the majestic marble structure, however, the conversations of the nearby Dao kings entered Xuan Long's ears, causing Han to slow down his steps for a bit. "I heard that Zhou Tai has already passed the 4th floor of the heavenly tower and is planning to challenge the 5th. No wonder he is regarded as the 2nd most talented individual in the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce." Humph. Zhou Tai may be strong, but he still can't compare to our Tiangshuan dynasty's young lord. Young Lord Xuanlong passed the 4th floor long ago. And by now, he may have also passed the 5th. Who knows how strong he will be by the time he comes out. Fool! Do you think the 5th floor is that easy to pass? Xuanlong is only ranked 9th in the heavenly rankings. If he has already passed the 5th floor, then doesn't that mean that Huang Yun and the others have already passed it as well? What are you bragging about? As the conversations around them started to get more and more heated, Xuanlong and his group continued to walk towards the magnificent tower's gate unperturbed. However, the moment they arrived in front of the tower's gates, Xuanlong suddenly halted his steps and turned his gaze towards a gigantic slab of stone situated right above the tower's gates. At the very top of the stone, the words Heavenly Rankings were depicted in luminous golden letters. Their radiance so bright, it was almost blinding. Almost instinctively, Xuanlong glanced at the person in 9th place. And indeed, the name Xuanlong was there. Although Xuanlong had never met this young lord of the Tiangshuan dynasty, it was very likely that this person was one of those people the northern sovereign wanted to introduce him to before they entered the City of Immortals. Still, Xuanlong didn't pay too much attention to him and simply continued with the rest of the list. However, as his gaze continued to travel upwards, his eyes suddenly focused on the 7th spot, where an overly familiar name was situated, Heavenly Rankings. 7th, Zhang Tinfeng. Noticing Xuanlong's peculiar reaction, Lu Mei and the others gradually turned their gazes towards the large slab of stone situated above the heavenly tower's gates, before similar expressions appeared on their faces moments afterwards. Uncle Zhang. Father. What is going on? What is my father's name doing here? Zhang Chen couldn't help but ask in a surprised tone as he stared at the familiar name on the heavenly rankings list. Although it was true that Zhang Tinfeng had entered the City of Immortals alongside their group, Zhang Chen was well aware that his father was still a powerful rank 9 Dao Emperor. So naturally he must have been transported to the upper level of the City of Immortals. Therefore, if Zhang Tinfeng had somehow entered a heavenly tower in the upper level, his name should have appeared there instead. After a moment of serious contemplation, Bai Longshan was the first one to speak. As the handsome white-robed young man shook his head and assessed the situation, if I'm not wrong, this tower, or at least a similar heavenly tower, must have appeared on the upper level as well, where all the Dao Emperors like Uncle Zhang were sent to, since we already know now that this whole City of Immortals is a type of trial grounds for the Imperial Mandate sect. It's only logical to think that they would want to test both Dao Kings and Dao Emperors under similar trials. That's why it's only fair to assume that another heavenly tower must have appeared on the upper level as well. And if that's the case, it's very likely that these two towers are also connected with each other. This would also explain why Uncle Jiong's name appeared on the heavenly rankings list here. Bai Longshan's deduction was calm and collected, as if he was merely putting together the pieces of a puzzle. And yet the conclusion he came to was still startling nonetheless, for the trials between Dao Kings and Dao Emperors to be interconnected and even be ranked jointly. Just how confident was the Imperial Mandate sect of the fairness of their rankings? After all, Dao Emperors had access to many more abilities and powerful martial skills than mere Dao Kings, so that on its own was already a significant advantage for them. And yet, the more Xingyi and the others thought about it, the more they realized that Bai Longshan's hypothesis seemed to make sense. Nodding his head, Xuanlong looked at Zhang Chen and the others and said calmly, Longshan's theory is most likely correct. Even if the Heavenly Tower's trials aren't identical among Dao Kings and Dao Emperors, they should still be similar to a certain extent. As for what they contain, we can only find out after we enter the tower. The gates of the enormous Heavenly Tower were wide open, as if inviting the challengers to step inside and take on its mysterious trials. However, even from a distance, Xuanlong could still sense the familiar feeling of spatial fluctuations insidiously enveloping the tower's entrance. Clearly, the space within the interior of the tower was distorted and was much different from its external appearance. Still, a few moments later, Xuanlong and his group stepped forward, disappearing past the entrance and entering the heavenly tower. As he walked past the wooden gates of the majestic white tower,
Long completely emptied his mind and focused on perceiving his surroundings a moment later. The surrounding Dao kings near the tower's entrance. The numerous magic beasts stationed around the tower. And even the heavenly tower itself gradually distorted and became blurry. Before Long found himself within a vast expanse of emptiness. True darkness completely enveloped his surroundings. A darkness so thick that it was almost palpable and couldn't be pierced by the naked eye. Even after expanding his soul sense to sense his surroundings, Long still couldn't see anything around him, making him feel as if he was truly isolated in the middle of nowhere. There were very few things capable of completely blocking a person's soul sense, to the point where they felt they were practically blind. And yet, Long didn't seem worried in the slightest and merely waited calmly in the stifling silence. After all, he could still sense that his chi wasn't disrupted by the darkness, which meant that he could still use his Tao of time at will. It was only his soul sense and vision that were being impaired by it. Moments gradually turned into minutes. And finally, an incense stick of time later, a familiar old voice sounded in his mind, causing him to open his resting eyes. Aspiring disciples of my Imperial Mandate sect, welcome to the Heavenly Tower. Since you have already decided to take on my trial, this old man won't keep you waiting any further. The rules are simple: pass each floor of the Heavenly Tower and receive a corresponding reward depending on your performance. Fail and you may perish should any of you pass the first 3 floors of the Heavenly Tower. You will be allowed to become outer court disciples of my Imperial Mandate sect. Should you pass the first 5 floors, you will be allowed to take the test for inner court disciples directly after entering the sect. Passing the 6th floor means that you have talent comparable to the top inner court disciples of my Imperial Mandate sect. And should any of you pass the 7th floor, you will have a chance to learn directly under the Hall Masters. Now step forward and give it your all. This is your chance to seize your mortal fate. As the old man spoke, his voice became progressively louder and louder. During that last sentence, even Long could feel a slight pressure in his spiritual sea, causing him to frown for a moment. A few seconds later, however, the old man's voice disappeared, causing the pressure to vanish alongside it. Before Long felt his surroundings change once more, the darkness around him rapidly receded, revealing the scene it was hiding beneath its dark veil. As the darkness around him gradually receded, Long found himself at the heart of a vast, yet completely empty Colosseum. The ancient Colosseum seemed to be fully made of stone and spanned for miles and miles on end. And yet, aside from the soul azure-robed young man standing desolately at its very center, there didn't seem to be a single other soul in sight, other than the thousands upon thousands of exquisitely crafted stone seats filling the spectator stands or the countless grains of sand littering the ground. There didn't seem to be anything else in this place either. No. That was wrong. After taking a quick look around him, Long quickly noticed an anomaly. The ancient Colosseum may have been devoid of any living beings, but there was something peculiar that stood out, immediately attracting his attention. Just a few meters away from him, a small obsidian obelisk was erected in the center of the arena, its pointy edge facing the sky. The obsidian obelisk wasn't overly big, just a little more than a single meter in height. And yet its shiny luster painted a sharp contrast to its is that an appraisal obelisk. Long's voice was akin to a whisper, mumbling as he looked at the black obelisk just a few meters away from abandoned surroundings, quickly drawing Long's attention. However, within the desolate Colosseum, even that single whisper sounded eerie and out of place as it echoed throughout the ancient arena. Meanwhile, inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time, Little Black opened his bright azure eyes and studied the obsidian obelisk in silence. Just like his master, the Black Dragon didn't seem taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Of course, Little Black was well aware of how those immortal sects tested their new disciples, so something like that was only natural. Using an appraisal obelisk before the trials began was commonplace for those powerful sects who wanted to evaluate their disciples' achievements. Nodding his head, the Black Dragon examined the surface of the obelisk for a couple of minutes before he nodded his head and answered calmly, "Master is right. That's a low-grade appraisal obelisk. Although this one is only low-grade and cannot truly judge a person's talent based on their bone age, physique, cultivation stage,
and cultivation technique. It's still enough to evaluate mere Dao Kings and Dao Emperors while they undergo their tests. Xuanlong nodded his head, and after a moment of brief contemplation, he walked towards the obelisk. 8 simple words were engraved on its black onyx-like surface, looking like they were carved using a sword instead of a brush. The words were simple and didn't hide any profound meaning within them. But Xuanlong could still tell that each letter was sharp and forceful, like they were left there by the sword of a true sword expert. Use your qi to engrave your name here. A moment later, Xuanlong's fingers moved swiftly as he used his qi to inscribe 2 more characters on the black obelisk's surface. Xuanlong. The obelisk's surface was slightly cold to the touch, as if the entire monolith covered in a thin layer of ice. However, after absorbing Xuanlong's qi, a glowing silver light gradually enveloped the black obelisk, before abruptly vanishing from the ancient arena. Following the obelisk's disappearance, a change began to take place in the ancient Colosseum as well. In the next moment, Xuanlong could feel the qi in the air around him swirl and tremble, before it began to coalesce into the shape of a large, hideous abomination. A bony, cadaverous monster that resembled a lizard began to take shape a few meters away from Xuanlong, starting from its gigantic head and its beady-like eyes that were brimming with malice before moving towards its body. The gaunt monster extremely thin, almost emaciated, but contrary to its feeble and frail appearance, its long limbs were brimming with power. The long, sharp claws on its 4 legs resembled sharpened blades, while its rows of pointy fangs were capable of shattering even peak gold-grade weapons with a single bite. Xuanlong only needed a glance to recognize this peak rank 6 magic beast in front of him. After all, it was among the strongest rare-grade magic beasts, as well as the most dangerous ones. The ravenous earth lizard. At the same time that the lizard's body was forming, a similar scene was taking place at the other end of the arena. The figure of a small, 4-winged bird surrounded by crimson lightning began to take shape on the other side, starting from its sharp beak before moving towards the rest of its body. Although the bird was extremely small for a magic beast, not much larger than an eagle, the qi it took to form its diminutive body wasn't any less than the ravenous earth lizard's. No. In fact, it was slightly more than that. Moments later, its entire body was formed, and the feeling of danger the bird radiated wasn't any lower than that of the massive lizard. Its sharp beak could easily clash with rank 3 gold-grade weapons, while its sharp talons could slash even the sturdiest of gold-grade armors with a single strike. However, Xuanlong was aware. That's just like the ravenous earth lizard. This bird's most dangerous trait wasn't its physical body that could even clash with peak 6th stage body refiners. Instead, it was the sparks of crimson lightning that were dangerously crackling around its 4 red-colored wings and were ready to explode at any moment. That was why the bird was called the Red Lightning Sparrow, of course. A beast like the blood-devouring ape that Xuanlong had faced on his way to the Heavenly Tower couldn't possibly be compared to either the ravenous earth lizard or the Red Lightning Sparrow. The latter were both true, bona fide rare-grade magic beasts that could take the lives of even peak-stage Dao Kings. As he looked at the 2 peak rank 6 magic beasts that had almost finished forming their bodies by now, Xuanlong merely nodded indifferently before his figure suddenly turned into a blur, heading directly for the gigantic lizard in the distance. Although average peak stage Dao Kings would find it extremely difficult to deal with even a single one of those powerful magic beasts, let alone with both of them at the same time, Xuanlong didn't even consider it much of a challenge as he immediately set his eyes on the cadaverous beast that closest to him. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of the emaciated lizard. Before turning his gaze towards the gigantic lizard's bony head, the gaunt monster's beady black eyes seemed somewhat startled by Xuanlong's unexpected arrival. But the hunger and malice inside them couldn't be concealed as the bony beast stared savagely at the azure-robed young man that dared to approach it. Unfortunately for the lizard, Xuanlong wasn't planning to waste any time with it, and was aiming to take the beast down with a single strike. In the next moment, the muscles in his entire body stretched taut before his monarch's eternal body exploded with unimaginable power. A force that could obliterate even the strongest Dao Kings gathered around his right fist before it barreled towards the enormous beast in front of him like a torrential wave, causing even the surrounding space to crackle and tremble in response. as Shenlong's right fist cut through the air. An unstoppable power crushed towards the ravenous earth lizard, causing the air within the ancient Colosseum to suddenly turn heavy and oppressive. There were no high-grade martial skills hidden behind this attack, nor any powerful Daos infused into it. It was just the power of Shenlong's fleshly body. And yet, it was almost as if death itself had materialized with that attack. As the terrifying fist shook the entire arena before it descended on the bony lizard's head. Unlike the blood-devouring ape, however, the ravenous earth lizard wasn't that easy to pin down. After sensing the overwhelming power hidden behind that fist, the beast seemed to have instantly realized the lethal danger it was in and quickly made its decision. In a swift motion, the bony lizard twisted its slender body in a weird, almost unnatural way, easily avoiding the terrifying strike before burrowing into the ground right below it. The grains of sand underneath it turned almost liquid, allowing the lizard to dive through them before making its escape. That was the most dangerous trait of TF, the ravenous earth lizard. Its affinity to the Tao of Earth paired with its overwhelming agility. And yet, as he looked at the giant lizard that was trying to flee right in front of him, Shenlong merely shook his head before his lips parted. As an indifferent voice entered the lizard's ears, "Since I'm already here, do you really think you can escape?" In the next moment, Shenlong's golden eyes lit up with a bright blue light. Before his next two words caused the lizard's body to abruptly freeze into place. Time prison. As the flow of time around the ravenous earth lizard forcefully came to a halt, its massive body that had almost vanished into the ground trembled momentarily, before it was suddenly severed in half by the purple, illusionary blade that had now materialized in Shenlong's right hand. A moment later, its massive figure turned into wisps of immortal chi that dispersed in the air, as the body of the powerful peak rank 6 magic beast disappeared from the ancient Colosseum, leaving behind nothing but a single white stone on the ground below it. Seeing the ravenous earth lizard's body disappear, Shenlong was about to turn his sights on the red lightning sparrow. But his gaze couldn't help but freeze as it landed on the small white stone the lizard had left behind. Naturally, Shenlong was aware that the two magic beasts he was facing weren't actually real, although their strength was indeed similar to that of other peak rank 6 magic beasts. At the end of the day, they were only apparitions created by the heavenly tower meant for the trials. Therefore, these magic beasts shouldn't have left anything behind upon their deaths, including magic beast cores or parts of their bodies. However, as Shenlong's gaze fell on the small white stone, his eyes couldn't help but widen. Before an incredulous thought flashed through his mind: is that a top-grade spirit stone? Did the ravenous earth lizard just leave behind a top-grade spirit stone? As this thought appeared in his mind, Shenlong hurriedly bent down and touched the small white stone that was shining with a brilliant luster. Before his disbelieving expression quickly turned into a look of wonder and shock, a top-grade spirit stone wasn't something that Tao Kings normally had access to, regardless of their background or power. Even in the central continent, these spirit stones were akin to treasures and were only used by either late-stage sovereign realm experts, or the supreme earth immortals who were usually in seclusion, hidden from mortal eyes. It was almost impossible for normal cultivators to get their hands on these treasures regardless of how much they looked. One needed not just status, but also extraordinary strength if they wanted to procure any top-grade spirit stones in the outside world. Of course, a single top-grade spirit stone wasn't overly valuable by itself. It was merely equivalent to 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, which was a drop in the ocean for Shenlong at this point. However, the mere notion that one could obtain a top-grade spirit stone by slaying a peak rank 6 magic beast couldn't help but stun Shenlong internally. If that was the case, then just what other rewards did the Heavenly Tower have in store in its upper floors? As this thought flashed through his mind, Shenlong couldn't help but turn his attention on the red lightning sparrow. However, this time in his indifferent expression, a hint of curiosity could be seen rearing its rare head. The small, four-winged bird had already taken to the skies above the time-worn Colosseum, circling above the ancient arena at a frightening speed. Sparks of crimson lightning continued to gather around its four wings with every passing second, painting the ancient sky a vivid shade of red. The red lightning sparrow didn't seem to have paid any attention to the death of the ravenous earth lizard. nor to the fact that it had left behind a top-grade spirit stone upon its death. Instead, its small beady eyes were focused on the blue-robed young man fiddling with that same spirit stone. Before the crimson lightning around its wings became even more pronounced, and deadly sensing Xuanlong's gaze that had suddenly shifted towards it, the diminutive sparrow then burst with powerful killing intent. As the crimson lightning around its four wings exploded outwards, Sao! As the bird let out a high-pitched cry, a dazzling crimson thunderstorm enveloped the center of the ancient arena barely a moment later, completely entrapping Xuanlong in its lightning confines. Standing inside the cacophony of the lightning storm and hearing the roars of thunder grow stronger and stronger around him, Xuanlong allowed the bolts of crimson lightning to batter his body again and again while his gaze was fully focused on the skies above the ancient Colosseum. Although the lightning storm was powerful and could hinder one's vision, it wasn't enough to block out Xuanlong's soul sense that had already locked on the red lightning sparrow's figure. Of course, Xuanlong was well aware of both the sparrow's abilities, as well as the emaciated lizard's, which was why he had chosen to go after the gigantic lizard first. The ravenous earth lizard may have seemed like an easy opponent at first glance, but in reality, it was an extremely powerful peak rank 6 magic beast. One that became increasingly hard to kill as the fight went on. Not because it was overly sturdy or had extremely strong defenses, but due to its innate ability, and its affinity with the Tao of Earth. Xuanlong was well aware that once a ravenous earth lizard managed to dive into the earth and disappear, it would be nearly impossible to track its movements until it came out to attack again. Even a sovereign realm expert's soul sense wouldn't be able to track it once it had hidden its traces and disappeared. Which was why Xuanlong had decided to go after it first. As for the red lightning sparrow, although the four-winged bird was an incredibly dangerous opponent for most peak stage Tao kings and was very hard to pin down, Xuanlong knew that its main strengths were its frightening speed as well as the terrifying crimson lightning around its blood-colored wings. However, although the sparrow was fast enough to rival even an early-stage Dao Emperor, and its crimson lightning could decimate the defenses of many peak-stage Dao kings, Xuanlong only felt a small tingling sensation as the bolts of red lightning relentlessly crashed on his monarch's eternal body. A moment later, Xuanlong's figure vanished from the eye of the crimson thunderstorm, appearing right above the red lightning sparrow. At the same time, an illusionary, purple-colored blade materialized in his right hand, before it descended towards the sparrow's lithe body like a guillotine. The crimson, four-winged bird was startled when it sensed the deathly presence looming above its head. And without any hesitation, it dove down towards the arena, avoiding the unexpected attack. How could a magic beast that could almost rival early-stage Dao Emperors get caught so easily? With a single flap of its crimson wings, the tiny sparrow disappeared from the space it was occupying, appearing on the other end of the arena before staring coldly at the blue-robed young man in the sky. And yet, Xuanlong didn't seem discouraged in the slightest after seeing the sparrow dodging his attack. Instead, his figure turned into a blur as he disappeared from his spot barely a moment later, appearing just a few meters away from the four-winged magic beast. He wasn't planning on using his Tao of Time to deal with the Crimson Sparrow, and was only going to rely on his Tao of Space, as well as his peak 6th stage bodily cultivation. Like this, the ancient arena soon turned into a battlefield of crimson lightning and purple-colored spatial rifts, as Xuanlong chased after the tiny sparrow who continued to rain down bolts of red lightning at him. The scene of a peak 6th stage body refiner keeping up with the lightning sparrow would have seemed simply mind-boggling to any Dao king who could lay eyes on this. Clearly, the level between the blue-robed young man and the small sparrow had already exceeded that of mere peak stage Dao kings and was rapidly approaching even early-stage Dao emperors. Although the man and beast were still far from being a match for genuine Dao emperors, at least in terms of speed, the blue-robed youth and the sparrow wouldn't fall that far behind. Eventually though, the four-winged beast failed to fully dodge a swing from Xuanlong's purple blade and had one of its crimson wings severed in return, with 3 wings creating a sense of imbalance. Its speed fell drastically as a result, and only a couple of exchanges later, the terrifying crimson bird finally perished in the ancient arena, its body turning into motes of light and wisps of immortal chi before dispersing in the air. Looking at the small, radiant white stone that was left behind after the sparrow's death, Xuanlong could only shake his head before he bent down to grab it. A single top-grade spirit stone may not have been much, but it was still a treasure at the end of the day. However, just as his left hand touched the small white stone, the entire arena suddenly began to tremble before the air around Xuanlong quickly began to change. The atmosphere inside the Colosseum became heavy and oppressive, making even the air around him hard to breathe. A moment later, the immortal chi in the air began to coalesce together, turning into the familiar figures of 4 magic beasts. Staring at the pairs of ravenous earth lizards and the red lightning sparrows that were being formed once more, even Xuanlong couldn't help but feel startled for a moment in the center of a vast, plain white hall. The runes of a small-scaled teleportation formation suddenly flared to life, before a familiar blue-robed figure gradually materialized at the heart of the hall. This time, however, Xuanlong's appearance was a stark contrast to his usual looks. His azure robes were tattered, with sharp cuts and burn marks all over them, while even Xuanlong's own body underneath the azure robes appeared wounded. Although these wounds were only superficial, with some cuts barely breaking past the outer layer of his skin, it was obvious that some of the attacks had managed to pierce through his defenses and injure him slightly. And yet, Xuanlong didn't pay any attention to the dozens of claw marks marring his body, nor his scorched robes that revealed the chiseled, well-built body underneath them, and simply looked around him as he took in his new surroundings inside the vast, unadorned white hall. More than 100 late-stage Dao Kings were already present, the majority of them sitting cross-legged on the marble white floor. Some of them threw curious looks at Xuanlong. Some had looks of pity on their faces, while a few even had looks of schadenfreude as they stared at his battered robes and his haggard appearance. Another victim of the first floor. How unfortunate! Unfortunate! This is what those people get for being body refiners. So pretentious. Why would you choose to suffer and engage magic beasts in close combat instead of following the path of a chi refiner? Truly foolish. That's right. Look at me. I don't mean to brag, but I died in a single strike from those ugly lizards. Why would I let them torture me again and hack my body to pieces? Sure, body refiners may be a bit more sturdy, but that's all. In terms of individual strength, chi refiners are obviously better in every other aspect. The path of chi refinement is the right path. Shut your mouth, trash. How shameless can you be? You are bragging that you died in a single strike. I'm a body refiner and I killed more than a dozen of those abominable lizards. How many did you kill? Soon? A heated discussion began to erupt in the previously silent hall, causing even those Dao Kings who hadn't reacted to Xuanlong's appearance to finally open their eyes. And yet, Xuanlong merely glanced at those people around him before he took in the rest of the great hall. The appearance of the hall itself was extremely plain. So plain in fact that it caused one to furrow their brows in surprise. Other than the small-scaled teleportation formation at the heart of the hall and the 4 massive pillars that were located at each of its corners, looking like they were propping up the entire floor, there was nothing else that managed to draw his attention, other than a single, illusionary silver door. This silver door wasn't overly big, just a little more than 3 meters 10 feet in height. But it was certainly the most eye-catching item within the inconspicuous hall. Dozens of mysterious runes and patterns adorned the door's surface, forming an intricate formation. And yet, despite their complexity, even someone who wasn't a formation master could easily tell what the purpose of these runes seemed to be. After all, those runes were almost identical to the ones inscribed on the small teleportation formation at the very heart of the hall. So that's why everyone is gathered here. Xuanlong finally connected the last piece of the puzzle as he assessed the situation around him. And after a brief moment of contemplation, he then took a step forward. Ignoring the growing ruckus within the great hall, he walked towards the mysterious silver door, taking a seat on the marble floor just a few meters away from it. A few others seemed to have done the same long before him, not paying any heed to those Dao Kings arguing with each other and simply choosing to meditate in front of the silver door. The moment he sat down on the cold marble floor, Xuanlong immediately closed his eyes. And without any hesitation, he began to greedily absorb the immortal chi in the air at a terrifying rate. As for the surrounding Dao kings near him, he didn't pay them any heed whatsoever. After all, the immortal qi in this hall seemed almost limitless. And Shenlong had already guessed the reason behind that and this hall's existence. It was most likely meant for those who had passed the first trial and wanted to recuperate and restore their qi before taking on the second one clearly. This floor was meant to offer a moment of respite to those Dao kings who had succeeded. So the qi they could absorb to replenish their empty reserves was practically limitless. Naturally, those people around him were replenishing their qi reserves and were preparing to challenge the second floor as well. And in reality, this was what Shenlong needed the most as well. After all, he had to admit that this time, he had truly pushed his body to its absolute limits, and was now utterly spent. Whether it was his vast reserves of qi that were far beyond any average Dao king's or the strength of his monarch's eternal body. They had both been completely exhausted after completing the first trial of the Heavenly Tower. Closing his eaves, Shenlong continued to absorb the immortal qi around him at a terrifying rate, while his mind began to reassess everything he experienced in the first trial. As expected, although those ravenous earth lizards and red lightning sparrows kept increasing in numbers, they stopped producing top-grade spirit stones after a certain point. What a waste! By now, Shenlong had already lost count of how many peak rank 6 magic beasts he had killed within the 1 month he had spent within the first trial. But he was certain that the number had already exceeded tens of thousands long ago. After all, inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time there was now a gigantic pile of radiant white stones, all of them exuding incredibly pure spiritual qi. And they were all top-grade spirit stones. After taking a look at the massive pile of top-grade spirit stones he had gathered, Shenlong's lips finally curved up into a satisfied smile. Before he turned his attention back to the White Hall and focused on absorbing the immortal qi in the air around him. Although he didn't know what kind of test the second trial would contain, it was better to fully replenish his qi reserves beforehand and be thoroughly prepared. After all, just the first trial alone was already far beyond the level of what average peak rank 9 Dao kings could handle. Even the first stage, where they had to fight a single ravenous earth lizard paired with a red lightning sparrow, would most likely eliminate the vast majority of Dao kings who attempted the trial. Let alone the stages following after that. After all, a single rare rank magic beast was powerful enough to obliterate an average peak rank 9 Dao king all by itself. Pairing 2 of them together made the trial borderline impossible for most people, thus eliminating the majority of Dao kings from the get-go. So this is the method the Imperial Mandate sect used to convey its message. As long as you can't deal with 2 peak 6th stage magic beasts at the same time, you are not even qualified to become an outer disciple of the sect. Ha! As he came to this conclusion, Shenlong lightly shook his head, realizing it made sense. After all, the Imperial Mandate sect was almost certainly a sect from the immortal dimension. Would such a sect possibly lack disciples begging to join it? Of course not. Even third-tier sects of the immortal dimension ruled over vast amounts of land and had countless powerful kingdoms and families under their influence. As for second-tier and first-tier sects, those ones controlled entire worlds. So why would such sects send a relic like the City of Immortals to a mortal world to find potential disciples? It was obviously because they were looking for the cream of the crop among disciples in those worlds. Sure, magic beasts were inherently stronger than cultivators of the same level. But that wasn't an absolute rule, Esther. Cultivators who were born with powerful unique physiques or those who possessed extraordinary bloodlines could easily deal with common, and even rare rank magic beasts relatively easily. They wouldn't struggle against a single ravenous earth lizard or a red lightning sparrow. In fact, Shenlong was certain that he hadn't been the only Dao king who had managed to kill that many ravenous earth lizards and red lightning sparrows during the first trial either. Most likely, the successors of the powerful factions of the central continent, and those ranked in the heavenly rankings, would have managed to do the same as well. Even if they hadn't killed as many beasts as he did, they wouldn't be that far off either. A full day later, Shenlong finally opened his eyes and stood up before turning his gaze towards the distant silver door. His golden balls of qi were filled with essence again, and his exhausted body was more or less recovered after an entire day of resting, allowing him to turn his sights towards the second floor. After a brief moment of contemplation,
A subtle smile formed on his lips as he muttered in a curious tone, "I wonder how Maya and the others are doing." Then, without any further delay, he ignored all distracting thoughts and walked towards the mysterious silver door. At this point, Xuanlong wasn't overly worried about the second floor or what type of trial it would contain after spending an entire day in the White Hall. He had heard plenty of conversations around him and inadvertently learned a lot of things. The first was about how people outside the Heavenly Tower seemed to have known so much about the interior of the tower without entering inside. Apparently, once someone failed the same trial 3 times in a row, they would be kicked out of the Heavenly Tower. This was also why people outside the tower seemed to know so much about those who had passed the 4th and 5th floors already. After all, those who had reached the cusp of the 4th floor previously would interact with each other in the resting areas, just like Xuanlong right now. So it was only a matter of time before information about the tower spread to the outside world. However, the most important thing that Xuanlong had learned during this time was definitely about the second floor of the tower. Apparently, the second trial had something to do with a person's soul. Although Xuanlong didn't know whether it involved raw spiritual strength like some Dao kings had mentioned. If it tested one's fine-tuning of their spiritual strength and its different applications as others described. Or if it was something as simple as expanding one's soul sense and seeing how far it could reach. The core of the trial remained the same. Still, as far as his soul was involved, Xuanlong wasn't worried in the slightest about any tests. Although the soul was indeed the most mysterious and fragile part of a cultivator's body alongside their dantian, it was, without a doubt, Xuanlong's most terrifying asset. At this point, Xuanlong was confident that his soul strength could practically rival an early-stage sovereign realm expert. And after being struck by the heavenly tribulation again and again in the endless desert, it had been tempered to such a degree that even a full-out soul attack from an early-stage sovereign couldn't harm him. Without any hesitation, Xuanlong took a couple of steps forward, arriving right in front of the mysterious silver door. Under the watchful gazes of the surrounding Dao kings, his right hand then nestled on the silver door, causing the previously dormant runes on the door's surface to suddenly flare to life. In the next moment, Xuanlong's entire body was covered by a familiar silver light, completely obscuring him from the surrounding Dao kings. Before his figure suddenly vanished from the White Hall, a familiar scene of debris and dust gradually unveiled itself as Xuanlong opened his eyes. As the blinding silver light around him vanished and the feeling of spatial fluctuation disappeared, a vast, new scenery revealed itself as he took in his new surroundings. The vast, unadorned White Hall had been left behind long ago, as Xuanlong found himself at the ruins of an ancient, almost archaic city. The gigantic city walls in front of him, which were clearly made of stone, looked like they had been weathered by the relentless passage of time for countless cons, leaving only a small portion of them still standing. The wooden buildings behind the collapsed city walls weren't faring much better either. Most of them had either fully collapsed by now, or they were merely hanging by a thread, looking like they could topple over with a just gentle gust of wind. And yet, the sole thing that drew Xuanlong's attention amidst the endless rubble was a small obsidian obelisk erected right in front of the deserted city gates. Staring at the familiar black obelisk that was shining with a dim luster, Xuanlong observed it for a few moments in silence, before realizing that it was pretty much identical to the appraisal obelisk he had found in the first trial. The same 8 simple words were engraved on its onyx-like surface, in the same peculiar manner as the first time, as if a sword expert had carved them with their sword. Use your chi to engrave your name here, having already experienced it once. Xuanlong stepped forward and arrived in front of the obelisk. Before he wrote his name on its cold surface, Xuanlong, just like the first time, a glowing silver light enveloped the black obelisk after absorbing Xuanlong's chi, before suddenly vanishing right in front of him. Following the obsidian obelisk's disappearance, a mind-boggling scene began to take place inside the ancient city soon afterwards. The entire city began to rumble and quake as if it had suddenly come alive, before a horrifying pressure emerged from the city's depths. Even the collapsed buildings near the city gates began to quake and tremble, almost as if they were responding to the ancient city's call, before a surge of pressure descended on Xuanlong like a tidal wave.
Sensing the wave of pressure that was clearly targeting his soul like a famished wolf, Xuanlong finally relaxed and allowed it to freely batter against his spiritual sea, without even bothering to put up any defenses. The wave of spiritual strength that was equal to an early rank 1 Dao Emperor's soul sense instantly evaporated the moment it entered his spiritual space, before it was completely swallowed by his spiritual sea. At this moment, Xuanlong had finally identified the danger of the second trial, a wave of soul attacks that could rival an early-stage Dao Emperor. Of course, the first wave was only the beginning. Moments later, Xuanlong could sense a second and even a third wave of attacks emerging from the depths of the city, all of them aiming for his soul, and yet, just like the first one, he completely ignored them without even putting up any defenses, allowing them to freely enter his spiritual space one after the other. Just like the first one, the two successive soul attacks were immediately swallowed the moment they touched his spiritual sea, not raising a single ripple in the process. However, instead of feeling elated, Xuanlong furrowed his brows as he quickly sensed that something was wrong. As more and more waves crashed in his spiritual sea, the feeling of something being wrong became more and more pronounced. And yet for some reason he still couldn't put his finger on it. Am I really missing something? Ignoring the barrage of soul attacks that were aiming for his soul, Xuanlong suddenly emptied his mind and began to rethink everything that had taken place in this trial. By all intents and purposes, things should have been fine as they were. Although this second trial was of no danger to him, Xuanlong knew that the only reason behind that was his overwhelmingly strong soul sense. Any other Dao King, even Lu Mei and the others who had their souls tempered after consuming hundreds of soul-tempering pills, would have to exert some effort to block all those soul attacks. For any average Dao King, this trial was no different from a death sentence. And yet Xuanlong still couldn't shake the feeling that he was missing something. The rewards? A moment later, he suddenly realized what he had ignored. Indeed, the most important part of the first trial was its abundant rewards. For every peak 6th stage magic beast a person could kill, they could farm a top-grade spirit stone in Ritum. But these soul attacks, despite being powerful enough to wound even peak stage Dao Kings, didn't offer anything whatsoever. Xuanlong had already tried to absorb them and see if he could gain anything from them. But they were truly no different from the soul attacks of average early-stage Dao Emperors. They were only destructive in nature, and their only purpose was to destroy. Of course, the thought that there were no rewards during this second trial had already flashed in Xuanlong's mind. But he quickly dismissed the idea as soon as it took form. Since the purpose of this heavenly tower was to test cultivators and look for promising disciples, the Imperial Mandate sect wouldn't have ignored such a crucial detail. After all, no cultivator could grow without resources. And the Imperial Mandate sect understood this as well. It was the promise of those abundant rewards that drew all those Dao Kings to the City of Immortals despite its countless dangers. Finally, a few moments later, Xuanlong's eyes flashed with a golden light before a look of realization appeared on his face. In the next moment, an overwhelmingly strong wave of soul sense burst out from his body, spreading out like a thick net and enveloping the entire ancient city in the blink of an eye. The entire ruined city had been fully enveloped by Xuanlong's soul sense, spreading outwards like an inescapable net. A moment later, Xuanlong could clearly see every nook and cranny of all the buildings around him, as if these buildings were directly inside his mind. Even those collapsed houses that had long since turned to dust and debris appeared in his vision, with everything they were hiding underneath them. Surprisingly, there were no skeletons or dead bodies anywhere within the ancient city, let alone any living humans. The eerie silence and the scene of desolation that made the nearby borough look so forlorn was precisely due to the absence of any humans. With no one to take care of the buildings and prevent them from eroding any further, or no soldiers to man the city walls, it was only a matter of time for any city, regardless of how magnificent it may have been, to fall. However, what drew Xuanlong's attention wasn't the lack of any signs of life within the ruined city nor the absence of dead bodies. Instead, it was what was hidden under all the rubble. Without any hesitation, his figure turned into a blur, his azure robes fluttering in the wind, as he quickly appeared on top of a collapsed house just a few hundred meters away from the city gates with a light sweep of his hand. He used his chi to drag away the debris of the collapsed house, revealing the treasure that was hidden underneath it, a small piece of iron. No more than a handful in size was buried under all the rubble, completely covered by dirt and dust. And yet, even all that dirt couldn't fully conceal the iron's brilliance. With just a glance, anyone could tell that the small iron was a rare piece of treasure, and most likely a very high-grade one at that. And indeed, as Xuanlong's gaze landed on the small, fist-sized iron, his eyes lit up before he bent down to grab it with both hands. Sensing how heavy this small piece of iron was, Xuanlong nodded in satisfaction before he muttered to himself, indeed, this is really a piece of heavenly iron. After examining the small piece in his hands for a few moments, Xuanlong nodded contentedly and stored it inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time, before his figure disappeared from the ruins of the old house, moving towards another collapsed building of the ancient city. This small piece of heavenly iron that he had found may not have been extraordinary all by itself, but Xuanlong knew that in the eyes of any formation master of the central continent, it was an absolute treasure. After all, heavenly iron was the main material used to craft 3-star weapons and armor. How could such a piece of treasure not be coveted by all star rank formation masters? Even in the core regions of the central continent, such a treasure could only be chanced upon by luck and couldn't be purchased with spirit stones. Moments later, Xuanlong's figure continued to bolt through the ancient city, appearing from one place to another while uncovering more and more treasures in the process. Naturally, not every ruined building contained treasures, but there were still more than a handful of them spread out throughout the ancient city. Of course, most Dao Kings wouldn't be able to do something like that in the first place. After all, the sole sense of most peak-stage Dao Kings was unable to cover an entire city, especially while having to defend from tens of soul attacks during that time. But for Sovereign Realm experts, it was a completely different story. As long as they went all out, they could easily cover an entire city with their soul sense in a matter of seconds. Of course, the majority of treasures Xuanlong had found during this time weren't at the same level as the piece of heavenly iron, but there were some that were even rarer than that as well. The most surprising one he had found had been, without a doubt, in the easternmost part of the city. It was a large slab of pristine white stone which he quickly identified as a piece of soulless stone. Although this stone was just an auxiliary material and not a main one like the heavenly iron, Xuanlong knew that this soulless stone's value far surpassed that of the heavenly iron by countless times. After all, a soulless stone was one of the main auxiliary materials needed to craft weapons that surpassed the 3-star rank. In fact, even Sovereign Realm experts couldn't fully utilize a piece of soulless stone. That was why only formation masters above the Sovereign Realm, those at the legendary Earth Immortal Realm and above, were qualified to handle such a rare piece of treasure. Unfortunately, after scanning through the entire ruined city with his soul sense, Xuanlong was unable to find a second piece of soulless stone, or even anything else remotely similar in value. Still, the treasures he had found on the second floor had left him more than satisfied at this point. After organizing everything inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time, Xuanlong took a seat on top of the decayed, derelict city gates and waited, while more and more soul attacks continued to bombard his spiritual sea. Finally, a day later, the rate of soul attacks slowed down before they gradually stopped, bringing back peace and stillness in the ancient city. The distant rumbling and quaking had already stopped long ago, making the ruined city feel like a ghost city once again. Knowing the scene that was about to follow, Xuanlong took one last look at the ancient city in front of him and closed his eyes, before the feeling of spatial fluctuations enveloped his body once more. His surroundings quickly began to change again, before he found himself standing at the heart of a familiar, vast white hall. However, this time Xuanlong quickly noticed a difference inside the white hall, causing his relaxed expression to soon turn into a frown. Within the vast, unadorned white hall, two groups of Dao Kings were facing off against each other, causing the atmosphere inside the hall to quickly grow tense and oppressive. The surrounding Dao Kings didn't even seem to have noticed Xuanlong's appearance.
Seemingly fully invested in the altercation between the two groups, some of those Dao kings had eager looks on their faces as if they couldn't wait for the two groups to start fighting. While others had looks of disdain. As if getting involved in something so crude like a fight was beneath them. And yet, everyone was still watching, curiously waiting to see how things were going to end up. At the same time, the first thing that Xuan noticed in the White Hall, other than the fact that it was practically identical to the previous hall back on the first floor, was the difference in the number of Dao Kings present. The resting area on the first floor had a little more than 100 Dao Kings gathered together. But this area on the second floor had around 60 people. Clearly, passing the second trial had been extremely difficult for the majority of Dao Kings on the first floor. After taking in the layout of the vast chamber around him, Xuan gradually turned his attention to the two opposing groups a few meters away apparently. Xuan was familiar with both of the people at the head of each group, causing him to frown for a moment. Before eventually from him, before a look of surprise finally covered his face, falling silent, and observing everything from afar. At the head of the first group, an old man with a thin build, and almost no hair left on his head stood proudly, staring coldly at the young man opposite him. The old man was clad in snow-white robes and had an air of authority around him. But even his composed appearance couldn't fully conceal his anger as he looked at the brown-haired young man in front of him and roared furiously, "Yang Hui! You ungrateful brat! How many years did my holy sect nurture you for? How many resources did we invest in you? Whether it was alchemy pills, spirit stones, and even star-rank weapons and armor. We provided you with everything you asked for. And yet, even after entering the City of Immortals, you decide to follow the Bai family. You selfish brat." Xuan only needed a glance to recognize the thin old man as Elder Zhishuiying from the Holy Sect. Although Xuan hadn't interacted with the old man more than a handful of times, he knew that Zhishuiying was the elder of the sect responsible for the administration hall standing behind him. Xuan recognized a few more outer sect elders as well, including Gao Zinkang, the elder responsible for the assignment hall, and a few others. However, the most eye-catching figure was definitely the young man standing at the head of the second group, facing Elder Zhe. His blood-red pupils seemed to have turned into a triangular shape as he stared at Zhishuiying without any emotions. Before the brown-haired man retorted coldly, "You invested in me." "Who did?" "The sect." "Old man. Are you truly that shameless? What did the sect do for me while I was there?" "Alchemy pills. I obtained those using my sect points. Spirit stones. My Yang family provided me with those. My star-rank weapon and armor. I paid for them. Myself? What did the Holy Sect do for me to demand my obedience?" "Kid yourself, Elder Zhe. Staying in the sect was merely a transactional issue for both of us. Don't. As long as I needed to stay there, I abided by the sect's rules. I went out to complete my mission every couple of months just like every other disciple, and got rewarded for it. So tell me, oh wise Elder Zhe, why would I continue to stay in the Holy Sect anymore, when the Bai family can provide me with better resources and better cultivation techniques, while they ask less from me at the same time?" Listening to Yang Hui's reasoning, Xuan merely shook his head as he looked at the former first place of the martial roll of honor from the Holy Sect. Regardless of how much Elder Zhe tried to argue and rely on his emotions, Xuan could only agree with Yang Hui's reasoning at the end of the day. The Holy Sect wasn't a charitable institute, and neither did it raise disciples with the intent to fight for its territory. If disciples wanted to remain within the sect, they had to leave every few months and complete their mandatory sect missions. Otherwise, they would be expelled and would have their sect status revoked. Additionally, everything in the sect was purchased using sect points instead of spirit stones. So there was no real way of avoiding completing the missions either if one wanted to continue staying in the sect. If they wanted to obtain cultivation techniques, martial skills, or even spirit stones, they had to either exchange sect points for them, risking their lives in most missions, or they had to find some other way. Of course, that wasn't to say that being a member of the sect didn't have any benefits whatsoever. For example, the higher one ranked in the martial roll of honor, the more rewards they could obtain from the sect. So both Yang Hui's and Elder Zhe's words held some merit in. However,
Shanlong also understood that things weren't as simple as Zhishuiying and Yang Hui made them out to be either. The end. He had already learned from the Grand Elder that the inner politics of the sect were much more complicated than they appeared on the outside. Yang Hui's Yang family was a subsidiary power of the Holy Sect. And yet their young master had suddenly sworn allegiance to a powerful family that could even suppress the Holy Sect. How could things not become complicated at this point? Additionally, after joining the Bai family and staying with them for a few years, Yang Hui had already advanced to become a peak rank 9 Dao King, rivaling even these outer court elders in front of him. How could the Holy Sect not feel alarmed by this? A moment later, however, a purple-robed young man behind Yang Hui took a step forward, appearing right next to him. Before he stared at the elders of the Holy Sect and said coolly, "I wasn't planning to intervene and was going to let Yang Hui deal with you. But since you don't want to listen, you can just die." As his voice faded, the temperature of the entire hall dropped sharply, before a cold gust of wind whistled under the young man's feet. A moment later, a vicious tornado of wind and ice enveloped the entire hall, shrouding every single Dao King in its cold embrace. The emergence of the unexpected tornado seemed to have caught everyone in the hall off guard, causing the surrounding Dao Kings to flinch and quickly take a few steps back. Clearly, no one had expected the purple-robed young man to be so unreasonable, to the point where he would attack the elders of the Holy Sect directly. Still, Zhishuiying and the rest of the elders weren't the kind to be bullied so easily either. Taking out their weapons, the four of them stood their ground and prepared to meet the ice tornado head-on. A moment later, a cacophony of wind and ice raged inside the ancient hall, as the powerful ice storm quickly shrouded everyone in its cold embrace. Even though he was standing relatively far from the heart of the storm, Shanlong could still see the scene that was taking place in its very center. The white-robed Zhishuiying had already taken out a bronze shield that was almost half his size and was holding it tightly with both hands as he resisted the ice tornado head-on. As for the rest of the elders behind him, they had already taken out their own weapons and were now defending against the ice storm with everything they had. Unfortunately for them, the purple-robed man's tornado wasn't that easy to deal with. Most tornadoes would have naturally dissipated in front of a peak stage Dao King like Zhishuiying. But the purple-robed man's ice storm was clearly anything but simple. A few of the surrounding Dao Kings quickly recognized it for what it was: a famous saint-grade martial skill of the Bai family, and an extraordinary one at that. Sharp ice lances were hidden inside the tornado, occasionally ambushing Zhishuiying and the three elders from all sides, forcing them to be on their toes. However, what surprised everyone wasn't the destructive power of the tornado or its deadly hidden attacks, but rather the purple-robed young man's control of it. Despite the fact that the ice storm had enveloped the entire hall, it seemed that only Zhishuiying and the three elders behind him were affected by it. As for the rest of the Dao Kings in the hall, other than a slight drop in temperature, they didn't feel anything else amiss. Of course, Shanlong was no different from them either. Glancing at the walls of the ancient hall that were gradually covered in a thin layer of frost and feeling the air around him getting heavier and heavier with every passing moment, he had to admit that this purple-robed young man of the Bai family wasn't weak. Even if Shanlong wasn't the target of that storm, he could still tell that it was more than enough to threaten the lives of average peak stage Dao Kings. Nevertheless, Shanlong wasn't worried about a martial skill of this level. Additionally, although Zhishuiying's and the three elders' situation appeared grim, Shanlong could tell that the thin old man hadn't been brought to his limits just yet. He still had strength to spare as he helped the three elders behind him defend themselves from the dreadful tornado. A few minutes later, the cold storm finally dispersed, allowing the White Hall to return back to its original tranquil appearance as the heavy mist in the air began to scatter. Elder Zhi's figure appeared once again, this time staring hatefully at the purple-robed youth from the Bai family. The bald Zhishuiying had a look of unconcealed, raging killing intent, and for a moment he even ignored Yang Hui, who had been his original target, as he glared at the purple-robed young man and roared furiously, "Bai Yuhan! You little bastard! How dare you interfere in the matters of my holy sect? Who do you think you are? Even if Yang Hui has decided to join your Bai family, he is still a member of my holy sect. How dare you meddle in our matters openly? A frosty glint flashed in Bai Yuhan's eyes after hearing Zhu Xueying's tone of address. But surprisingly, the purple-robed youth merely shrugged before he answered coldly, a member of your holy sect. Yang Hui has already made his stance clear and everyone here has already heard it as well. Who are you to force him to follow you? Besides, as far as I'm concerned, Yang Hui is merely a subordinate of my sister. Nothing more than that. Your holy sect. One couldn't give two shits about your trash sect. Old fart. Scram while I'm still feeling benevolent. With a sweep of his hand, Bai Yuhan raised a strong gust of wind, pushing Zhu Xueying tens of meters backwards, before he unceremoniously turned around and made his way towards the silver door at the depths of the hall. Clearly, the purple-robed youth was planning to challenge the third floor of the heavenly tower right away. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yang Hus and the rest of the Bai family followed behind him, heading towards the silver door as well. As for Zhu Xueying, the old man clenched his fists tightly, his nails seeping deep into his wrinkled palms and drawing blood, as he hatefully glared at Yang Hui's and Bai Yuhan's backs, and yet the old elder of the holy sect didn't dare to do anything but watch, as the two men walked further and further away. Of course, the surrounding Dao kings could all tell the reason behind Zhu Xueying's passiveness. Although the old man himself hadn't been injured, the other three elders of the holy sect were in a horrible position after having to face Bai Yuhan's ice storm. Clearly, if Zhu Xueying pushed his hand any further, the ones to suffer first would have been them. Besides, although Zhu Xueying wasn't wrong to say that Yang Hui's matter was a matter of the holy sect, it was also a matter of the Bai family at this point. Although Bai Yuhan wasn't the successor of the Bai family, his standing in the family was still high enough to deal with a few elders of the holy sect who were provoking him in broad daylight at the end of the day. The Bai family was a behemoth and the holy sect was merely an ant in comparison. The two of them couldn't be compared. As Bai Yuhan's figure disappeared from the White Hall, Yang Hus and the rest of the Bai family members followed suit soon after, stepping into the silver door as well. After throwing one last look at the elders of the holy sect and making sure that one was in a life-threatening condition, Xuanlong eventually did the same, as he walked towards the illusionary silver door shortly afterwards. Even though it had only been a couple of minutes since he'd arrived in the resting area of the second floor, the conflict between Bai Yuhan, Yang Hui, and the elders of the holy sect had made things feel a lot longer. Of course, the second trial had barely posed a challenge to him, so there's no reason for Xuanlong to waste any time resting on the second floor either. His qi reserves were still full while his spiritual sea was still brimming with power. His body was also fully rested at this point, making any further stay in this place pointless. Regardless of what type of trial the third floor may contain, Xuanlong knew that he was in top condition right now. Moments later, the feeling of spatial fluctuations enveloped his body for the third time. Before Xuanlong found himself at the edge of a small island by now, he had already gotten used to the nausea and blurry sights that these small-scale teleportation formations tended to cause, allowing him to recover much faster than before. However, after spreading out his soul sense to check his surroundings, Xuanlong quickly realized the peculiarity of his new dwelling. Surprisingly, this island he was standing on is extremely small, even smaller than the ruined city of the second trial. In fact, calling it an island was a stretch by itself. It was more like a small piece of land floating on an endless expanse of water. And yet, its size wasn't even the most peculiar thing. The air on this island felt unnaturally thick. So much so, that even taking a single breath felt laborious. It was almost as if the air itself was heavy, seemingly devoid of any spiritual qi, let alone of the pure immortal qi that filled the heavenly tower in reality. It wasn't completely devoid of it, though. It was just that the qi in this place was so sparse that it felt nearly non-existent. This was the first time that Xuanlong had found himself in such a situation. Meanwhile, the whole island was completely barren, without any trees or even rocks lying around. There was nothing apart from a small mountain at the island's center. No. There was also something else. At the foot of the mountain,
A small obsidian obelisk was erected once more. Its dim luster ever present on its onyx-like surface. 8 simple words were inscribed on the obelisk's front. Looking like they were carved using the sword of a true immortal, use your chi to engrave your name here. Is this place really this empty? Xuanlong couldn't help but mumble to himself as he walked towards the foot of the mountain. He had already expanded his soul sense to search the sea below him. But even with his spiritual strength of an early-stage sovereign, he had yet to reach the seabed. He highly doubted that the third trial's focus would contain something that even a sovereign couldn't find with their soul sense. Which made Xuanlong focus his attention completely on the small island he was on. And yet, the closer he got towards the mountain, the more he felt that something around him was wrong. A few minutes later, he finally realized what the problem was. The air around him seemed to be getting heavier and heavier the closer he got to the center of the island. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Xuanlong used his chi to engrave his name on the obsidian obelisk's surface. Just like the first 2 times. A glowing silver light enveloped the obelisk's surface after absorbing his chi, before suddenly vanishing from the foot of the mountain. In the next moment, the entire mountain began to tremble. Before a stunning scene unfolded itself in front of his eyes, the mountain's ragged, uneven surface began to change. And the sharp rocks parted to the side, revealing a long earthen stairway. The intrinsic stairway started from the foot of the mountain and reached all the way to the peak, forming in a straight beeline to the mountain top. At this moment, the objective of the third trial was clear. It was almost as if the pathway was beckoning Xuanlong to ascend it. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xuanlong eventually took a step forward and stepped on the stairway. Although he guessed that he could have just used his chi to fly directly to the peak of the mountain, Xuanlong still knew that the objective of the trial lay almost certainly in this earthen staircase. Besides, there was no way that the Imperial Mandate sect would have ignored such a basic flaw of the trial and made such a fatal mistake. As his foot touched the first step, Xuanlong finally began the third trial. From the peak of the mountain, a rain of fireballs started to rain down, all of them aiming for the azure-robed young man at the foot of the mountain. Each of those fireballs was as big as an adult human in size. And from their condensed power, Xuanlong could tell that they were more than enough to obliterate an average late-stage Dao King. And yet, Xuanlong didn't even wait for the fireballs to reach them before he eventually took a second step, followed by a third. The peak of the mountain rumbled as dozens of ice spears began to rain down on the arrogant challenger, followed by powerful gusts of wind that were looking to cut him down. This was the third trial of the heavenly tower. The trial of will with the fourth step he took on the earthen stairway. Xuanlong could feel the entire mountain tremble once more, before a thick mist began to spread out from its peak, quickly enveloping the rest of the mountain. Xuanlong couldn't tell if the nebulous mist was poisonous or not, since his monarch's eternal body could already resist the majority of poisons out there. But one thing was for certain. It could still suppress his soul sense to a large extent, not allowing him to expand it more than a couple of meters outwards. And yet, despite having his soul sense and vision both suppressed, Xuanlong looked largely unaffected as he took another step forward and continued to ascend the earthen stairway. With the fifth step, the mountain seemed to have suddenly come alive, as gigantic pieces of rock began to hurl down its peak. A large landslide that could level a small town roared down the mountainside, aiming to crush the bold azure-robed youth attempting to climb it. Still, Xuanlong didn't choose to use his Dao of space or his Dao of time as he faced the landslide. Instead, a large black sword appeared in his hands, before flashing more than a dozen times in a single second, painting a breathtaking scene. Strands upon strands of radiant white sword chi materialized around the black sword's edge, before moving towards the incoming landslide. The large pieces of rock hurling down the mountain were all cut in half the moment they touched the powerful sword chi, before losing their momentum and disappearing further into the island, completely missing their target in the process. During those past 6 years he had spent in the endless desert, aside from refining pills and increasing his cultivation, Xuanlong had constantly practiced his sword skills in his sparring sessions with Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan, further improving his mastery of the sword in the process. Although he had already reached the realm of sword aura after comprehending the insights left behind in the stone mural,
Xuan didn't have the chance to truly test how far along his sword skills had come at this point. After all, spars were just spars at the end of the day. And neither he nor Jiang Chen or Bai Longshan would truly go all out against each other. With the sixth step, Xuan had to deal with 3 earth golems that descended from the mountain peak. Each of them strong enough to dispose of a peak-stage Dao King by themselves. While with the 7th, the endless sea around the deserted island churned and roared, before raging waves besieged Xuan from every direction. With the 8th step, hundreds of lightning bolts bombarded the foot of the mountain, obliterating everything in their path. While with the 9th, illusionary golden swords began to materialize in the sky, before they turned their sharp tips towards the azure-robed challenger climbing the mountain. Although Xuan wasn't injured at this point, with every successive step he took, the attacks he had to face became tougher and tougher to deal with at the same time. The heavy atmosphere and the sparse qi in the air became even more oppressive, making the climb itself feel progressively harder as time went on. More and more attacks continued to bombard Xuan on his way to the top, until finally, the peak of the mountain appeared in his sights. Although the nebulous mist had yet to disperse, Xuan could still tell that he was only a couple of steps away from reaching the peak at this point. Taking another step forward, the black blade in his hands flashed once more, disposing of the last illusionary magic beast that was blocking his way. Before finally, the scene at the top of the mountain revealed itself. Unlike the first 2 trials, however, there weren't heaps upon heaps of treasures waiting for Xuan to choose from. There were no tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones either, nor countless star-rank materials to craft weapons with. Instead, there were only 2 items placed at the top of the mountain: a single bronze token and a small orange fruit. The token appeared as ordinary as it could be, with the words Imperial Mandate carved on its front and the words Outer Court on the back. However, after fiddling with it for a few moments, Xuan uninterestedly placed it inside the Stone of Time before he turned his gaze towards the small orange fruit. Finally, his eyes lit up before a bright smile made its way to his lips. As he looked at the peculiar fruit with spiral-like patterns on its skin, Xuan couldn't help but take a deep breath. Before his voice echoed throughout the deserted peak, so the reward for this trial is an immortal meridian fruit. Is this Imperial Mandate sect crazy? Or are they just this daring? Inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time, Little Black stared at the small fruit in his master's hands with curiosity in his bright blue eyes. Before the Black Dragon eventually asked Master, "What's so special about this fruit? Isn't it just a rank 8 spiritual herb?" Although rank 8 herbs are indeed rare in this mortal world, it isn't that surprising that an immortal sect would put one as a reward. However, Xuan simply shook his head and stared at the fruit in his hands for a few moments before he answered calmly, "There is a reason this fruit is named the Immortal Meridian Fruit. Although it's just a rank 8 spiritual herb, even among other rank 8 herbs, it's a rather special entity. Forget about Dao Kings. Anyone between the nascent soul stage and the sovereign realm can consume it, and it will have the same effects. After all, it can essentially improve a person's potential, allowing them to reach the Earth Immortal realm with near certainty in their lifetime. However, despite its benefit, this fruit also carries one major drawback." The Black Dragon was taken aback by Xuan's words, unable to answer for a brief moment. Despite his extensive knowledge, Little Black had never heard of a rank 8 spiritual herb that could be consumed by both nascent soul stage cultivators and sovereign realm ones and essentially change their fates. Granted, the Black Dragon already knew of several immortal herbs with extremely mystical qualities, some of which didn't differ that much from this immortal meridian fruits. However, the Black Dragon's knowledge of alchemy still paled in front of his master's. Nodding his head, Xuan stored the small orange fruit inside the Stone of Time. Before he continued, consuming this immortal meridian fruit can enlarge a person's meridians, pushing them to the absolute limit of what a mortal body can handle. This is why it's considered a wonder fruit even among rank 8 spiritual herbs. Xuan didn't need to say anything else for the Black Dragon to realize how miraculous this immortal meridian fruit really was. Reaching the Earth Immortal realm within their lifetimes may have been just a pipe dream for the majority of cultivators in this mortal world. But Little Black knew that for his master, it was only par of the course. With his talent, it was only a matter of time before Xuan surpassed that level and descended to the level of a true immortal, reigning the immortal dimension once again. However, the effects of this immortal meridian fruit weren't simply limited to allowing a person to become an earth immortal either. What did it mean to enlarge one's meridians? Having spent his entire life with Xuan, the Black Dragon could easily read between the lines of his master's explanation. If a nascent soul stage cultivator could enlarge their meridians to their limits, that person would then be able to absorb chi at the same rate as an earth immortal. What did that mean? It meant that as long as their comprehension of their Dao was at a high enough level, they could reach the level of an earth immortal in a matter of a few years. How terrifying of a notion was that! However, Little Black quickly realized that he had been missing something. For a spiritual herb to have such wondrous benefits, the drawbacks it would carry would most likely be just as dangerous. After all, the heavens were always fair. In their own twisted sense of fairness at least. They would never allow something that broke the balance of the cultivation world to exist. And indeed, a moment later, Xuan continued. Naturally, for something so miraculous to exist, the risk it carries is equally as dreadful. If your meridians can't handle the power of the fruit, they will most likely burst, destroying your dantian as well. Whether one is at the nascent soul stage or the sovereign realm, the burden on their meridians remains the same. In the end, it's all a matter of luck. And yet, a smile appeared on Xuan face in the next moment, as the image of the Northern Sovereign appeared in his mind. Despite the risk it carried, how much would a person that was stuck in the peak of the Sovereign realm for countless years pay? To get their hands on an immortal meridian fruit, they would most likely trade everything they had for a chance at the legendary Earth Immortal level. Of course, the Northern Sovereign wasn't the only one either. There were countless experts like her who would kill for such a chance. All of this took a while to describe. But in reality, only a few moments had passed since Xuan reached the peak of the mountain and stored the bronze token and the orange fruit inside the Stone of Time. This time, however, the expected sensation of spatial fluctuations didn't follow right after completing the trial. Instead, Xuan could see the sky above the island that had suddenly darkened. Before a wizened old voice echoed in his mind, "Little brat. Congratulations. You have successfully passed the third trial of my Imperial Mandate sect, and are now qualified to become an outer court disciple. Should you manage to ascend to the immortal dimension in the future, you can bring that bronze token with you and you will be able to take on the sect's entrance test. Other than this identification token, you will also find a small orange fruit at the peak of the elemental mountain. It's a dangerous fruit that you don't really have to consume. But if you eat it and successfully survive, your chances of becoming a true immortal will reach at least 50%. Of course, the remaining 50% will depend on your fate." As the old man's voice faded, the familiar feeling of spatial fluctuations enveloped Xuan once more, before his surroundings began to turn blurry. A moment later, the small island and the mountain he was standing on both vanished from his vision, as a discernible white hall soon replaced them, having experienced this undesirable sensation plenty of times by now. Xuan had already gotten used to those forced teleportations. Thus, his blurry vision recovered in an instant, allowing him to take in the scene in front of him. The resting area of the third floor was much more empty compared to the first and second floors. Only 15 or so Dao Kings were present in this place, all of them sitting cross-legged on the ground recovering their chi clearly. None of these people wanted to waste time on pointless arguments like Zhe Shuiying or Bai Yuhan did. Back on the second floor, and yet, as soon as Xuan appeared on the floor, more than half of those sitting Dao Kings opened their eyes and turned their gazes towards him. Before looks of surprise, curiosity, and even amazement barraged him from all directions. A moment later, a young man in luxurious yellow robes was the first one to move. As he stood up and approached Xuan with calm, unhurried steps, before he stood in front of him and asked with a gentle smile, "Friend, may I ask for your name?" Seemingly afraid of being misunderstood, the yellow-robed young man scratched his head and smiled innocently before he continued, Don't get me wrong. The thing is, everyone here already knows each other one way or another. Well, everyone apart from you, that is. The rest of us are either members of the ancient families, or we've come from one of the sects of the central region. However, I don't think I've seen your face before. Ah. Right. I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am Wei Peng of the Wei family. The candid young man had a curious look in his eyes as he examined Xuan Long. His deep, brown pupils eagerly staring at him as they waited for an answer. Meanwhile, inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time, a look of amusement appeared in the Black Dragon's eyes as he observed the scene unfolding in front of him. Little Black couldn't remember the last time someone had tried to socialize with Xuan Long so openly, without any hidden intentions. Of course, Little Black could also read Wei Peng's intentions with just a glance. He could tell that the handsome youth had been curious about Xuan Long's background, both because he had never met him before and yet Xuan Long had somehow passed the third trial, but also due to one more reason, the fact that Xuan Long was a mere peak rank 8 Dao King. Everyone else in this hall were not just peak stage Dao Kings, but they were the cream of the crop even among peak rank 9 Dao Kings. They were experts who had reached the absolute pinnacle of the Dao King realm a while ago, and had access to the best types of cultivation techniques, martial skills, and resources in the entire continent. They had long since solidified their foundations in the Dao King realm, and could essentially be considered the strongest geniuses of the central continent. However, even these geniuses had struggled to pass the first 3 trials of the Heavenly Tower, and had to sit down and recuperate to recover their strength. Despite their illustrious backgrounds and ample resources, inside this mysterious tower, they could only push themselves to their limits to pass its unreasonable trials. And yet, somehow, a mere rank 8 Dao King had managed to achieve the same feat as them. How could these proud geniuses not be curious? Glancing at the smiling yellow-robed young man in front of him, Xuan Long merely shook his head and answered honestly, Wei Peng. I see. I am Xuan Long and I've come from the northern region of the continent. As for which power I'm from, let's just say that I'm not acquainted with any sects and families out there. You can consider me a rogue cultivator instead. Xuan Long's response was like a hammer that struck the grinning Wei Peng, causing the bright smile on his lips to freeze momentarily, while even the surrounding Dao Kings doubted their own ears, exchanging disbelieving glances with each other. He wasn't acquainted with any sects and families. A rogue cultivator. As if anyone would ever believe that crap. Regardless of how much of a genius someone was. Without powerful cultivation techniques, martial skills, and enough treasures and resources to fuel their growth, they could never hope to reach this 4th trial of the Heavenly Tower. No. They wouldn't even manage to get past the first trial. It wasn't a matter of talent anymore, but merely a matter of feasibility. Otherwise, if it was that easy to get past the 3rd trial, there wouldn't only be these few people in the White Hall right now. However, a moment later, a completely different thought flashed through Wei Peng's mind, causing the young man's eyes to light up once more, this time with even more intensity than before. If he is not acquainted with any powers of the central region, and clearly isn't a rogue cultivator like he claims, then doesn't that mean that he is most likely the secret disciple of some powerful expert? Wait. Don't tell me he is like young Lady Nui. The more he followed this train of thought, however, the more Wei Peng felt that he was on the right path indeed. Since Xuan Long wasn't an inheritor of one of the peak powers of the central region, this was the only way that Wei Peng could think of to explain his abnormal prowess. Otherwise, how could a mere rank 8 Dao King ever reach the doorstep of the 4th trial? Of course, Xuan Long was completely oblivious to the spiral of different thoughts he had sent Wei Peng into. But even if he knew, he wouldn't have cleared the misunderstanding either. Xuan Long knew that he could have said he was an outer-court disciple of the Holy Sect, but he didn't see the need to. At this point, he had already understood that the Holy Sect was incapable of protecting its own disciples when faced with the peak powers of the continent. So doing so wouldn't provide him with any benefits. Yang Hui's case was the most obvious example of the problem. The young lady of the Bai family had arrogantly crashed the outer court examination of the Holy Sect, and had even stolen the strongest outer court disciple in front of everyone's eyes before taking her leave. And yet, even the elders of the sect didn't dare to defy her at the time. Thus, even if Xuanlong wanted to stay affiliated with the holy sect in the future, giving the sect's name to these people was unlikely to bring anything positive as a result. Having already reached his own conclusion, Wei Peng's gaze now held a trace of admiration as he looked at Xuanlong. How many people were qualified to become disciples of those hidden experts out there? Bending slightly forward, the grinning young man placed his left arm around Xuanlong's shoulders and said excitedly, "Ah. So Brother Xuan is a rogue cultivator. Don't worry. I understand everything. In that case, allow me to introduce everyone here to Brother Xuan." The Dao kings in the vicinity appeared taken aback by Wei Peng's proactiveness to befriend the newcomer, some even throwing inquisitive looks in the process. It wasn't that Wei Peng wasn't a sociable, friendly person by nature, but as the second young master of the Wei family, the peers that could enter his eyes were far and few between. Why would he lower himself by making friends with someone of unknown background? However, those Dao kings who could read between the lines had different expressions on their faces, some even throwing envious looks at the velo-robed young master of the Wei family. It seems that those guys have already come to the same conclusion as I did. Too bad that you guys were all too slow. With the easygoing smile on his face becoming more and more pronounced, Wei Peng began to introduce the surrounding Dao kings to Xuanlong one by one. Brother Xuan. This is the seventh young master of the ancient Su family, Su Tai. And he is a peak 6th stage body refiner. Wei Peng's voice wasn't subdued in the slightest, reverberating throughout the empty hall as he pointed at a tall young man sitting at the very corner of the hall. That man was dressed in a tattered, half-sleeved shirt that exposed his muscular, toned body for everyone to see, and had ink-like dark skin that was covered in mysterious symbols. His gaze was particularly sharp as he stared at the grinning Wei Peng, as if angered that the handsome yellow-robed youth was giving his secrets away to an outsider. However, Wei Peng didn't seem to have noticed the piercing gaze that was trying to burn a hole in his face, as he continued with the same leisurely attitude as before. Brother Xuan. The Su family is known for their body refinement cultivation techniques, and this guy is considered somewhat extraordinary even among their main family members. Aside from his second brother, he is said to have the most potential in their entire family. Becoming a peak 8th stage body refiner in the future is practically guaranteed, and he even has a decent chance to reach the 9th stage. Su Tai puffed out his chest after hearing Wei Peng's unexpected compliment before he turned around to look at the rest of the Dao kings in the hall, as if waiting to see their reactions. However, everyone here was already familiar with Su Tai's background, and pretty much knew all of his strengths and weaknesses. Although Wei Peng wasn't wrong in what he said, which one among these Dao kings were any worse? They were all the pride of their families and sects. Following Su Tai's introduction, Wei Peng pointed at a beautiful young woman in a red dress, with the pattern of a sun embroidered on its back, and continued. Brother Xuan. That girl is the fourth young lady of the Ming family, Mingo. Although her looks may just be ordinary, don't let that fool you. She is actually extremely skilled in soul attacks. In fact, I'd say she is the most dangerous person in this entire hall. Her sun-burning imprint can even control Wei Peng. Are you really going to give all my secrets away to an outsider? You should learn when to draw the line and when to keep going. And whose looks did you just call ordinary? You ugly bastard. The young woman in the red dress stood up and pointed at Wei Peng with a trembling finger, clearly furious by that last part of his description. However, Wei Peng merely waved his hand dismissively before he continued. Mingo. Stop being so stingy. Other than Brother Xuan, who else in this hall doesn't know about your Ming family's sun-burning imprint? One know that you don't even consider that your trump card. So quit with your acting. The young woman in the red dress seemed like she wanted to say something, but in the end, she merely chose to stay silent. Her gaze, however, was just as cold as she stared at the cheerful Wei Peng, who walked further away, clearly ready to introduce another person to Xuanlong. Xuanlong didn't decline Wei Peng's friendly gestures and allowed the smiling young man to drag him around the hall, introducing one Dao King after the other to him. Of course, Xuanlong already knew about most of these people even though he hadn't met them before. All thanks to the jades he had purchased from the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce. After all, every single one of these geniuses around him were among the 100 strongest Tao kings of the central region. Some even ranking as high as the top 20 despite that. Wei Peng's introduction was even more detailed than what was contained within those jades. It also allowed Xuanlong to get a better idea of the hierarchy of power in the core parts of the central region. Apparently, the three most influential factions were the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce, the Tiangshuan dynasty, and the 8 ancient families. However, although the 8 families were lauded for being equal in power, Wei Peng revealed that things weren't as simple behind the scenes. The Huang family was apparently the strongest, followed by the Wei family, the Su, and the Bai. Then came the ancient Chen family, the Ming family, the He, and finally the Xing, of course. The difference between the power of these ancient families wasn't significant. But Wei Peng still explained those matters in great detail as for the Tiangshuan dynasty and the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce. The young master of the Wei family didn't go into that much detail about them and just mentioned a few things about their strongest geniuses. A few moments later, Wei Peng had already finished introducing everyone in the hall to Xuanlong, before suddenly taking a seat on the cold marble floor and pointing at the large silver door in the depths of the hall. "Brother Xuan? Do you know what the 4th trial of this tower is about?" Without waiting for a response, Wei Peng continued somberly. "Actually, my Wei family has already entered this heavenly tower in the past. That's why I'm somewhat familiar with its trials. Well, to be precise, every single one of the 8 ancient families has done so. So we are all familiar with the trials up to the 4th floor. As for the 5th one and above, I'm afraid that even I don't know that much. After all, the number of experts in each family who have reached that level can be counted on the fingers of a single hand." The surrounding Dao kings didn't have any reactions to Wei Peng's revelation, and silently continued to absorb the pure qi within the hall as they saturated their dantians. Even in the central region, the fact that the 8 ancient families had existed for hundreds of thousands of years was practically an open secret. So there was naturally no reason to hide it. As for the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce, and the Tiangshuan dynasty, it was rumored that their histories were even longer. With a solemn look on his face, Wei Peng stole another glance at the illusionary silver door before he continued. "Brother Xuan may not even need this small piece of information I'm about to give you. But since each of us only have 3 chances of failure before we get expelled from the tower, it may prove a bit helpful in the end. If so, I'll be glad to be of assistance. Actually, this 4th trial is rather simple, at least when compared to the previous 3. This time you don't have to kill as many magic beasts as you can before you run out of essence. Nor do you have to endure dozens of soul attacks from early-stage Dao Emperors. All you need to do is defeat 3 peak-stage Dao Kings. Simple, right? Defeat 3 peak-stage Dao Kings." Even Xuanlong was momentarily taken aback after hearing Wei Peng's explanation, wondering if this mischievous young master of the Wei family was trying to crack a joke again. However, judging from his expression, it was clear this trial wasn't going to be as simple as that. Wei Peng had a self-mocking look as he stared at the mirage of the silver door. Before he continued, "Unfortunately, this trial is far from easy. The 3 Dao Kings you have to face are all nominally outer court disciples of the Imperial Mandate sect, just like the rest of us. Meaning, they are all people who were once strong enough to pass the first 3 trials of this tower as well and reach this point. How confident can you be in fighting 3 people who have also reached this level before?" A handful of geniuses within the empty hall, alongside the muscular Su Tai, firmly clenched their fists, their gazes burning with determination as they looked at the door of the 4th trial, while others like the red-dressed Mingo had dejected expressions, as if they had already attempted this trial and failed miserably. It was at this moment, though, that a young man in blue robes suddenly stood up and faced Wei Peng, before he shrugged and said in a nonchalant voice, "Well, it's not like it's impossible or anything. So stop making such a fuss. Wei Peng? More than a handful of people have already passed the 4th trial this time. And there are at least a dozen others still undertaking it as we speak. Surely, a couple of them will manage to succeed as well. However, you do have a point.
Unless you are absolutely certain of passing. I'd suggest you stay in this hall and consolidate your strength as much as you can before stepping forward. As he said that last sentence, the blue-robed young man seemed to be looking at Xuan as he cupped his hands and nodded his head in greeting. A moment later, under the surprised gazes of the surrounding Dao kings, he suddenly took a few steps forward and stepped towards the illusionary silver door, before placing his hand on the door's ethereal surface. In the next moment, the blue-robed youth's figure directly vanished from the white hall, plunging the empty hall into a deafening silence. Before the nearby Dao kings immediately exploded in uproar. What? Did he just leave? That arrogant bastard. Chen Yanting is really bold. Ha! Isn't this his last chance? Where did he find the courage to step forward? When Su Tai is still here. That's right. He already failed 2 times during the second trial. If he doesn't succeed this time, he is going to be kicked out of the tower. Of course. Xuan already knew of this blue-robed man's name thanks to Wei Peng's introduction earlier. His name was Chen Yating, and he was the 3rd young master of the ancient Chen family. A family deeply tied to the northern region of the central continent. In fact, among the ancient families, although they all had their roots in the central part of the continent, it was only the Bai and the Chen families that exerted any influence in the continent's northern part where the holy sect was located. However, Xuan inner thoughts didn't seem to mirror most of the Dao kings around him. Only a select few like Wei Peng, Su Tai, and a couple of others seemed to have stayed silent as they watched Chen Yating's disappearing figure naturally. Those people seemed to be thinking the same thing, for peak-stage Dao kings like them. There was no point in staying in this place and consolidating your power any longer. After all, most of them had already reached the peak of the Dao King realm long ago and had no more room for any improvements. The only thing they needed at this point was to recuperate their wounds from their last challenge and step forward to challenge the tower. Wasting more time inside the hall wouldn't provide them with any benefits whatsoever. Of course, some also disagreed with this notion, choosing to stay behind even though they weren't wounded. After all, regardless of how good of a state your body may have been in, if your mental state wasn't in equally good condition as well, your chances of conquering the 4th trial were practically null. And most of these people already knew that. However, it was almost as if the blue-robed Chen Yating's movements had started a chain reaction within the hall. A moment later, one after the other, the surrounding Dao kings all stood up and turned their sights towards the 4th trial. The yellow-robed Wei Peng's gaze seemed to have turned into one of focus and pure determination. As the young master of the Wei family stood up as well, taking a look at Su Tai and the rest who were already walking towards the illusionary silver door, he no longer hesitated, as he cupped his hands at Xuan and said solemnly, "Brother Xuan, it looks like I'll be challenging the 4th trial right away. Originally, I was planning on sharing a drink or 2 with you first. But my circumstances have changed. It seems I can no longer idle in this place. I hope Brother Xuan can understand." Waving his hand dismissively, Xuan nodded as he looked at the restless yellow-robed young man before he answered with a light smile, "Don't worry. I understand. If it's fated, let's have a drink on the next floor then." Wei Peng's eyes flashed with a deep look as he stared at the mysterious azure-robed young man in front of him, before eventually nodding his head. A moment later, he followed Su Tai and the others as he headed towards the silver door as well. Naturally, Wei Peng didn't miss the subtle insinuation behind Xuan words. Clearly, despite having heard about the immense difficulty of the 4th trial, Xuan still felt certain of passing it and advancing to the next floor. Even those people like Mingo who were hesitant in the beginning eventually stepped forward and challenged the 4th trial. Despite a few moments later, Xuan was now the only person left inside the vast white hall. Original dejected look. The young princess of the Ming family seemed to have found newfound vigor that allowed her to step forward this time. Of course, Xuan could also understand the reason behind her decision. It was for that same reason that Wei Peng, Su Tai, and the others all decided to challenge the 4th trial. After the blue-robed Chen Yating had made the first move, the 8 ancient families were all equal in hindsight.
their power creating a certain equilibrium between them. However, this also meant that if anyone from those families decided to step forward and take on the next trial, the others would have no option but to follow suit. After all, the honor and future of their families were on the line. How could they allow another family to outshine them? This was the burden those successors of the ancient families carried. Sitting cross-legged on the cold marble floor, Xuan put all those unnecessary thoughts at the back of his mind and focused on absorbing the pure immortal qi in the air around him. Although the third trial hadn't really injured him, it had managed to drain the majority of his qi, causing Xuan to feel somewhat spent at the end of it. Although he hadn't actually used his Dao of Time or his Dao of Space during the trial, and neither had he made use of his Dao of Heavenly Tribulation, the level of sword aura was still enough to greatly sap his qi after using it for so long. It took Xuan more than half a day to fully replenish his depleted qi balls. Surprisingly, during this time, neither Wei Peng nor anyone else among those who had left for the fourth trial had appeared back on the floor. Even the more hesitant Mingo and those like her hadn't returned yet, of course. Xuan couldn't know whether they had succeeded or not, whether they had failed and gotten kicked out of the tower, or if they were still fighting inside the trial. However, at this point, he was more curious about Lu Mei and the rest instead. Had they already passed the fourth floor or were they still challenging the lower floors? Xuan had no idea since he hadn't seen any of them during this time. But he had a feeling that they shouldn't be that far from the fourth floor either standing up. He stretched his body for a bit, and after searching through the Stone of Time for something to eat, he walked towards the illusionary door as well. Thankfully, on the way from the endless desert to the heavenly tower, Xuan and his group had been attacked by plenty of rank 6 magic beasts, most of whom had large amounts of meat on them. So he had plenty of food stored inside the Stone of Time. Even with the gluttonous black dragon voraciously devouring large amounts of magic beast meat every day, Xuan still had enough food left to last him a long while. At the very least, he should have enough for at least a year. Of course, Dao Kings could still survive without food or water for a very long time, as long as they could absorb the spiritual qi around them. However, after being in seclusion for so long inside the endless desert, Xuan could feel his body craving for something to eat. A few moments later, Xuan finally stood in front of the illusionary silver door as he placed his hand on the door's mirage-like surface. That unwanted nauseous sensation overcame him once again, before his surroundings turned blurry once more. This time, however, it took less than a second for his vision to return, as Xuan found himself in the heart of a verdant, lush forest, surrounded by gigantic pine trees as far as the eye could see, with white twisting vines around their monstrous trunks, each of them as large as an adult human. The dense forest stretched out in every direction. Each of those pine trees seemed to be more than 30 meters, 99 feet, in height, completely blotting out the sky above the forest. And yet, despite their enormous size and intimidating appearance, the thick trees around him weren't what caught Xuan attention. Instead, it was the 3 figures that were sitting cross-legged beneath one of those trees, each of them facing the other 2 as they formed a triangle shape almost at the same time that he had noticed them. The 3 figures seemed to have opened their eyes as well, as they simultaneously turned their gazes towards Xuan. The first figure was a young man with messy black hair who was holding a large staff. The second figure was a young woman with short auburn hair and flaming red eyes. But it was the third figure, the one that looked the most ordinary, that drew Xuan attention. It was a man in his late 20s, with a plain-looking face and long black hair that reached all the way to his waist. What drew Xuan attention, however, was the familiar energy around this man's body. A type of energy that Xuan possessed as well. It was the energy of someone who trained in the Dao of Space as Xuan's gaze met with the long-haired man's. The latter actually smiled, before he suddenly disappeared from the spot he was standing on, appearing right next to his opponent. His movements were extremely swift, almost like a mirage, while his white robes fluttered in the wind as he made his move. In the next moment, a small black dagger materialized in his palm, as the long-haired young man thrust it towards Xuan's temple. The thin black dagger cut through the air like an arrow, looking to plunge itself straight into its target's head. Unfortunately for him, Xuanlong seemed to have already anticipated his attack. His bright golden eyes that resembled a pair of suns flashed with a deep, blue glow. Before he effortlessly craned his neck to the side, narrowly avoiding the long-haired man's strike, the white-robed young man looked stunned, surprised by the sudden turn of events. But his movements didn't stop for a moment. Seeing that Xuanlong had avoided his strike, he hurriedly took a step back, opening up the distance between them. At the same time, the remaining two peak stage Dao Kings also made their moves. The first one, the young man with the messy black hair, took a step forward, his figure leaving behind countless after-images as he beelined straight towards Xuanlong. The large bronze staff in his hands suddenly extended, becoming more than 10 meters 33 feet long as he swiped it sideways, aiming at Xuanlong its lower half. The scene looked somewhat comical, as if a small ant was trying to wield a weapon more than 6 times its size. And yet somehow, the messy-haired man seemed to have no issue controlling his staff. Almost simultaneously, the young woman with the short auburn hair also made her move. Her flaming red eyes burned with incandescent, radiant heat before a mixture of white and scarlet flames enveloped her body. In the next moment, her figure turned into a flaming meteor as she shot herself at Xuanlong with devastating speed. Sensing the two follow-up attacks coming from both directions, Xuanlong didn't chase after the long-haired young man and decided to deal with these two new threats first. A pitch-black sword materialized in his right hand before he swiped it downwards, looking to intercept the gigantic bronze staff first. The bronze staff swiped through the air with terrifying momentum, creating deafening sonic booms as it whistled through the air. Then, a terrifying explosion echoed through the forest, its forceful clash even uprooting some of the gigantic pine trees in the surroundings. Before the sound of metal clashing against metal filled the battlefield. Surprisingly, the momentum of the bronze staff had been so powerful that Xuanlong felt his right hand turning somewhat numb after the impact, causing him to look at the messy-haired man with a surprised look. However, the messy-haired young man was even more shocked right now, his gaze a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. He had imbued his Tao of light in this attack of his, enhancing both his own speed and the momentum of his bronze staff to a terrifying degree before he swiped it at Xuanlong. The messy-haired man was even a peak 6th stage body refiner on top of being a peak stage Tao King. And he had also been the one to initiate the attack. And yet, he had been the one forced to take a step back after the clash. How terrifying was this monster in front of him? Although the messy-haired young man wasn't a real person, and was merely a soul imprint left behind in the tower countless years ago, he still possessed a certain sense of self-awareness. Additionally, his body, his chi, and the insights he had comprehended had been at the absolute peak of the Tao King realm at the time he left his imprint, making him one of the strongest Tao Kings attempting the tower's trials. So, how could he not be surprised after losing in a contest of strength? Especially when his opponent didn't seem to have imbued his Tao in his last attack. Luckily, this battle still 3 against 1. Almost at the same time the messy-haired man was pushed back. The young woman with the auburn hair had already arrived in front of Xuanlong, her lithe, delicate palm aiming for his chest with deadly force. Although Xuanlong could tell that this young woman in front of him wasn't a body refiner, he could sense that this palm strike of hers was just as dangerous as that black dagger and the bronze staff he had faced. However, at this point, there was no way for him to dodge this strike. The young woman had been extremely insidious and crafty with her strike, timing her attack right after Xuanlong had blocked the bronze staff, not giving him any room to maneuver. Unfortunately for her, Xuanlong had never planned to dodge her attack in the first place. Clenching his left hand, Xuanlong took a step forward and sent his fist to meet the incoming palm, as sparks of white lightning enveloped his entire body. However, just as the young woman's palm clashed with his fist, a scene that neither Xuanlong nor the auburn-haired woman expected took place next. The young woman's figure suddenly disappeared from the heart of the battlefield, appearing more than 100 meters back, right next to the long-haired man and the messy-haired one. The young woman had a look of confusion on her face, quickly followed by unspeakable anger as she turned around and stared furiously at the long-haired young man behind her. Her flaming red eyes were full of indignation as she looked at him. Before her rosy lips finally parted as she asked in a cold tone, "What do you think you are doing?" However, the long-haired man only spared the woman in front of him a single glance, before he turned his gaze towards the sparks of white lightning crackling around Xuanlong's body. After a moment of silence, he answered calmly, "If I didn't save you, you would have died just now." The auburn-haired woman was about to retort and rebuke the white-robed young man for underestimating her. But a moment later she felt a sharp, searing pain coming from her right palm. Lowering her head to look at her hand and the horrible condition it was in, her scarlet eyes widened in disbelief before she hurriedly turned her gaze towards the distant Xuanlong. "Do you understand now? That lightning around him isn't normal. If I let you fight him for a few more seconds, you would have already turned into a corpse." The long-haired man's voice was casual, but both the young woman and the messy-haired man couldn't help but feel a chill coursing through their hearts. What type of lightning was that, and how could it be so terrifying? The auburn-haired woman had only exchanged a single attack with Xuanlong. No, not even one attack, since the long-haired man had teleported her away before they could fully clash, and yet her hand was severely burned as a result. Then, what would have happened if they had truly fought just now? Taking a deep breath, the woman with scarlet eyes nodded and steeled herself before she said seriously, "All right. I admit that none of us are strong enough to fight him by ourselves. Let us fight together then." The messy-haired young man nodded as well, indicating that he agreed with her assessment. Before the three of them gradually spread out, encircling Xuanlong from every direction. However, Xuanlong wasn't paying the slightest bit of attention to the auburn-haired woman or the messy-haired young man with the bronze staff. Although the two of them were strong enough to break past his defenses and injure him if left alone, they were still individually weaker than by Longshan and Xingyi. Instead, his gaze was fully focused on the white-robed man with the plain-looking face. This was the first time that Xuanlong was fighting someone who had also comprehended the Tao of space. What drew Xuanlong's attention the most, however, was the different application of the Tao of space this purple-robed young man used. He had already used his spatial manipulation to teleport his companion away from the fight just now. Although Xuanlong was also a peak-stage Tao King in a sense, this wasn't a skill he had comprehended. Of course, this difference in abilities wasn't any surprising. After all, two people may have comprehended the same Tao but end up learning entirely different skills at the end of the day. It didn't mean that someone who had also comprehended the Tao of space would be able to open space tiers within his opponent's bodies with the same precision Xuanlong did and assassinate them. Nor that they could also conjure an illusionary spatial blade that could cut through almost any defenses with ease. However, Xuanlong had to admit that he was still curious about this white-robed man's abilities. Who knows? Perhaps my own comprehension may even increase as a result, as this thought appeared in his mind. Xuanlong actually smiled, excited to see what else the white-robed young man had to offer. A moment later, a barrage of attacks assaulted Xuanlong from every direction, as the messy-haired young man repeatedly attacked with his staff while keeping his distance, while the scarlet-eyed woman conjured dozens of gigantic, scorching white fireballs, blocking every possible escape path. Every time the messy-haired man attacked from one side, torrid white balls of flame would assault him from the other, trying to find an opening in his seemingly impregnable defenses. However, no matter how hard they tried, Xuanlong's fighting style didn't leave a single opening for them to exploit. Instead, it had been more than once that Xuanlong had closed the gap between them and had appeared next to the scarlet-eyed woman or the messy-haired young man, only for the white-robed man to teleport them away. Of course, Xuanlong had also attacked the three Tao Kings from a distance, conjuring dozens of pure white lightning bolts. But once again, the white-robed young man showcased how differently he used his Tao of space just before those lightning bolts could hit him or his teammates. The white-robed man waved his hand, opening up space tiers that swallowed the bolts of heavenly tribulation, redirecting their power to the forest behind him. At this point, the entire forest was already alit, the gigantic pine trees either burning from the white and scarlet flames, or were already charred after being struck by the terrifying lightning bolts, and yet, the four people at the heart of it all didn't seem to have noticed. As they continued to exchange destructive attacks between them an hour later, Shenlong was finally satisfied after seeing everything the white-robed man had to offer at this point. Shenlong had to admit that the way this long-haired man used his Dao of space was indeed unique. Not only could he teleport his companions to safety and redirect Shenlong's bolts of heavenly tribulation, but he could also encase himself or his opponent in a cocoon of space tears. This cocoon was almost impregnable from the outside, absorbing almost every attack, and utterly deadly from the inside. Anyone who hadn't comprehended the Tao of space themselves or didn't have any ways to defend against the deadly power of spatial rifts would be ripped apart in a matter of seconds. Unfortunately for the white-robed man, Shenlong's control of space wasn't any weaker than his own, allowing him to effortlessly destroy his space cocoons. This had left the white-robed young man feeling utterly distressed. It was almost as if this mere rank 8 Tao King in front of him didn't have any weakness. At this point though, Shenlong knew that it was time to end their fight. Although his opponents weren't overly dangerous, they were still peak stage Tao Kings, and extraordinary ones. Well, fighting them for so long to absorb the white-robed man's Tao of space had caused him to expend a large amount of Qi in the process. Even with his vast reserves of Qi, Shenlong knew that fighting 3 strong opponents for so long was bound to exhaust him eventually in the next moment. The sparks of lightning around his body vanished and even the black sword in his hand disappeared. Staring at the 3 peak stage Tao Kings in the distance though, Shenlong actually smiled before he said to the white-robed man, "Since you've showed me your strongest attacks, I suppose it's time for me to return the favor." The invisible figure of an hourglass then expanded from his body, before his lips parted, letting out 2 simple words: Monarch's domain, as the invisible figure of an hourglass covered the battlefield. The white-robed young man, the messy-haired man with the staff, and the scarlet-eyed woman all felt a subtle change in their surroundings, as if a thin, imperceptible veil had suddenly enveloped them. Although this change was extremely faint, almost indiscernible, as experienced peak stage Tao Kings, how could they not feel even the most minute shift around them? However, before any of them could react, Shenlong's silhouette vanished from the spot he was standing on, appearing right next to the messy-haired young man, before he sent a fist flying at his chest. The messy-haired man's heart felt cold as he tried to instinctively raise his bronze staff and block the sudden strike. But before he could even think of doing so, Shenlong's fist had already pierced through his chest, before coming out from the other side. His movements had been so swift and sudden that mere words were incapable of describing their dread. A moment later, the messy-haired man dropped the staff from his hands, letting it fall on the ground with a thud. Before his eyes turned dim and lifeless, the long-haired man and the auburn-haired woman looked at the scene in front of them in shock, unable to make sense of what had just happened. They couldn't understand how the situation had changed so suddenly, to the point where one among them had died and they didn't even know how. No. That was wrong. They knew exactly what had happened, even though their eyes had been unable to track their opponent's movements. After all, they could still see the faint droplets of blood dripping from Shenlong's fist right now, as he looked at the messy-haired man's disappearing corpse. However, this realization only served to amplify their shock. How could the opponent, that was only evenly matched against them, suddenly explode with so much power speed? It didn't make any sense. This was even more so considering that the messy-haired man with the bronze staff was an expert who had comprehended the Tao of Light to the peak of the Tao King realm, making the number of people who could match him in terms of speed, let alone surpass him at the same level of cultivation, practically non-existent. However, the most astonished out of everyone present was certainly the white-robed, long-haired man, staring at Shenlong with an aghast look on his previously emotionless face. After all, it was one thing for the messy-haired man to have been unable to react to the unexpected attack, but for Shenlong's movements to have been so swift that even he had been unable to save his companion was an entirely different matter. And yet, the messy-haired man's death was only the beginning. A moment later, Shenlong's figure vanished once more, appearing right in front of the auburn-haired woman, before an illusionary, purple-colored blade moved towards her throat with overwhelming speed. The young woman had already been prepared and tried to meet the purple blade head-on. But before she could even raise her arm, The deathly blade had already slashed through her neck, reaping her life in a single strike. Just like the messy-haired man, her scarlet eyes flashed with a look of horror, before turning dull and lifeless moments afterwards. Now among the three of them, the white-robed man was the only one left. However, contrary to Xuanlong's expectations, the white-robed man didn't wait for Xuanlong to attack him instead. He stretched out his left hand, placing the cold blade of his Stygian dagger across his chest before he looked at Xuanlong and said calmly, "No need to bother killing me. I can tell that I'm no match for you one-on-one anyway. However, since you also cultivate in the Tao of Space, I've got a piece of advice for you. I don't know what type of power you just used in our fight, but you should focus on comprehending a single supreme Tao in your life. Otherwise, you will never break past the sovereign realm. Cultivating 2 supreme Daos is already madness. But 3. You will have no hope of breaking past the Dao Emperor realm in the future. Of course, whether you want to heed my words or not is up to you. You are free to consider them useless rambling if you don't want to." As the white-robed man finished speaking, he plunged the obsidian dagger deep in his chest, piercing his heart in a single strike. In the next moment, a fountain of blood spurted from his chest before his motionless body toppled on the ground, any signs of life fading from his eyes before his body turned completely still in the next moment. His corpse began to dissolve into motes of immortal Q that dispersed in the air, as a thick, purple-colored booklet began to materialize in its place. A pale silver light coming from its weathered cover, and yet Xuanlong didn't pay the slightest bit of attention to the purple-colored book. His mind focused on the white-robed man's final words indeed. Xuanlong knew that breaking through to become a sovereign realm expert would be extremely hard for him, mostly because he wasn't planning to abandon either his Tao of Space or his Tao of Heavenly Tribulation. However, regardless of how hard it was going to be, he wasn't planning on giving up unless it was truly impossible. Of course, it was also a fact that Xuanlong had never heard of anyone before breaking through to become a sovereign realm expert with 3 supreme Daos, even throughout the vastness of the immortal dimension. But geniuses who had done so with 2 supreme Daos, albeit extremely rare, still existed. A moment later, Xuanlong put that matter to the back of his mind and focused on the purple-colored booklet the long-haired man had left on its hoary, time-worn cover. A pair of lusterless words were written with washed-out black ink that had almost fully faded by now. However, behind after his death, despite its condition, Xuanlong could still read the words on the ancient tome's surface: Immortal Grade Cultivation Technique, Rift Convergence. Looking at the immortal grade cultivation technique the white-robed man had left behind, Xuanlong examined it for a moment before eventually shaking his head and turning his gaze towards the remaining 2 disappearing figures. And indeed, just like the white-robed young man, the woman with the scarlet eyes and the young man with the bronze staff seemed to have also left behind a pair of thick booklets. The young woman's book was burning with soft, white ethereal flames, as the words "Path of the Setting Sun" were written on its surface. As for the messy-haired man, his book was emitting a radiant golden glow while the words "World of Limitless Light" were etched on its decrepit cover. Of course, Xuanlong wasn't overly surprised to see 3 immortal-grade cultivation techniques. After all, he understood that suitable cultivation techniques were equally as important as one's talent if someone wanted to go far in the path of cultivation. Additionally, these weren't even low-grade cultivation techniques, even by the standards of the peak powers of the central region. Xuanlong guessed that most likely, throughout the entire central continent, only the 8 ancient families, the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce, and the Tiangshuan dynasty would be in possession of any middle-rank immortal-grade cultivation techniques. Perhaps a few powerful sects would also possess 1 or 2 of those techniques, but they would surely treat them as supreme treasures that only their elders and sect masters would be able to view. Unfortunately, to Xuanlong, these cultivation techniques were no different from trash. Even the rift convergence technique the white-robed man had left behind, which was actually an immortal-grade cultivation technique tailored for cultivators of the Tao of Space, was no different. After all, Xuanlong knew that there was no cultivation technique out there that could replace his Monarch's hourglass. Besides, whether it was cultivation techniques or martial skills of the immortal grade, Xuan Long knew that he already had an abundance of them thanks to Little Black. The Black Dragon had hoarded countless rare cultivation techniques and martial skills over the years he and his master roamed the immortal dimension, storing all of them inside his mind. As he took a look around him, Xuan Long gradually let out a breath before storing the 3 immortal-grade techniques inside the Stone of Time. At the very least, he could still sell them in the future or possibly exchange them for treasures of equal value. So it couldn't be said that they were completely worthless after all. A few moments later, Xuan Long's figure disappeared from the ancient forest, allowing silence to descend once more to the once serene, peaceful battlefield. Soon, the usual saturated immortal chi filled his surroundings for the 4th time. As Xuan Long found himself at the heart of a familiar vast white hall, he had already gotten so used to this unwanted feeling of forceful teleportation that he no longer felt disconcerted upon experiencing it. As he took a look around him though, Xuan Long was surprised to spot more than 20 figures present on this floor. The resting area on the 3rd floor only had 15 or so Dao Kings waiting. So it was definitely a surprise to see the 4th floor having even more than that. However, after thinking about it for a bit, Xuan Long realized that it also made sense. After all, back on the 3rd floor, everyone had decided to take on the 4th floor's trial at the same time. So it was to be expected that a few of them would have ended up passing it. Besides, Xuan Long didn't know how many people had previously passed the 3rd floor in the first place. After all, the Heavenly Tower had been open for more than half a year. Perhaps even more. Who knows? It was possible that the 5th floor would have even more challenges than this one. However, unlike the resting areas of the previous 3 floors, Xuan Long quickly noticed a vast difference in the atmosphere of this 4th floor. While a few Dao Kings were indeed sitting on the cold marble floor recovering their chi, the majority of them looked to have gathered in front of the illusionary silver door, discussing something with animated expressions. Most of them didn't even seem to have noticed the shimmering runes of the small teleportation formation lighting up, their gazes fully focused on the translucent silver door in front of them. Of course, a few of the resting Dao Kings raised their heads and threw Xuan Long a few surprised glances, before eventually focusing on recovering their chi once more. As he took a look at the people around him, Xuan Long also noticed a few familiar faces from the 3rd floor. The burly, green-robed young man from the Su family, Su Tai, seemed to have successfully passed and reached the 4th floor, alongside the one who had instigated everything, the blue-robed Chen Yating. However, Xuan Long didn't see Wei Peng's figure among the surrounding Dao Kings. It was unknown if that young master of the Wei family was still challenging the 4th trial, or if he had failed and had returned back to the 3rd floor. As for Lu Mei, Zhang Chen, Bai Longshan, and Xing Yi, they didn't seem to have reached this floor yet, or perhaps were already ahead on the 5th floor. Nevertheless, there was one particular figure inside the hall that Xuan Long ultimately focused his gaze on. It was a certain young man in black robes, with spiky black hair and sharp facial features, sitting quietly and listening to the discussion around him in front of the silver door. As he stared at the black-robed man, Xuan Long's lips tugged into a rare, extremely cold smile. In the next moment, he no longer suppressed his killing intent. As a horrifying, monstrous aura burst out from his body and filled the entire hall. Every single Dao King inside the White Hall seemed to have been alerted by the sudden change, as they all turned their gazes towards the azure-robed youth at the center of the hall. However, Xuan Long didn't pay attention to any of them and calmly took a step forward, heading towards the black-robed man in front of the silver door. Of course, this person had been the same one who had sneak-attacked him in the illusion oasis and ended up almost killing him, as well as someone ranked in the top 100 Dao Kings in the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce's rankings. The black-robed Go Chen Xuan Long. The burly Su Tai was the first one to recognize the owner of the terrifying, malevolent aura. His voice tinged with hints of incredulity as the 7th young master of the Su family stared at him in shock. However, Xuan Long didn't pay any attention to Su Tai this time. His gaze fully focused on the black-robed Go Chen. Instead, his calm steps echoed throughout the silent hall as his killing intent gradually increased with every subsequent step. Of course, Xuan Long wasn't going to forget what had happened back in the illusion oasis between the two of them. He had already promised to make Go Chen pay even after leaving the City of Immortals. Su Tai. You actually know that kid? One of the surrounding Dao kings. A tall man with long silver hair eventually asked. His cold gaze tuning into a frown as he looked at the approaching blue-robed youth. Although Xuanlong hadn't said a word yet and his killing intent was clearly directed at Go Chen instead of him, the silver-haired man still felt irritated looking at the arrogant blue-robed young man. It was clear that Xuanlong was dead set on fighting Go Chen within the White Hall. Completely ignoring everyone else inside the hall, the green-robed Su Tai nodded as he looked at the silver-haired man by his side. Before he answered calmly, "That's right. Brother crossing his name is Xuanlong and we met back on the 3rd floor. He claims to have come from the northern region of the continent, and that he is a mere rogue cultivator, having no connection to any of the major powers of the continent. However, I'm sure that Brother Xing is smart enough to read between the lines as well. A rogue cultivator." The long-haired man whom Su Tai had just called Brother Xing narrowed his eyes when he heard that, his gaze turning sharp as a blade as he examined the approaching blue-robed youth. How could a rogue cultivator possibly reach the 4th floor and be on the cusp of the 5th trial? It was simply impossible. Just like Su Tai and the rest, the silver-haired Brother Xing quickly came to the same conclusion they had come. Most likely, this Xuanlong must be the disciple of some powerful solitary figure. There was no other explanation to justify him stepping foot in this floor. Of course, the thought that Xuanlong could have stumbled upon the inheritance of some powerful expert also flashed through the silver-haired youth's mind. But he quickly dispersed the thought as soon as it took form. After all, one needed more than just cultivation techniques and resources to reach this place. Every single member of the 8 ancient families had received guidance from their seniors throughout their entire lives, and had trained under them as if their lives depended on it, all while having access to the best resources and treasures the central continent had to offer. Could someone who had merely stumbled upon a random inheritance possibly reach the same level as them? The long-haired man was certain about the answer to his own question with a deep look in his eyes, one that was unable to truly conceal his astonishment. Su Tai then continued, "Actually, I didn't expect him to reach this 4th floor either. I already thought that passing the 3rd trial had been his limit. I don't understand how a mere rank 8 Dao King can pass that 4th trial. But I am certain of one thing. He is definitely much stronger than Go Chen." As he said the last sentence, Su Tai fell silent, his gaze calmly examining the approaching blue-robed young man. At this point, Su Tai had to admit that he was indeed somewhat wary of Xuanlong in his heart. After all, even after passing the 4th trial, not only was this guy completely unharmed, but he seemed to have enough power to go after Go Chen as well. Meanwhile, the silver-haired man widened his eyes, only now realizing that Xuanlong was actually a peak rank 8 Dao King. He hadn't noticed that detail earlier, since his murderous aura had already overshadowed everything else within the Great Hall. Finally, after a moment of hesitation, the silver-haired man took a step back and said calmly, "All right. This isn't bad either. We can use Go Chen to test him out first. We will decide what to do afterwards." At the same time that Brother Xing made his decision, the blue-robed Chen Yating suddenly took a step forward and appeared in front of Xuanlong. A cool breeze swirling around the body of the handsome young master from the Chen family, as he asked with a serious look, "Brother Shun, is everything all right? Could it be that Go Chen has offended you somehow? Perhaps I can mediate between you." However, contrary to Chen Yating's expectations, Xuanlong didn't pause his steps to explain his reasons and merely shook his head, as his voice echoed throughout the silent White Hall, mediating. "There is no need. Let's just say that I've got an unfinished debt I need to pay back to him." Hearing Xuanlong's words, the surrounding Dao Kings all turned their gazes towards the black-robed Go Chen, including Su Tai and the silver-haired Brother Xing. However, to their surprise, Go Chen looked just as stunned as they were, his gaze a mix of bewilderment and shock as he looked at Xuanlong. He was certain that he had never met Xuanlong before. Taking a deep breath to suppress his fury, the black-robed Go Chen stared at Xuanlong for a while, before eventually asking with narrowed eyes, "Friend, are you sure it's me you have unfinished business with? I'm sure we've never met before, so think again." As his words rang out, The horrifying aura of a peak stage Dao King burst out from Go Chen's body, filling the entire hall. Although Go Chen wasn't someone who let his emotions govern him, and was normally a very shrewd and calculating individual, he wasn't someone who backed out when he was provoked to such a degree. Especially when this was done in front of so many people. That was even more so considering his opponent was a mere peak rank 8 Dao King whom he had never met before, but who for some reason was singling him out of everyone else in the hall, unfortunately for Go Chen. The scene that followed next seemed to have plunged his heart into the coldest depths of the abyss as a sense of lethal danger enveloped his whole body. A mere moment later, Xuan had already appeared in front of him, his clenched right fist shattering the fabric of space around it as it headed straight for Go Chen's head. It was only at this moment that Go Chen finally realized that the monster in front of him wasn't just a peak rank 8 Dao King. He was also a peak 6th stage body refiner. Go Chen wanted to take a step back and escape the horrifying fist that was threatening his life. But he could instinctively tell that there was nowhere for him to run to. The White Hall was only so vast, and the dozen of surrounding Dao Kings had already limited his movement by a great degree. However, the most important reason was the fact that Xuan was already in front of him. Even if Go Chen tried to dodge right now, he knew that he would certainly end up getting hit without any other way out. The black-robed man suddenly took out a familiar black dagger from his spatial ring and held it tightly in a reverse grip, as he plunged it straight into Xuan neck. Damn! Is this fool crazy? Is he really trying to die? This bastard has gone mad. Step back. At the same time, Su Tai and the surrounding Dao Kings all took a few steps back in a hurry, widening the distance between themselves and Go Chen while staring at the spiky-haired man in complete astonishment. It seemed that Go Chen had already given up on defending and was trying to take Xuan down with him. His expression had already turned into an extremely vicious one, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes as he thrust the dagger towards Xuan neck. Indeed, Go Chen's aim was rather simple right now. Either Xuan was going to stop his attack and defend himself, or they were both going to die. In fact, Go Chen had already planned his next course of action as well. Meanwhile, it was only at this moment that the green-robed Su Tai had finally pieced everything together, a look of realization gradually dawning in his eyes. Of course, it's not that he is a mere rank 8 Dao King, but he is a dual cultivator. Yes. This makes sense now. Feeling that he had suddenly solved the mystery behind Xuan, Su Tai took a deep breath and observed the battle in front of him. Indeed, if Xuan was a dual cultivator who had simply prioritized his body refinement over his chi cultivation, Su Tai could understand how he had reached the 5th trial alongside them. Of course, his previous assessment of Xuan being the disciple of some powerful, solitary figure didn't fade, but instead solidified even further. After all, the number of people who could tread both paths of chi cultivation and body refinement simultaneously was extremely small, requiring not just an immense level of talent, but countless resources invested as well at the same time. Staring at the familiar onyx dagger in Go Chen's hands, Xuan narrowed his eyes before his gaze turned cold and unfeeling once more, without the slightest hint of pity in his eyes. It had been this same dagger that Go Chen had used the last time, back in the Illusion Oasis, when he had sneak attacked him and tried to take his life. A moment later, sparks of white lightning covered Xuan's whole body, as his fist continued to descend towards the black-robed young man in front of him. Finally, a hint of panic flashed through Go Chen's eyes, seeing that Xuan wasn't planning to step back and retract his fist. Is this bastard really trying to die with me? However, as this thought took form in his mind, Go Chen grit his teeth and decided to steel himself as well, not taking a step back either, as he instead put even more strength behind his black dagger. Since Xuan wasn't planning to retreat, Go Chen's tactic had now turned brutally simple: whoever's attack connected first would win. The other was going to die. And yet, under Go Chen's disbelieving gaze, right before his dagger could plunge itself into Xuan's neck and allow the spiky-haired man to rejoice over his victory, a layer of protective black scales appeared around Xuan's body, completely walling the insidious attack. As it clashed against the thick dragonic scales, the sound of metal clashing against metal echoed throughout the silent hall. before Go Chen's eyes finally widened in horror. His small onyx dagger that was his most prized possession couldn't even scratch the first layer of dragonic scales around Shenlong's body. Before forcibly coming to a halt. Horrified by this fleeting moment of realization, Go Chen opened his mouth and tried to speak. But before he could even do so, a terrifying fist that was crackling with white lightning made contact with his head. Before a thunderous explosion filled the great hall. Then, under the eyes of the surrounding Dao Kings, Go Chen's figure suddenly exploded, turning into a mist of flesh and blood. Just like this. A peak stage Dao King, someone ranked in the top 100 among all the Dao Kings of the central continent, had lost his life. The dozen of surrounding Dao Kings, including Su Tai, the silver-haired brother Xing, and even those Dao Kings who were resting earlier recovering their qi. All of them now looked at Shenlong with horrified gazes. As if they were looking at a monster. No. Even the word monster is not enough to describe that. How is this even possible? Go Chen died in a single strike. A peak stage Dao King couldn't even take on one attack. The White Hall instantly burst into clamor as the surrounding Dao Kings all stared at Go Chen's mangled corpse in pure disbelief. No. There was not even a corpse for them to look at anymore. There was only a pool of flesh and blood where Go Chen's body should have been, of course. Everyone could tell that even Go Chen's soul hadn't survived Shenlong's strike either. The black-robed, peak stage Dao King had turned completely and utterly dead. However, while the majority of people were staring at Go Chen's mangled corpse, the silver-haired brother Xing and a few others were instead looking at Shenlong. Or, more precisely, at the transformation he had just undergone. Thick, pure black dragonic scales had now covered his entire body like a protective armor, making him look more like a magic beast than a human. Sharp, bestial-like claws had also appeared around his hands. But surprisingly one could still make out the outline of human fingers under their thick carapace. As they stared at the peculiar transformation, the same thought flashed through the green-robed Su Tai's, the silver-haired brother Xing's, and the rest's minds: an immortal bloodline. This is definitely a high-grade immortal bloodline. The clamor within the Great Hall gradually subsided, allowing the surrounding Dao Kings to return back to their senses. And as they did, many of them began to look at the blue-robed youth at the center of it all with a myriad of colorful expressions. Indeed, Shenlong's strength was terrifying. But the way he had killed Go Chen was even more terrifying in comparison. The life of a peak stage Dao King had been snuffed out in an instant, being treated no different from a frail blade of grass, stepped on and plucked out in an instant. Although the majority of these Dao Kings inside the White Hall were also ranked among the top 100 Dao Kings, none of them was confident that they could kill Go Chen as easily and effortlessly as Shenlong had done. At the very least, none of them thought that they could take him down in a single strike. And yet, the strongest people inside the hall right now, the silver-haired brother Xing, the green-robed Su Tai, and a few others, didn't even concern themselves with Go Chen's death. Their gazes fully focused on the black dragonic scales around Shenlong's body instead. Although immortal-grade bloodlines weren't that common throughout the central continent, they weren't overly rare either. In reality, even among the first-rate powers of the continent, a handful of the most talented disciples would normally possess an immortal-grade bloodline. Of course, those bloodlines would normally be just common or rare-grade ones, coming from common or rare-grade immortal beasts. However, the dragonic scales around Shenlong's body right now, and the pressure he was emitting, were clearly different. Although Su Tai and the others couldn't tell exactly what kind of bloodline Shenlong possessed or how pure the blood in his body really was, as members of the 8 ancient families they could still discern how unordinary his bloodline was. A few moments later, the luster of the black scales gradually dimmed, and the bestial-like claws in his hands dispersed as well, revealing Shenlong's original appearance once more. And yet, neither the silver-haired man nor anyone else in the hall spoke. Everyone silently stared at the blue-robed youth who was now standing next to the illusionary silver door. A moment later, Su Tai took a deep breath and stepped forward, seeming like he wanted to say something. But after looking at Go Chen's mutilated corpse and then Shenlong a few meters away from it, the green-robed young master decided to stay silent. Instead, it was the silver-haired Brother Xing who actually spoke in the next moment. His voice reverberating throughout the great hall as he looked coldly at Su Tai next to him. There is no need to concern yourself with this matter. It has nothing to do with you in the first place. The death of a worm like Go Chen is insignificant to us. Let's get back to what we were discussing earlier. As he said that, the silver-haired man then glanced at Xuanlong and nodded his head as he continued. Before you arrived, we were discussing potential strategies regarding the fifth trial. I know that you've just arrived in the hall, but you are free to join this conversation if you wish. As he finished speaking, Brother Xing took a seat on the cold marble floor underneath him and looked at the surrounding Dao Kings in the hall. One by one, they suppressed the shock in their hearts and sat around him as well, returning back to their previous topic. Indeed, although Go Chen's death had been shocking to the majority of these people, at the end of the day, it was nothing more than a surprising, yet slightly entertaining event since Go Chen wasn't a member of any of the ancient families. His death didn't have anything to do with any of them. It was only the power standing behind him that would be concerned. Nodding his head at the silver-haired youth, Xuanlong retrieved Go Chen's spatial ring, before taking a seat on the cold marble floor just a few meters away from Su Tai and his group. Although Xuanlong wasn't participating in their conversation and was only planning to restore his qi, he didn't reject Brother Xing's amicable intentions either, settling just a few meters away from them. Noticing this, the edges of the silver-haired man's lips curved into a smile. Before a heated conversation filled the great hall a day later, Xuanlong had completely recovered the qi he had expended in the fourth trial. The 72 golden-colored qi balls inside the monarch's hourglass were brimming with power once again. And even the few insignificant wounds he had received in the trial had already disappeared during this past day. Xuanlong had also gained plenty of valuable information from Brother Xing, whose real name was Xing Fei. This third young master of the Xing family, who was ranked in 16th place from the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce, seemed to have already failed this fifth floor once. As he explained the process to everyone with a grave look on his face, the more Xuanlong heard about the fifth trial, the more surprised he felt inwardly apparently. The goal of this trial wasn't to kill a large number of magic beasts, nor was it to defeat 3 peak stage Dao Kings who were working together. Instead, it was merely to stay alive for 1 hour. As for the opponent they had to face, Xing Fei had already explained that it was actually the chief outer court disciple of the Imperial Mandate sect. Wei Peng had already explained to Xuanlong that the opponents of the fourth trial were ordinary outer court disciples of the sect. But this time they were facing the chief among those disciples. And yet, seeing how confident the silver-haired youth was about this information, showed how extensive the knowledge network of the 8 ancient families really was. However, it was the last part of Xing Fei's explanation that piqued Xuanlong's interest the most. Although the cultivation base of this chief of outer disciples had already been lowered to match the level of the heavenly tower, Xing Fei had revealed that not only was he an early-stage Dao Emperor, but a Dao Emperor who had comprehended an extremely powerful Supreme Dao. Isn't this trial practically impossible? How are we supposed to win against an early-stage Dao Emperor? I mean, if he was a normal Dao Emperor I'd still be somewhat confident in giving it a shot. But the chief outer court disciple? What kind of insane trial is this? Don't forget that you don't have to win. All you need to do is simply stay alive for an hour and you can pass the trial. Simply stay alive. Ah. Of course. Why did I not think of that? All I have to do is just survive the onslaught of the chief outer court disciple for 1 hour and I can pass. That's easy then, idiot. A few of the surrounding Dao Kings were still hopeful of passing the fifth trial, despite hearing of how difficult it was from Xing Fei after all. Most of those Dao Kings ranked in the top 100 were ranked there due to their monstrous talent. Even among the hundreds of thousands, or perhaps millions of Dao Kings that had entered the City of Immortals this time, they were still the cream of the crop. They were geniuses who could contend against even early-stage Dao Emperors in the outside world, despite the difference in their cultivation base. In fact, the 2 monsters at the very top of the rankings were even rumored to have killed a Dao Emperor realm expert each back in the central continent. However, those who possessed more foresight knew how impossible of a task this fifth trial was actually going to be. It was one thing to have to fight against a weak, Newly advanced Dao Emperor with weak foundations. And another thing entirely to fight against a powerful expert with immense talent. After all, this chief of outer court disciples was a supreme genius who had mastered an abnormally powerful supreme level Dao. Although most people in the top 20 rankings had also comprehended supreme Daos as well. Could they really compare themselves to this chief outer court disciple in terms of talent? And even if they could they also compare when that person was now a powerful Dao Emperor realm cultivator? Even if this person was merely an early rank 1 Dao Emperor. The difference between a peak stage Dao King and a fully fledged Dao Emperor wasn't one that could be measured with the difference of a simple minor realm. Normally, even 10 peak stage Dao Kings wouldn't be able to fight an early stage Dao Emperor. Let alone a genius like the chief disciple of the outer court. The more they thought about this, the more the surrounding Dao Kings realized how big of a wall this 5th trial was going to be. No. I refuse to believe that this trial is impossible. I've already made it this far. How can I just give up? Passing this means that we have a chance to become inner court disciples in the future. That's right. How did Huang Yun and the others even succeed in the first place? There is definitely a way to do it. The eyes of some of the Dao Kings immediately lit up when the name Huang Yun was mentioned. As if they had suddenly found a rope to hold on. Indeed. The successor of the Huang family was rumored to have already passed this floor. And had already ascended to the 6th floor. And he wasn't the only one to do so either. A few other monsters at the top of the rankings had succeeded as well. Proving that this 5th trial wasn't truly impossible. Just very, very hard. However, Su Tai, who had stayed silent all this while, suddenly looked at the clamoring Dao Kings around him, and said mockingly, "You all think you are on the same level as Huang Yun? That abnormal monster. Sure. Why don't you go ahead and try then? Give this trial a shot and see if you can pass. Worst case scenario. You just waste your last chance and get kicked out of the tower. No big deal." His words were like a wave of cold water, dousing the surrounding Dao Kings and instantly extinguishing the clamor in the Great Hall. And Vet. Su Tai merely shook his head, as he continued. Even the 4th trial couldn't be considered easy. Sure. It wasn't overly hard, but it definitely wasn't easy. However, in comparison to this 5th trial, the 4th one was probably child's play. Other than Brother Xing and perhaps also Brother Shun, I don't think anyone else has a chance here. If you don't have enough talent to rank in the top 15, passing the 5th trial is probably impossible. Su Tai's words were calm and unhurried, as if he was merely stating a fact. But his words were like a hammer, rocking the hearts of all the Dao Kings inside the hall. Indeed, Xing Fei was ranked in 16th place, so he definitely had the best chance out of everyone else in the hall. And yet, even he had failed the first time he challenged this trial. Could the rest of them really succeed where he had failed? As for Shun Long, some of the surrounding Dao Kings were still unconvinced in their hearts, thinking that he had only managed to kill Go Chen thanks to his immortal grade bloodline. But they didn't dare to voice out those thoughts in front of Su Tai after all. Other than Xing Fei, Su Tai was the second strongest person inside the hall right now, ranked in the 20th spot on the list. And it was clear that he was trying to befriend Shun Long. Shaking his head, the silver-haired Xing Fei looked at everyone around him and smiled before he said calmly, "You don't have to take Su Tai's words to heart. Yes, it's true that this 5th trial is hard. And it's also true that I've failed it once already. But it's still possible that some of you may have better results than I did. If you think you can do it, you are free to challenge it as well. I've already shared everything I could with you anyway." Standing up, Xing Fei turned his gaze towards the illusionary silver door just a few meters away from him, and began to make his way over. However, before placing his hand on the door, he turned around and threw a look at Shun Long. Before the handsome silver-haired man asked with a smile, "Brother Shun, I'm planning to challenge the 5th trial once more. How about it? Want to give it a shot?" The surrounding Dao Kings, including Su Tai, all turned to look at Shun Long as they waited for his answer. The atmosphere within the Great Hall was silent. So silent that one could hear the breathing of the person next to them, as everyone eagerly gazed at the sitting
blue-robed youth a few meters away from the silver door. Was he really going to attempt the fifth trial? Normally, these Dao Kings wouldn't have been so interested in something as trivial as an unknown person like Xuan Long attempting the fifth floor. After all, every one of these Dao Kings was also a genius in the outside world. Well-known figures with powerful backgrounds that were renowned throughout the entire central continent. However, if Xuan Long could also pass this trial like Su Tai predicted, wouldn't he then join the ranks of Huang Yun and the others? Such a person was bound to become famous throughout the central continent whether he wanted to or not. An early rank 1 Dao Emperor. Ha! Standing up. A small smile found its way on Xuan Long's lips as he looked at Xing Fei and nodded his head. And under the astonished gazes of the Dao Kings around him, he made his way towards the illusionary silver door. Great! Xing Fei smiled as well. And after a brief moment of pondering, the silver-haired man turned to Su Tai and repeated the same question. How about it? Su Tai. Why don't you give it a shot as well? I'm not sure about the others, but your chances at least are as good as mine if not better. The burly, green-robed Su Tai seemed taken aback by Xing Fei's sudden question. From the hesitation flickering in his eyes, it was obvious that he too wanted to challenge the fifth trial. And Xing Fei's words were practically tugging at his heartstrings, almost edging him to step forward. However, after a long moment of silence, he shook his head in a determined manner and answered firmly, not yet. Brother Crossing, you already know that I failed twice back on the second trial. So I only have one attempt left. I'm planning to challenge the fifth trial too. But I'll only do so once I'm confident that I'll succeed. Nodding his head, the silver-haired Xing Fei didn't pressure him any further and simply waved his hand. Then, with a smile on his face, he glanced at Xuan Long one last time before he placed his hand on the mirage of the silver door in front of him. In the next moment, as if responding to Xing Fei's touch, the ethereal runes on the door's surface lit up with a vivid, scintillating light. Before the silver-haired youth's figure vanished from the ancient hall. Glancing at Xing Fei's disappearing figure, Xuan Long nodded his head and stepped forward, before placing his hand on top of the silver door as well. A moment later, a radiant, blinding silver light enveloped his body. Before Xuan Long disappeared from the White Hall soon afterwards, the stillness and silence of the White Hall were quickly left behind, as a cool, refreshing breeze took their place, gently caressing Xuan Long's face and prompting him to open his eyes once more. The familiar, yet insipid scenery of the ancient hall had now vanished for the fourth time, as Xuan Long found himself in the heart of a vast, even field of greenery. This time, there was no nauseous sensation to accompany the spatial fluctuations of the mysterious silver door, nor was there any blurriness affecting his eyesight, allowing him to take in the full scene in front of him. Standing at the heart of this endless, even green field that spanned as far as the eye could see, Xuan Long appreciated the beauty of the fifth trial for a brief, fleeting moment, before his gaze eventually settled on a small clear lake just a few meters away from him. This lake wasn't overly remarkable, nor did it have any particularly unique qualities other than its crystal blue waters. Instead, it was the person sitting by the shore of this lake that attracted Xuan Long's attention. Sitting cross-legged at the edge of the lake was a devilishly handsome young man clad in luxurious purple robes. His long black hair was combed neatly, accentuating the sharp facial features in his already handsome face even further. Surprisingly, the gigantic azure blade strapped on his back didn't seem to contrast his refined, delicate appearance but somehow complemented it even more, adding an aura of subdued savagery to his peaceful frame. Almost at the same time that Xuan Long's gaze fell on him, the devilishly handsome young man snapped his eyes open. Before his calm, brown irises focused on the azure-robed youth that was looking at him. In the next moment, Xuan Long saw the purple-robed youth standing up and unsheath his azure blade, their gazes clashing against each other, before a monstrous, overbearing aura burst out from his body. It was the aura of an early rank 1 Dao Emperor. At this point, Xuan Long had to admit that this purple-robed man was indeed powerful and was most likely going to prove a difficult opponent to beat. After all, Not only was he the first Dao Emperor Xuan was fighting against, but just from his aura, Xuan could tell that even among other Dao Emperors, this person definitely wasn't weak. At the very least, his foundations in the Dao King realm had been tempered to the brim, allowing the purple-robed youth to bring out his full potential. Even among the millions of Dao Kings who had entered the City of Immortals, this person would be considered a peak existence. And yet, almost as if mirroring the devilish youth's movements, a pitch-black sword materialized in Xuan hands as he suddenly took a step forward. Almost simultaneously, the aura of a peak rank 8 Dao King burst out from his body, as he shot forward like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for the purple-robed man in the distance. Indeed, unlike Xing Fez and the rest of the Dao Kings on the 4th floor, Xuan goal wasn't to hide and avoid the purple-robed youth until the 1-hour period ran out. Instead, he was planning to fight against one of the most talented Dao Emperors from the Imperial Mandate sect head-on. Or at least, his soul imprint Xuan covered the gap between them and rushed towards the shore of the lake. But the devilishly handsome young man didn't stay idle either. His feet kicked the ground as his figure turned into a purple blur, flying towards his azure-robed opponent with devastating speed. There were no words exchanged between them, but the thick scent of their imminent battle filled the air with anticipation. In just a few moments, both Xuan and the purple-robed young man stood opposite each other before they brought down their blades at full force. A moment later, a horrifying clash shook the entirety of the vast field, as Xuan black sword met the azure greatsword directly. Boom! The silence and tranquility of the empty green field were quickly replaced by a deafening sonic boom, as the brief yet terrifying clash of the swords shook the air, pushing the two men away from each other. However, just this first clash alone was enough to indicate how the rest of this battle was going to unfold. Xuan felt the black sword slipping out of his hands as the purple-robed man's strike pushed him backward for more than 10 meters until he regained his balance. His right hand that was holding the black sword felt numb after the collision. And if it wasn't for his monarch's eternal body's overwhelming resiliency, even the web of his thumb would have been torn off in an instant. And yet the devilish young man didn't fare much better either. Although Xuan was only a peak rank 8 Dao King and a 6th stage body refiner, his all-out strike was more than enough to rival an early-stage Dao Emperor by now. With his comprehension of the sword added to the mix having already reached the level of sword aura, even an early-stage Dao Emperor would find it a nightmare to defend against his attacks. At the very least, that last strike was Dao Emperor, weaker than the all-out attack of an early stage after taking it on. The purple-robed young man's feet slid backwards for nearly a dozen meters until they finally came to a halt. His arm that was holding the gigantic azure blade trembled after the impact, prompting him to use his second hand to support himself as well, before his emotionless gaze turned to look at his opponent with a hint of astonishment. Then the two of them clashed once more. Soon, the entire field of greenery had turned into the two men's battlefield, as Xuan and the purple-robed youth clashed more than 100 times in the span of a few seconds, staring at his opponent who seemed to be no weaker than he was. Xuan could no longer suppress the growing feeling of excitement brewing in his heart with every swing of his sword. This had been the first time in a while that Xuan had been forced to go all out in a fight. Of course, the peak rank 6 magic beasts back on the first trial had put him in a somewhat similar situation. But that couldn't be considered a test of skill. It was more like an endless slaughter that tested one's reserves of chi and the ability to protect themselves when faced with multiple opponents. However, this 5th trial was completely different. The devilishly handsome young man's skills were clearly top tier even among rank 1 Dao Emperors, even prompting his challengers to avoid him instead of clashing with him directly. Of course, after the first clash, Xuan no longer held back and augmented himself with both iterations of his monarch's domain, increasing his own speed and restricting the purple-robed man's at the same time. No, it wasn't just his speed. Even his reaction time, his thinking process, and even the momentum of his azure greatsword were affected, as the flow of time around him was slowed down considerably. Still, due to the vast difference in their cultivation bases, Xuan could feel that the effects of the monarch's domain weren't as effective against the purple-robed youth. Of course,
That was only natural as well. For how absurdly powerful of a skill the monarch's domain was. Xuanlong knew that it wasn't truly omnipotent. At the very least not when his opponent's cultivation base was much higher than his own. After all, even the three-peak stage Dao Kings in the fourth trial weren't completely suppressed and had managed to resist its effects to a certain degree. Still, time inside the monarch's domain had flowed so slowly for them that it wasn't much different from having completely come to a halt. The three of them had been slaughtered in an instant, unable to put up the slightest bit of resistance. But of course, this chief of the outer court disciples of the Imperial Mandate sect couldn't be compared to any of those regular disciples. Feeling that something around him was wrong, the purple-robed youth finally revealed his true strength. A moment later, thick, giant green vines sprouted from the ground under his feet, all of them moving toward Xuanlong with deadly momentum. Even under the suppressive effects of the monarch's domain, the enormous vines were still faster than regular arrows as they moved towards their target. Xuanlong could only imagine how strong these vines would be at full force. Without any delay, Xuanlong blinked a moment later, appearing a few hundred meters away as he effortlessly dodged the fatal attacks. And yet, as if they had a mind of their own, more and more vines sprouted from the ground around him, all of them blocking his path, their thorny edges looking to skewer his body from every direction. As he continuously dodged the thorny attacks one after the other, constantly blinking throughout the grassy battlefield, Xuanlong would occasionally find an opening in the purple-robed youth's defenses and would make full use of it, bombarding it with bolts of white lightning using his Dao of Heavenly Tribulation normally. The chief of outer court disciples would never show such openings in a fight. But perhaps due to the effects of the monarch's domain, he ended up exposing himself a couple of times. And yet, most of Xuanlong's white bolts of lightning were quickly blocked, either by that azure greatsword still resting in his hands, or the emerging vines from the ground. Unable to truly find their mark however, at some point, as if through a miracle or due to the purple-robed man's negligence, a single bolt of lightning somehow passed through his defenses and landed squarely on his chest, piercing a hole straight through his heart. But it was at this moment that the purple-robed Dao Emperor finally revealed the supreme Dao he had comprehended in the next moment. A vibrant green light enveloped the devilishly handsome youth, before the wound on his chest started to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, one that would make even the most accomplished alchemists stare in envy and disbelief. In just 5 breaths of time, the injury that would have proved fatal to almost every early-stage Dao Emperor had already disappeared. As the purple-robed youth's skin closed and mended by itself, not even a hint of a scar was left behind. As if the purple-robed man had never been injured in the first place. And yet, the hole in his robes was still there, revealing that a powerful attack had indeed struck his chest just a few moments ago. Staring at the scene in front of him, Xuanlong remained still and pondered for a moment, before he muttered in a curious tone, "So the supreme Dao he has comprehended is the Dao of life." Although he voiced it like a question, Xuanlong was practically certain about his guess as he looked at the purple-robed youth in the distance. And indeed, Little Black's voice sounded in his mind a moment later, confirming his guess. "Master is right. The Dao this kid just used is almost certainly the Dao of life. There are only so many Daos that can restore one's flesh and blood so quickly. But to do so after being struck by the lightning of the heavenly tribulation. I can only think of the Dao of life and that disgusting, abominable Dao those chickens in the divine fire world use." Xuanlong nodded in agreement and fell silent for a short while, his gaze still studying the purple-robed youth. As for the chickens Little Black was referring to, he didn't even pay any attention to that part. At this point, there was almost no doubt in his mind that the purple-robed youth's Dao was the Dao of life. However, this only complicated things even further. After all, even in the immortal dimension, cultivators of the Dao of life were one of the most difficult to kill thanks to their ability to heal their wounds. It's not that Xuanlong wasn't confident in beating the purple-robed man after exchanging more than 100 strikes with him. But killing a Dao Emperor who could regenerate their wounds infinitely as long as they had enough qi was nearly impossible. Well, it's not like there is no way to do it. But it's not worth it either.
With a faint smile on his face, Xuanlong threw out all distracting thoughts and shot forward once more, ready to clash with the purple-robed man again. Indeed, although killing an early-stage Dao Emperor with the Dao of Life was extremely difficult, Xuanlong had a few ways to do it if he really wanted to. Firstly, he could use his time siphon and slowly but surely absorb all of the purple-robed youth's remaining time, until he turned to withered bones and disappeared into dust. Of course, the handsome young man could potentially resist the effects of the time siphon to a certain degree thanks to his Dao of Life, which would make their battle a battle of attrition in the end. The one with the deepest reserves of Qi would then win. Of course, with how pure the Qi inside his Qi balls was, Xuanlong was confident that he could definitely outlast almost every early rank 1 Dao Emperor in such a situation. Unfortunately, according to Xingfei, this trial would only last for 1 hour, so Xuanlong didn't have enough time to test this out. And he wasn't planning to win in such a way either. The second way he could go about it was to directly obliterate the devilish young man's soul. Although the purple-robed youth was a talented Dao Emperor, Xuanlong's soul was comparable to an early-stage sovereign's right now. Even without any soul-attacking martial skills, he could easily snuff out the soul of an early-stage Dao Emperor using his soul sense. As long as he was ready to sacrifice a part of his spiritual strength, that was, however. Xuanlong wasn't planning to do that either. After all, soul imprint or not, this purple-robed youth was the first person that was strong enough to allow Xuanlong to fight while going all out. Why would he destroy such a perfect sparring partner? A moment later, the two figures flashed across the battlefield once more, as the sound of metal clashing against metal filled the air of the green field. Soon, half an hour had already passed, and yet neither of the two men seemed exhausted. In fact, they fought with even more intensity than before. Xuanlong's sword skills were already far beyond the level of any Dao King, and his comprehension of the sword was gradually approaching the peak of the sword aura realm as well. And yet the purple-robed youth wasn't being pushed back at all. He was matching Xuanlong's attacks blow for blow, although it was clear that his comprehension of the sword hadn't reached the level of sword aura just yet, and was still at the peak of the sword Qi realm. His superior cultivation allowed him to somewhat bridge the gap between their skills, without forcing him to be on the back foot during their fight. Finally, time passed, and in the blink of an eye, another half an hour had gone by. As soon as the 1 hour period came to an end, the purple-robed youth finally lowered his sword and looked at his opponent silently. For a moment, Xuanlong thought he saw a gleam of reluctance flashing in the eyes of the devilishly handsome youth. However, that gleam only lasted for the briefest of moments before his gaze returned back to its original, emotionless look. Then, the purple-robed youth actually smiled and cupped his hands, before his body suddenly dispersed, turning into motes of spiritual Q that disappeared into the air. Eventually, in the spot where the handsome young man stood, two items seemed to have taken its place: a somewhat familiar, yet at the same time alien bronze token and a gigantic crimson rock. The fifth trial had come to an end, but the rewards were far more than Xuanlong had expected. Xuanlong examined the two items in front of him, his gaze barely scratching the familiar bronze token before focusing on the gigantic maroon rock. The bronze token appeared almost identical to the one he had found on the third trial, albeit with a few noticeable differences. The words Imperial Mandate were carved on its front just like the first one, while the words Inner Court were carved on its back. Xuanlong remembered that the token he had obtained from the third trial had the words Outer Court instead. But this one was clearly meant for Inner Court disciples, or at least, for people with the qualifications to take the test for Inner Court disciples. And yet, Xuanlong's gaze didn't linger on the small token for too long before turning towards the enormous crimson boulder, a sun-blessed, spiritual rock. As his hand touched the enormous red rock, Xuanlong struggled to believe how generous the reward of this fifth trial actually was. Even if he ignored the tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones he had obtained in the first trial, or the hundreds of spiritual materials used by formation masters from the second trial, the rewards from the third and fourth trials were already astonishing enough. Even by the perspective of most Sovereign Realm experts, let alone those Dao Kings who had entered the tower, the immortal meridian fruit was already an extremely rare treasure that forcefully enlarged a person's meridians and essentially increased their talent.
While each of the 3 immortal grade cultivation techniques from the 4th trial was more than enough to guarantee these talented Dao Kings reaching the Earth Immortal realm within their lifetimes. And yet, this unblessed spiritual rock exceeded even those previous treasures by a large margin. Of course, those people who were unfamiliar with natural treasures wouldn't know what a sun-blessed spiritual rock was, nor what it used for, but how could Xuanlong possibly not know? After all, his heaven-swallowing vine was also a type of natural treasure born from heaven and earth. Granted, a piece of sun-blessed spiritual rock couldn't possibly compare to one of the top 10 treasures of the immortal dimension. But natural treasures were highly sought after even by immortal realm cultivators, let alone peak stage Dao Kings. Inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time, Little Black's azure eyes flashed with a profound gleam. Before the Black Dragon asked thoughtfully, "Master, is this really a piece of spiritual rock? It doesn't feel much different from a top-grade spirit stone." Although Little Black was separated from the maroon boulder by the vast spatial chasm of the Stone of Time and could only sense bits and pieces of its aura, he was still stunned by Xuanlong's proclamation. Even with his vast knowledge of immortal treasures, Little Black couldn't tell that this was really a piece of spiritual rock. Shaking his head, Xuanlong traced his finger on the surface of the red rock for a little longer before he answered, "That's only natural. There are hundreds of different types and grades of spiritual rocks, so it's no wonder you can't recognize it so easily. This one is a sun-blessed spiritual rock that's absorbed spiritual chi for more than 100,000 years before turning into a natural treasure." After a brief moment of pondering, he continued, "In a way, you are right. It is not much different from a top-grade spirit stone after all. It functions in the same way. As long as one absorbs the chi inside it, they can fill their dantian and increase their cultivation base. However, there are also 2 major differences between spirit stones and spiritual rocks. Just a small, fist-sized sun-blessed spiritual rock is normally enough to propel a Dao King all the way to the peak of the sovereign realm in just a few years. They'll even have a chance to break through and step into the Earth Immortal realm right away. However, that's not even the most important benefit it provides." Inside the Stone of Time, Little Black remained silent for a while as he took in Xuanlong's explanation. The Black Dragon was already aware of the benefits a spiritual rock provided in one's cultivation base, so he wasn't overly surprised to hear that last part after all. Many years ago, while they were still in the immortal dimension, one of the commanders of the Heaven-Trampling Legion had gotten his hands on an extremely rare piece of heavenly wind spiritual rock that increased his cultivation by nearly a full major realm, causing a massive uproar throughout the Heaven-Trampling city. However, Little Black had never heard of spiritual rocks having a secondary effect. Nodding his head, Xuanlong then continued, "To most Dao Kings, this is indeed treasure that can increase their cultivation base in a short amount of time. But for anyone who has comprehended the Dao of Fire or any similar Dao, it's a priceless treasure that can also increase their Dao comprehension as well." Xuanlong's words were calm and unhurried, but Little Black's eyes widened in disbelief as he understood the implications behind that last part. Indeed, if people knew of the effects of this sun-blessed spiritual rock, how many cultivators with high affinity to fire would trade everything they had to obtain a piece? However, Xuanlong was completely unconcerned about those people. He wasn't planning on trading this piece of spiritual rock, nor was he worried that anyone would try and steal it from him. Such people would only end up regretting their actions in the end instead. He was curious about something else. How could the Imperial Mandate sect give out such a huge piece of sun-blessed spiritual rock? Regardless of how rich the sect was, they couldn't possibly hand such large pieces of spiritual rocks to everyone who passed the 5th trial. Right? Even for an immortal sect. It didn't make any sense. This matter became even more bizarre considering that just a fist-sized of this rock was enough to propel someone to the peak of the sovereign realm. Wouldn't larger pieces be a waste then? Unless the Imperial Mandate sect was planning to nurture a bunch of immortals in a short amount of time. A few moments later, Xuanlong eventually put those thoughts to the back of his mind and stored both the bronze token and the sun-blessed spiritual rock inside the Stone of Time. Since he couldn't come to a conclusion, it was pointless to keep thinking about the Imperial Mandate sect intentions any further. He was going to find out after ascending the heavenly tower anyway, after storing the bronze token and the sun-blessed spiritual rock inside the stone of time. Xuanlong sat cross-legged on the ground and waited for the fifth trial to come to an end. And indeed, a few moments later, his figure turned blurry and translucent as a dim silver light enveloped his body, before finally vanishing from the vast green field, leaving the devastated battlefield behind. The familiar sensation of blurriness blinded his eyesight for a brief moment, but this time it disappeared as quickly as it arrived, allowing Xuanlong to have a look at his new surroundings. For the first time after successfully passing a trial, he didn't find himself at the heart of that plodding ancient hall. Almost at the same time that Xuanlong's figure disappeared from the green field, a massive, thunderous commotion began to take place outside the heavenly tower. As an unbelievable sight occurred, the gigantic slab of stone that was placed right above the tower's gates began to shimmer with an ethereal, blinding light, before the runes on its surface began to shift and twist as if they were suddenly undergoing a tremendous change. Then, the luminous golden names on the heavenly rankings started to get pushed down one after the other, as a new name began to rise with overwhelming momentum. In the blink of an eye, it had already passed the person ranked 10th and had even pushed down Xuanlong from the Tiangshuan dynasty from 9th to 10th place. The same trend continued in mere moments afterwards. Even Zhang Tinfeng was pushed down to 8th place as the rising newcomer continued to ascend without showing any signs of stopping. Then, under the disbelieving gazes of the surrounding Dao kings, he passed the person in 6th place, Nui Rong, and even Wu Jingyi and Chen Shuifeng, ranked 5th and 4th respectively. The surrounding Dao kings wanted to speak, but for some reason, everyone held their breaths and remained silent, as if they were waiting to see how much more the newcomer was going to ascend. It was only after reaching 4th place that the new name's momentum began to slow down, but slowing down didn't mean stopping. After a brief moment of respite, it had already pushed down Wei Guoyang from 3rd place to 4th and was slowly encroaching upon the person ranked 2nd. The number one genius and successor of the Huang family, Huang Yun. Finally, Huang Yun's name was enveloped by a radiant golden light, before it was gradually pushed down to 3rd place. As the rising newcomer's ascension eventually came to a halt, the crowd of Dao kings outside the tower's gates now stared at the name in 2nd place of the heavenly rankings with gazes filled with incredulity and doubt. Before an uproar gradually erupted. Who the hell is this Xuanlong, and how can he climb all the way to 2nd place in one go? Is this for real? What the hell is going on with the heavenly rankings? This guy didn't just pass young lady Nui. He even passed Huang Yun and Wei Luoyang. Are you telling me that this guy is even more talented than the number one genius of the ancient families and the successor of the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce? The surrounding Dao kings couldn't believe their own eyes. Or to be more precise, the heavenly tower's judgment as they stared at the name in 2nd place carved in luminous golden letters Xuanlong. It was one thing for some unknown person to have somehow passed Wu Jingyi, the publicly acclaimed number 2 genius of the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce, and Chen Shuifeng, the young master from the Chen family. But even Wei Luoyang and Huang Yun. Then, was this unknown person supposed to be the second most talented individual among all Dao kings and Dao emperors in the entire central continent? Although the heavenly tower was known to be impartial and extremely mysterious, how could these Dao kings accept this so easily? In the second layer of the City of Immortals, the proud Dao emperors stationed at the tower's gates seemed to have similar reactions as well. Unable to fathom how someone they had never heard of had managed to dethrone everyone else and was comfortably sitting in the 2nd place of the heavenly rankings, and yet Xuanlong was completely oblivious to the commotion his passing of the 5th trial had caused, as he curiously examined his new surroundings at this moment. This time, he didn't find himself at the heart of that unchanging ancient hall, but at the peak of a tall, unfamiliar mountain that soared way past the clouds. The peak of the mountain pierced through the dome of heaven like a heavenly sword, while its body seemed to span for countless miles downwards, giving off an aura of immortality and grandeur. Xuanlong had just arrived at the populated mountain peak, as the thick, pulsing immortal chi in the air assaulted him from every direction, causing him to take a step back and widen his eyes in surprise. It was almost as if the entirety of immortal chi in the City of Immortals originated from this very mountain. Just as he stepped foot at the peak of the mountain, Xuanlong suddenly felt a deep, profound gaze examine him from head to toe. Before an old, hoary voice entered his ears. Ha ha ha. Congratulations, young friend. I have to say, your results this time truly surprised me. Who could expect that you would not only choose to fight against Luo Yang, but you would even push him back a few times. How interesting. Xuanlong turned at the origin of the voice coming from the top of the mountain. As the figure of a plump, purple-robed old man appeared in his eyes. The old man, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, had sparse white hair at the sides of his head, while his crown was completely bald. His amiable smile and the aura of friendliness he exuded made him seem like a friendly, harmless elder who was just casually conversing with a junior. And yet, despite the friendly smile on his face and the easygoing look in his deep brown eyes, Xuanlong could tell that this person in front of him was anything but a normal elder. No. Although the old man had thoroughly suppressed his aura, not allowing even a bit of it to leak outwards. From the way the immortal chi around him swirled as if it was attracted by the old man's mere presence, Xuanlong could tell how extraordinary this person seated at the dais was, even if he was not a bona fide true immortal. This old man was, at the very least, a late-stage Earth immortal expert, and an extraordinary one at that. Facing the old man, who had a mischievous smile on his face as he looked at him, Xuanlong cupped his hands before he responded. Senior praises me too much. Even for me. That last trial was a challenge. Ha ha ha. You little brat. Do you think I'm blind? How can I not tell that you were merely toying with Luo Yang back there? If you really wanted to escape, could he even catch you? Xuanlong's lips curved upwards without offering a retort. After all, the old man's words had indeed pointed at the crux of the matter, although Xuanlong didn't lie by saying that the fifth trial had been a challenge. The old man understood what he meant by the words challenge. The so-called challenge was going toe-to-toe with the most talented outer court disciple of the Imperial Mandate sect, and someone who was one major realm stronger than him. Shaking his head, the old man pointed at an empty spot behind him and said with a smile, enough about that. Since you've already passed the trial, that's the end of it. The more talented you are, the better it is for my Imperial Mandate sect. After all, for now, have a seat and chat with this old man for a while. It was only after the old man pointed behind him that Xuanlong finally paid attention to the rest of the figures situated at the peak of the mountain. Other than him and the purple-robed old man, 11 more people were present at this mountain peak, all of them sitting down and forming a semicircle around the bald elder. However, unlike the old man, Xuanlong quickly noticed that each of those 11 figures looked hazy and obscured, as if some kind of mysterious power had enveloped them, preventing anyone from peering through its mysterious veil. Nevertheless, Xuanlong could still make out one important detail: every single one of those figures seemed to have fallen into deep meditation, not disturbed at all by his conversation with the purple-robed elder. Noticing Xuanlong's gaze falling on the 11 figures behind him, the old man waved his hand and said in a dismissive manner, "Don't worry about them. They are already undertaking the 6th trial. No matter how loud you are, they won't be able to hear you. So speak freely." Then, the old man's playful smile gradually vanished, his expression turning solemn as he continued, "Since you've already passed the 5th trial, you can nominally be considered an inner court disciple of my Imperial Mandate sect. So it's time for you to learn a few things. Otherwise, breaking through to the sovereign realm in the future may be a catastrophe for you. Of course, whether you truly ascend in the immortal dimension and successfully pass the sect's test to become an inner court disciple is a different topic. But at the very least, you have earned the qualifications to take that test and learn this information." The old man's gaze examined Xuanlong for a brief while before he spoke again. This time his voice even more serious than before. "First, I'll start by explaining the Dao. Pay attention, because I'll only explain this once. From your fight with Luo Yang, I can tell that you've comprehended more than one Supreme Dao. But do you truly know what Supreme Daos are? What difference do these Daos have from unique grade Daos or the rare and common ones?" The old man didn't wait for Xuanlong to answer, his ancient voice reverberating throughout the mountain peak as he continued. "Most people in your mortal world would think that common grade Daos are useless or weak, while Supreme Daos are the strongest. Well, they are not exactly wrong, but they are not right either. Things are slightly more complicated than that. Reality. Supreme grade Daos can be considered as the origin of all Daos. They are the oldest, most ancient Daos in existence and the ones that inform the laws of this world. As for unique grade Daos, they are simpler, less refined versions of them to be exact. As for rare grade Daos like the Dao of Ice or the Dao of Lightning for example, those are both evolved versions of common Daos like the Dao of Water and the Dao of Wind. Xuanlong nodded his head at the old man's explanation without saying a word. Naturally, he already knew these secrets regarding the origin of the Daos and the purpose they served. But the old man's explanation was slightly different from what he knew from his memories. Indeed, common grade Daos were generally considered weak by powerful cultivators due to their lack of complexity and possible usage. Whereas unique and even supreme level Daos possessed many more advantages in comparison. However, the heavens were always fair. And for every overwhelming advantage, there was always one major disadvantage to accompany it. Unaware of what Xuanlong was thinking, the old man continued, of course. Thinking that supreme grade Daos are stronger than common Daos is wrong by itself. They are more complex and can be used in many more different ways. But they are not necessarily stronger. Besides, supreme Daos have their own disadvantages as well. Ultimately, it's not impossible for someone who has comprehended a common Dao to kill a cultivator who possesses a supreme Dao. Xuanlong nodded in agreement with the old man's words. And for some reason, Yang Hui's figure appeared in his mind at that moment. The previous #1 genius of the holy sect was someone who had comprehended just a common Dao. The Dao of Fire. But he was, without a doubt, the undisputed #1 outer court disciple of the sect. All of that stemmed from his high affinity to the Dao of Fire. All thanks to his eyes of the fire Qilin in the end. It wouldn't be impossible for someone like Yang Hui to defeat cultivators with unique grade Daos using his Dao of Fire. Seeing that Xuanlong appeared to have grasped the point he was making, the old man nodded in satisfaction and continued once more. His hoary voice even more solemn than before. Naturally, there is an important reason why I'm explaining these things to you. But first, tell me, do you know why my Imperial Mandate sect only accepts Dao Kings and Dao Emperor realm disciples from your mortal world? Why don't we allow sovereign realm cultivators and Earth Immortals to take this test? As the old man finished his question, he waved his right hand. Before a thick, wooden gourd appeared in his palm. The fragrant, intoxicating scent of the wine inside the gourd permeated the peak of the mountain as the old man took a large sip. His beady eyes focused on Xuanlong as he waited for his answer. After a brief moment of pondering, Xuanlong finally nodded his head and answered the old man's question. It's because sovereign realm cultivators have already formed their Dao seed. The old man's eyes flashed with a glimmer of surprise before he nodded his head and answered, that's right. It's because they've already formed their Dao seeds that they cannot improve their foundations any further. Creating a weak Dao seed is no different from permanently closing off your path to immortality. Without a sufficiently strong Dao seed and powerful foundations in the Dao Emperor realm, you can never even hope to become an Earth Immortal, let alone a true immortal. The old man then fiddled with the gourd in his hands for a while. Before he continued, this makes things easier. Since you already know about Dao seeds, there is no need for me to continue this conversation any further. In the end, the path you follow is yours. And yours alone. I've already explained what needed to be said. I just hope you will make the correct decision in the future. Xuanlong looked at the purple-robed elder and cupped his hands once more as he answered, thank you for your guidance, Senior. Since the old man was clearly looking out for him, Xuanlong treated him aimlessly and nodded in understanding, indicating that he had already given this matter some thought a while ago. Not dwelling on the topic any further, the old man shook his head and unexpectedly smiled, his expression suddenly turning amiable and easygoing once more as he asked, well, since you are here, how about you take on the 6th trial right away? I know you haven't recovered your chi yet, but you won't need it for this trial anyway. What do you think? Looking at the mischievous smile on the purple-robed elder's face, Xuanlong felt somewhat surprised hearing that he wouldn't need to use his qi during the sixth trial. Was this trial similar to the second one where one had to endure dozens of soul attacks from early-stage Dao Emperors? Still, after a brief moment of pondering, Xuanlong glanced at the bald elder and nodded once more as he answered, "All right. Please lead the way." Senior shaking his head. The smile on the old man's face became more and more pronounced as he responded, "No need. Just sit where you are and have fun." For some reason, the words "have fun" sounded overly ominous, as they left the old man's withered lips. However, Xuanlong didn't have any time to ponder their meaning as his vision suddenly darkened, before vanishing from the peak of the mountain. The next time he opened his eyes, Xuanlong found himself at the heart of an overly familiar courtyard, one that he had not stepped foot on for many years now. Surprisingly, there were no spatial fluctuations enveloping his body. But Xuanlong could clearly feel that everything around him was real, or at least it felt real. The familiar courtyard, the trees around him, the refreshing aroma of flowers, and even the sounds of the guards grunting as they trained a few meters away from him. And yet, Xuanlong knew that what he saw right now certainly wasn't real. Otherwise, there was no explanation for how he had appeared in the heart of the Xuan estate back in Blue Forest City. After all, the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom had been razed to the ground many years ago, and yet, mere moments later, a young maidservant ran towards him as she called out gleefully, "Young master." Staring at the running young maid that was coming his way, Xuanlong couldn't help but feel a wave of melancholy rise in his heart. Indeed, he had to admit that he somewhat missed those peaceful days back in the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Ever since arriving in the central continent, he had been fighting battle after battle, taking on mission after mission in the Holy Sect, without ever having a real chance to rest. His life always at a knife's edge. Taking a deep breath, Xuanlong suddenly muttered to himself, "No matter what, I'm going to settle down once we leave this tower. I won't keep roaming around the continent like a fool." A few moments later, the youthful maidservant stood in front of him. Her face just as cute Xuanlong remembered it. Her cheeks still had a bit of baby fat on them, showing hints of immaturity. And yet her gleamy eyes that were full of life looked at Xuanlong expectantly as she continued, "Young master. Huff huff, the master has ordered me to fetch you and go to the main hall together. Please come with me." The panting young maid grabbed Xuanlong by the hem of his robes and pulled him towards the main hall with long strides. Not stopping to rest for even a moment, Xuanlong didn't resist either and let her drag him away. As he took in the scene of the familiar estate in silence moments later, the two of them had already arrived in front of the gates of the main hall. The 3 meter 9 feet tall doors already wide open as if they were waiting for him. As the young maid pulled him inside, Xuanlong finally saw a handsome man in his early 40s and a beautiful woman in her late 30s seated at the long table in the heart of the hall, their doting expressions looking at him full of affection. Longer. Shanfang stood up and pulled his son in a tight bear hug before he berated him playfully, "You little brat. Your father has already returned from the imperial capital, and yet you don't even come to say hello. Haze, how heartless my son has become." Father. Xuanlong knew that the person in front of him wasn't really Shanfang. But everything in the hall still felt so real. From the atmosphere around him to his father's familiar hug that he couldn't help but utter those words in the end. "What's wrong? Go ahead and have a seat. Your father has plenty of stories to tell you from the capital this time." Soon, the opulent hall of the Xuan estate was filled to the brim with trays of delicious food, their fragrant scent permeating the hall, causing Xuanlong to let out an inaudible sigh. Although he knew that the scene in front of him was only a figment of illusions, most likely created by the sixth trial, he couldn't deny how real it actually felt. And yet, a moment later, Xuanlong surprisingly shook his head and stood up, pulling his father and mother in a tight embrace before he said quietly, "Father, Mother, I'll come visit you soon." Shanfang's and Xuan-On's expressions both crumbled. And a moment later, it was actually Xuan-On who stepped forward and whispered in his ears, "Son, you haven't been back for so long and you don't even want to stay with your parents for a while longer. Even if you know this isn't real, shouldn't you value this moment a little more? Do we really mean nothing to you?" Her voice wasn't loud. But her words were like daggers stabbing into Shenlong's heart and causing him to stiffen momentarily. Indeed, the thing that Shenlong regretted the most in his heart was not going back to the desolate east to visit his parents during the last few years. He had been so constrained by constantly having to complete mandatory missions for the holy sect that he couldn't really take a trip that would last for more than a year, unless he was ready to leave the holy sect for good, without establishing a foothold in the central continent first. Such a decision was no different from suicide, not even a life and death gamble after all. Was the central continent a place that a mere nascent soul stage E cultivator could freely traverse on their own, even with Little Black by his side? Shenlong was well aware of the hidden perils the depths of the continent contained. Closing his eyes, he didn't throw another glance at the visage of his parents. And with a heavy heart, he turned around and walked out of the main hall. In the next moment, the large bronze doors of the hall began to turn blurry as if they were suddenly tethering between the verge of reality and illusions. And soon, the entire Shan estate had vanished from existence, leaving Shenlong standing alone in a vast expanse of emptiness. The opulent hall behind him, along with Shan Fang and Shan Nan, had suddenly disappeared, the rushing maidservants and their hurried footsteps fading into nothingness, the fragrant scent of food and their clanking of trays evaporating into thin air, and even the guards practicing their swordsmanship just a few meters away in the distance petering out as well. Darkness had fully permeated his surroundings only a few moments later, completely cutting off his six senses and plunging Shenlong into the depths of a bottomless abyss. And yet, even that endless darkness was only short-lived. Soon, Shenlong could hear once more as Shenlong's resentful voice entered his ears. "Son, how could you leave us again? You left us once for that floating cloud sect, but at least back then you would still visit us every so often. Then, you abandoned us again to go traverse that night star continent. And your father and I both became crippled. Tell me, do you feel no remorse? Sure, it wasn't your fault. But could you not have prevented it if you were here? And even after becoming crippled, you left us again for that holy sect, abandoning your wounded parents once more. What kind of filial son would do that? Do you even consider us your parents anymore? No. Do you even think of us anymore?" Closing his eyes, Shenlong didn't say anything and allowed Shenlong's voice to stab at his heart again and again, her words cutting into it like a poisonous dagger, although Shenlong knew that this wasn't really his mother and that Shan would never say anything like that to her own son, blaming him for what had happened to her and Shan Fang. He still didn't rebut any of her claims and just accepted everything in his heart. Because all those emotions were not feelings that the real Shan felt, but were things that Shenlong had buried deep in his heart and blamed himself for. Even if he didn't want to admit them in the end, he still felt guilty that he couldn't visit his parents as often as he used to back in the Floating Cloud sect. And he also felt guilty that he wasn't there to protect them when that war broke out in the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Granted, if Shenlong hadn't left the imperial capital to become a cultivator and had simply remained as a mortal, he would have been powerless in the aftermath of the kingdom's war and wouldn't even have been able to save his parents as quickly as he did. Most likely by that point, all three of them would have perished at their captors' hands if an even worse fate didn't await for them. And yet, deep in his heart, Shenlong still felt guilt for leaving them behind once more after they had been crippled. Of course, he hadn't truly left them alone and unprotected this time around. Lu Mei's mother was now with them, and as a powerful rank 7 heaven-grade cultivator, she would be able to protect them from any dangers they face in the Roaring Waves Kingdom. Besides, traveling to the central continent was the only way for Shenlong to find enough medicinal herbs that would allow him to restore his parents' broken dantians. Unfortunately, recognizing that something wasn't real was one thing, but not feeling any guilt about it was a different matter altogether. Clearly, Shenlong's words were the things that Shenlong had been suppressing deep in his heart this entire time. Things that even he may not have been aware of the manifestation of his self-blame. This was the true terror of the sixth trial, the most insidious one among all the trials of the Heavenly Tower. Surpassing this meant overcoming all of your emotional burdens and surpassing your own mind. But failing was a fate worse than death. Author's note: apologies for the long wait and thank you.
My fever has finally gone down after 2 full days, and almost an entire pack of painkillers, so I can finally write again. We are having a mini-mass release tomorrow, and hopefully the day after, to make up for the lost chapters of the last few days. Shannon's resentful words gradually turned into fading whispers, dissipating into the air before finally dispersing, carried along by the soft breeze of the wind into nothingness. And vet. This breeze was only the beginning of the 6th trial. Within the vast, endless darkness that blocked his eyesight, Xuan began to hear more and more voices echoing around him, each of them letting out their own complaints and bitter resentment. The next person whose voice Xuan heard was Lu Wen, the previous alchemist of the Sky Fortune Kingdom and the second young master of the Lu family of the Floating Cloud sect. Unlike Shun Fang and Shannon, there wasn't any apparition that carried Lu Wen's voice this time. Nor were there any powerful illusions created by the 6th trial. It was just that single veil of darkness shrouding Xuan's surroundings, not allowing him to see anything. And yet, Xuan still remembered the handsome young alchemist's face, as his resentful voice entered his ears. Brother Xuan, tell me, how could you be so heartless? I had been planning to take the position of family head from my brothers for my entire life, investing everything I had into this plan. And just when I was about to succeed, you just had to bring that horror of a woman back to the sect and ruin everything for me. Hadn't you? Did you really hate me so much that you didn't even wish to give me a way out? Did I harm you so badly that you would rather cut off my only remaining lifeline? Why couldn't you at least save me? You bastard! Lu Wen's aggrieved voice didn't stop for even a moment, his words oozing with endless resentment, as he yelled each question at Xuan one after the other. It was almost as if Lu Wen was blaming everything that had gone wrong in his life on Xuan. And in a way, he wasn't completely wrong either. The second young master of the Lu family had conspired with another family to support him behind the scenes, just so he could get the title of family head from his younger and elder brothers, and had truly outsmarted both of his siblings in the end. If Xuan hadn't brought Lu Mei back to the sect, and if Lu Mei hadn't raised his supporters the Meng family to the ground with her undead army to take her revenge, Lu Wen would most likely be the family head of the Lu family by now. However, due to Lu Mei's actions, not only were Lu Wen's plans thwarted as a result, but the talented young alchemist had also been killed by his elder brother soon after. So in a way, Lu Mei, and indirectly, Xuan, were indeed the ones responsible for his tragic fate. However, unlike with Shun Fang and Xuan's situation, Xuan didn't bat an eye at his previous friend's miserable plight or his aggrieved voice. After all, Xuan didn't feel the slightest bit of pity for Lu Wen after learning the truth about him from Fatty Fu, a person who had concealed from him the inner workings of the sect and had been planning to rope him into his family and control him using a Dao oath. Couldn't ever be considered a friend. Such a person was no different from a deceitful, two-headed snake. Still, Lu Wen's perfidious personality and his cunning were somewhat worthy of praise in their own treacherous and twisted kind of way that was. And yet, just like Xuan's voice, Lu Wen's ramblings disappeared soon after, before a different voice replaced it and gradually entered Xuan's ears. This time, it wasn't any of Xuan's old acquaintances or family members. But surprisingly, Lu Mei's the sect master of the Floating Cloud sect, Lu Jian, was now blaming Xuan for all of Lu Mei's actions. Not only had Xuan somehow seduced his daughter and led her astray, persuading her to leave the sect with him, and leading to the destabilization of the inner sect as a result, but he didn't even stop Lu Mei from coming back and attacking the sect either. It was that single chain of actions that eventually led to the ruin of the Floating Cloud sect soon. More and more angry voices sounded in his ears, each of them more furious and full of hatred than the last one. Their identities ranged from mere chi condensation cultivators, all the way to peak stage Dao Emperors like Morong Tian, an exalted patriarch of the powerful Morong family. And yet, it was only after hearing Lu Wen's dismayed chagrin that Xuan's eyes suddenly widened, his expression turning more and more colorful with every voice that followed after that. After all, it had been Lu Wen's ramblings that allowed him to finally grasp the true, ominous nature of this 6th trial. In the beginning, after hearing Shun and blaming him, Xuan had thought that perhaps he would have to face all of the guilt buried in his heart and overcome it.
that this was the true purpose of this trial. But after hearing Lu Wen's and even Lu Jian's voices coming from the darkness around him, he quickly realized that he had been sorely mistaken with his initial assumption. After all, he didn't feel any guilt whatsoever towards the two of them, let alone towards people like Murong Tian who clearly deserved death. No. What this sixth trial wanted to do wasn't make its challengers overcome their own guilt. It was to push their minds to their limits and either break them or make them even stronger. No. This trial didn't aim to make its challengers overcome their own guilt. It was designed to push their minds to their limits and to break them, or make them even stronger. This was the true terror of the sixth trial of the Heavenly Tower. The trial of the mind? The moment this thought materialized in his mind, Xuanlong felt his surroundings tremble before the darkness around him began to recede at a terrifying speed. A few moments later, he found himself back at the peak of the mountain. The purple-robed old man now staring at him with an incredulous look in his previously unshakable gaze. Did you already break free from the hex? How is that even possible? The old man's voice wasn't overly loud, but in the emptiness and silence that governed the mountain peak, his words sounded particularly vociferous as they echoed throughout his surroundings. This old man had seen millions and millions of challengers undertake the trials of the Heavenly Tower under his supervision, some of them appearing so extraordinary that they could be considered rare geniuses even in the Imperial Mandate sect. But this was the first time he had met someone like Xuanlong, a monster like him, who had somehow broken all conventional concepts and shattered one record of the tower after the other. How was the old man supposed to stay calm after looking at his performance? In fact, the only reason why Xuanlong wasn't ranked first in the heavenly rankings earlier after his overwhelming performance on the fifth floor, was because there had been a single Dao Emperor who had already passed the sixth trial before everyone else, comfortably occupying that first place spot. But now, the purple-robed elder had no more qualms about pushing the azure-robed monster in front of him another place up in the rankings. Cupping his hands, Xuanlong glanced at the stunned elder at the dais with a deep look, not bothering to answer his rhetorical question. And indeed, a moment later, the old man sighed and shook his head before he continued with a self-deprecating smile. You little brat. I'm not sure what to do with you. Should I commend you for not feeling any guilt in your heart? Or should I call you heartless instead? Do you truly have nothing to feel ashamed of in how you've lived your life so far? Or is it that you don't care about anyone else but yourself? Haze, whatever it may be, it's still a fact that you've already passed the sixth trial. So here? Take this. As he finished speaking, the old man took out a crude-looking golden talisman from his robes and handed it to Xuanlong. The talisman looked ordinary at first glance. The thin lines that adorned it almost wearied after suffering through the relentless passage of time. However, the moment he touched it, Xuanlong could instinctively tell that the materials used to create this thing were anything but ordinary at the very least. The thin yellow paper used to make this talisman had most likely come from the bark of a tree equivalent to rank 9 spiritual herbs, while the ink used to inscribe the formation on its surface had actually originated from the blood of a rank 9 magic beast. This was, without a doubt, a talisman above the 3-star rank 1 that could even influence Earth Immortals. Looking at Xuanlong, the purple-robed elder didn't wait for him to ask any questions and promptly explained everything. Sigh. You have no idea how lucky you are, kid. This earth-slaying immortal reaping talisman is something I personally refined a long time ago, after failing dozens of times first. It contains one of my most powerful attacks and can be activated just by infusing a sliver of your chi inside it. No matter which family or sect you've come from, this is a treasure that should be considered priceless in your mortal world. The bald old man paused for a brief moment and then added in hesitantly, I don't have a second one to give you, so only use this thing if your life is truly in danger. In fact, it's better if you never have to use it in the first place. And just let it rot inside your spatial ring. Actually, try to avoid getting in trouble and just cultivate quietly until you become an immortal. How about that? As he accepted the golden talisman, Xuanlong stored it inside his spatial ring and cupped his hands at the rambling old man before he responded, Thank you, Senior. I won't promise you anything, but I'll take your words to heart. Seeing the lackluster look on his face, The bald old man was about to explode as he roared angrily, "You crazy brat. At least say you are going to do your best and not get into any trouble. What kind of demon are you? Do you really have to look for fights everywhere you go? Can't you even guarantee this old man one simple thing? Not only did you kill tens of thousands of peak rank 6 magic beasts in the first trial right after you entered, instead of being satisfied with just a dozen like most others, but you even fought with Luo Yang in the 5th trial out of your own volition. Do you think I can feel at ease letting you go out there after all that? What if you end up dying shortly after leaving my trial grounds?" The old man's voice became progressively louder and louder with each sentence, his old eyes burning with fury. At the end of it, it was almost as if he couldn't wait to tie Xuanlong up and force him to stay inside the City of Immortals and cultivate. At the very least, he wouldn't die this way, however. Xuanlong merely shook his head as he looked at the old man before he calmly said, "It looks like you have the wrong idea about me. I'm actually a very peaceful person. I even go so far as to say that I actively avoid getting in trouble whenever I can. It's usually others who try to find trouble with me." The bald old man's eyes twitched when he heard Xuanlong's nonsensical excuse before he waved his hand and said with a sigh, "All right. You brat. I can't seem to reason with you anyway. Just sit over there and wait for the 6th trial to end. Whether you like it or not, you will have to fight most of these brats here anyway." As he said that, the old man threw a look behind him at the remaining 11. No. 10 people who were still in deep meditation undergoing the 6th trial, and took a sip from the gourd in his hands as soon as they woke up. The last trial of the Heavenly Tower would begin. "I'll have to fight everyone here." Xuanlong was briefly taken aback by the old man's declaration. But in his heart, he didn't mind that outcome in the slightest. After all, the main reasons he had entered the Heavenly Tower were firstly to obtain resources that would aid him in his cultivation, and secondly to test himself against the strongest Dao kings in this place. As he climbed up the floors of the tower, he ended up meeting plenty of geniuses ranked in the top 100 of the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce list, including the yellow-robed Wei Peng, the green-robed Su Tai, and many geniuses from the 8 ancient families. He even got to meet the silver-haired Xing Fei, who was ranked in 16th place. Although he couldn't see the faces or sense the auras of the people around him, Xuanlong could tell that everyone else who was now at the peak of this mountain must be ranked even higher than Xing Fei. Naturally, it would be a lie if Xuanlong said he wasn't interested in sparring with those people. After all, how could he not be curious about the strongest geniuses the central region had to offer? Nodding his head, he didn't say anything else and simply closed his eyes and began to meditate. As he waited for time to pass, in the blink of an eye a week had already gone by. But surprisingly, from the 10 people who were still in deep meditation at the mountain peak, nobody else seemed to have woken up within this time. During this past week, Xuanlong had also chatted with the old man quite a few times, and had ended up noticing a few important details that he hadn't paid as much attention to the first time around. First, the purple-robed old man was actually someone who enjoyed long chats quite a bit. Xuanlong didn't know if this was in the old man's nature or if he had simply gotten bored after spending so many years in solitude inside the Heavenly Tower. But the bald elder took every opportunity he could to strike up a conversation. More than a few times he tried to instruct Xuanlong on how to form his Dao seed in the future, having him pay extra caution in his pay breakthrough to the sovereign realm. And he even suggested giving up on his Supreme Daos if things proved too difficult. He tried to make his point clear again and again that Supreme Daos weren't that much stronger than common or rare Daos depending on one's talent. But to the old man's frustration, the azure-robed youth in front of him didn't seem to take his words to heart. Eventually, the old man gave up on this matter and simply chatted with Xuanlong about irrelevant stuff. Most of their conversations were him describing to Xuanlong the Imperial Mandate sect's inner workings and explaining how powerful of a sect it actually was according to the old man. The Imperial Mandate sect was a true overlord of the immortal dimension, one that ruled over hundreds of thousands of cultivation empires, small sects, and kingdoms alike. It ruled over a vast amount of land that spanned nearly an entire world, with tens of thousands of immortals under its reign. Apparently,
Even the most powerful sects in the immortal dimension wouldn't take their imperial mandate sect lightly. The old man didn't go too deep in his explanation about how vast a single world was. But he explained that even if a ninth tribulation Earth immortal wanted to traverse it from one end to another, they wouldn't be able to do so in just one lifetime. But of course, Xuanlong and the eavesdropping little black only took the purple-robed elder's words with a grain of salt. It was not that the purple-robed old man was intentionally trying to deceive him. But Xuanlong had a much better idea of the immortal dimension and the true strength of the most powerful sects who resided there than the old man, of course. The part about the Imperial Mandate sect being relatively strong and them governing a single world was most likely true. But the part about them being an overlord of the immortal dimension was definitely exaggerated. It wasn't that Xuanlong was looking down on the sect. But he knew that the top powers of the immortal dimension ruled over a handful of powerful worlds at the same time. As for this Imperial Mandate sect, although the sect most likely wasn't weak, if it was compared to the peak powers of the immortal dimension, it would only be considered a second-rate power at the end of the day. Otherwise, there was no way that neither Xuanlong nor Little Black wouldn't have heard of its name in the past unless it was one of those peak powers that was hidden away for an untold amount of years. The next thing that Xuanlong noticed was another relatively important detail that made things even more interesting for the upcoming 7th trial apparently. Xuanlong wasn't the only person the bald old man would strike a conversation with this past week. Among the 11 people surrounding the mountain peak in a semicircle, there was one other blurry figure that consistently attracted the old man's attention, although this person's appearance was hazy and still obscured by the mysterious veil, making it impossible for Xuanlong to find out anything about him from far away. The old man seemed amused by the sudden interest that both Xuanlong and the blurry figure had for one another and started to let out some hints about their identities. Soon, Xuanlong found out that the mysterious person the old man would talk to was actually a peak-stage Dao Emperor and the first person to successfully pass the 6th trial before him. He was the one ranked first in the heavenly rankings previously. The most illustrious Dao Emperor, who had entered the City of Immortals this time, Xuan Bo, of course. Xuan Bo was even more surprised than Xuanlong when he learned about his opponent's identity. Not for any other reason, but the sole fact that Xuanlong had apparently surpassed him in the heavenly rankings. Claiming his previously first-place spot, Xuan Bo wasn't someone who cared about his competition in the Heavenly Tower since he had absolute confidence in his own talent and background. He didn't think that there was a single person in the City of Immortals right now, whether it was among the Dao Kings or the Dao Emperors, who could contend with him in terms of sheer talent. No. Whether it was talent, background, or personal strength, Xuan Bo had it all. His only opponent was his own self. And yet, the purple-robed overseer of the Imperial Mandate sect had a mischievous smile on his face as he announced to him that he had dropped to 2nd place in the heavenly rankings just a week ago. As a mere Dao King had somehow claimed his throne at the top of the rankings. How could Xuan Bo not be surprised? Especially when he had never heard of the name Xuanlong before. Unfortunately for him, the old man didn't allow any conversation between the two challengers who would only have to wait until the 7th trial if they wanted to meet each other. Like this. 3 more days passed before another obscured, fuliginous figure materialized at the cloudy peak of the towering mountain, with the City of Immortals slowly approaching its closure, having almost completed its 10-year time period. The remaining Dao Kings and Dao Emperors no longer held back and gave it their all as they challenged the Heavenly Tower. Whether they failed or not no longer mattered, since they were going to get kicked out of the trial grounds either way. This was the unbreakable rule the City of Immortals had upheld for countless years. Therefore, they had to do their best and climb as high as they could before that, obtaining as many rewards as possible in the process. Soon, more and more figures began to appear at the chilly mountain peak, gradually filling the empty seats on its previously deserted surface. After chatting with the bald elder for a while, they all began the 6th trial right away, unwilling to waste any more time. A little more than a month later, more than 25 hazy figures could be seen sitting around the purple-robed older man, turning that semicircle into a complete circle. Time continued to pass, and once the 2nd month finally came to an end, the smiling purple-robed elder who had stayed silent for this past week suddenly dusted his robes and stood up after taking a large gulp from the small gourd in his hands that seemed to somehow contain an endless amount of wine inside.
He then opened his mouth as his booming voice spread throughout the entirety of the City of Immortals. You little brats. You only have 1 month left to climb the heavenly tower and pass the 6th trial. At the end of the month, the 7th trial will begin, and those of you who have yet to reach the top of the tower will get kicked out. This is your last chance to become stronger and enter my Imperial Mandate sect. The old man's booming voice reverberated throughout the vast plains outside the tower, causing even those Dao Kings and Dao Emperors who were previously hesitant to finally take a step forward and step past the heavenly tower's gates. Indeed, with just 1 month left, there was no more room to hesitate. Those who still refused to enter the tower at this point would only leave the City of Immortals with regret. Surprisingly, the last month passed relatively slowly at the now populated mountain peak, despite the number of cultivators having reached 3 dozen. Since no one of them could communicate with each other, even those who had passed the 6th trial found the wait excruciatingly boring. Without anything else to do, Xuan sat down and cultivated, attempting to form his 73rd golden ball of chi inside the Monarch's hourglass. Nevertheless, regardless of how much he tried, he didn't seem to succeed in the end. After all, even the pure immortal chi at the peak of the towering mountain paled in comparison to the chi provided by the heaven-swallowing vine, with his foundations in the Dao King realm having now reached an unprecedented level. Xuan could only absorb the purest, most condensed version of immortal chi to condense his subsequent chi balls. Naturally, regardless of how much he may have wanted to increase his cultivation, Xuan wasn't willing to take out the heaven-swallowing vine in front of everyone else, ultimately settling with waiting along with the rest of the Dao Kings and Dao Emperors who had passed the 6th trial. Of course, this was only natural as well. After all, the heaven-swallowing vine was one of the supreme treasures of heaven and earth, a treasure ranked in the top 10 among all natural-born treasures of the immortal dimension. Its value even exceeded that of the entire heavenly tower as a whole. So there was no way that Xuan would simply reveal it to others without any good reason. Finally, as the last month came to an end, the atmosphere at the peak of the mountain began to change alongside it. Although it was faint, almost non-existent in the beginning, Xuan could still feel the mysterious hazy veil around him gradually dispersing with every passing day, allowing the surrounding cultivators to take a better look at his appearance. Although it was still impossible to figure out anyone's identity just yet, Xuan knew that at this rate, it was only a matter of time before the nebulous veil completely vanished. Of course, this wasn't just happening to Xuan, but to every single cultivator at the peak of the mountain, regardless of whether they were Dao Kings or Dao Emperor realm experts. And indeed, a few days later, the hazy veil covering the mountain peak had completely vanished, revealing everyone's true appearance, before the old man's voice reverberated throughout the vast mountain for the last time. You little brats. The time has come. Let the 7th trial begin. The old man's voice roared like booming thunder, reverberating throughout the populated mountain peak and waking up those disciples who were still in meditation. Those who had already passed the 6th trial were now wide awake, looking at their surroundings with curiosity and surprise, while those who were still undertaking the 6th trial seemed to be in a daze after being forcefully woken up by the loud voice. Surprisingly, among those dazed faces, Xuan quickly noticed an overly familiar figure, one that he didn't expect to see still undertaking the 6th trial. Bai Longshan actually failed the 6th trial. This time? Xuan was genuinely taken aback as he looked at the handsome, long-haired young man in white robes who had a frustrated look on his face. Indeed, Bai Longshan had failed to pass the 6th trial in time and was about to get kicked out of the heavenly tower by the purple-robed old man. Of course, it wasn't that surprising that someone among Xuan group of 5 would fail the 6th trial. After all, Xuan was well aware of how insidious this trial truly was. The only reason he had found it so easy comparatively was because his heart was crystal clear and didn't have that many regrets anymore. What truly surprised him, however, was that it was Bai Longshan the one who had failed here. Among Xingyi and the others, Xuan believed that Longshan the one with the strongest mental fortitude, as well as the one who would find it the least troublesome to pass this 6th trial. After all, Lu Mei was certainly burdened by thoughts of her mother being alone back in the Roaring Waves Kingdom even if she didn't talk about it. And she was also bound to feel some guilt towards her father and her brother deep in her heart. Although she was the type of person who very rarely expressed her true feelings. Lu Mei had spent so many years by Xuanlong's side that he was well aware of what worried her and what didn't. As for Xingyi and Jiang Chen, Xuanlong knew that they were in relatively similar situations. So he could guess the type of nightmares they would face in the sixth trial as well. Xingyi had left her father and mother back in the Night Star continent to participate in the Holy Sect's test and hadn't visited them in a very long time. Considering the overall situation their Silver Mountain was facing in the past, how could she not feel worried? At the very least, it was bound to torment her in the nightmares she faced. Jiang Chen's situation was even more troublesome than the two young women. Xuanlong was almost certain that throughout the sixth trial, Jiang Chen was going to face the most difficult challenges out of everyone else. With the guilt he carried in his heart about his mother being a prisoner somewhere in the immortal dimension, and his father being crippled for so many years all because they had him as their son, was something that was bound to make him suffer during the sixth trial. In fact, Xuanlong believed that if anyone among them was to fail the sixth trial, that person was almost certainly going to be Jiang Chen. And yet, despite huffing and puffing on the ground trying to gasp for air, Xuanlong could see Jiang Chen having a look of triumphant glee in his eyes as he stared at the purple-robed old man. It was obvious that he had already conquered the sixth trial in time, albeit a bit too close for comfort. It was actually by Longshan the one who had ultimately failed. Come to think of it, Longshan is the only one who is still a mystery to me. I don't know much about him. Nor do I know what burdens he carries in his heart. All I know is that his father is the lord of a city called the White City back in the Night Star continent. But that's it. As this thought appeared in his mind, Xuanlong realized that he never really had a proper heart-to-heart conversation with Bai Longshan since they left the Holy Sect. Of course, Bai Longshan wasn't to blame for this either. Xuanlong had never asked, and Bai Longshan had never breached this topic either. The two of them had been so occupied and always on edge since they entered the Holy Sect, that they never had the time to relax and have a chat. They weren't strangers by any means and both of them treated each other earnestly. But there was always that thin veil of mystery covering Bai Longshan. One that Xuanlong had never truly cared to tear off. Not until today. He trusted that his friend would open up to him once he was ready. And up until now, Bai Longshan had already proven that he cared for Xuanlong and the others, and had risked his life alongside them on numerous occasions. Still, I should sit down and have a chat with him once this is all over. For him to fail in this sixth trial, things are definitely not simple. There is surely something burdening him. As he came to this conclusion, Xuanlong's gaze turned even more serious as he looked at his friend's disappearing figure. No matter what it was that caused Bai Longshan to fail the sixth trial, he was going to get to the bottom of this once they left the City of Immortals for now. Xuanlong could only hope that the perfidious sixth trial had not really scarred Bai Longshan's mind in the blink of an eye. Bai Longshan's and the others' figures disappeared from the peak of the mountain, leaving behind only Xuanlong, Jiang Chen, and everyone else who had already passed the sixth trial. With a smile on his face, the purple-robed old man looked at the 30 people around him and said calmly, 35 people. That's more than the previous times I visited your mortal world. Not bad. Not bad at all. Now, listen carefully, you little brats. The rules of this seventh trial are very simple. You will fight among yourselves until only one of you remains. The surrounding Dao Kings and Dao Emperors were all stunned by the old man's words, with the Dao Emperors unable to believe their luck while the Dao Kings feeling waves of incredulity battering their hearts. Were they mere peak rank 9 Dao Kings really going to fight against these powerful peak stage Dao Emperors? No. Not just any peak stage Dao Emperors, but the strongest ones the central continent had to offer. As well. If that was the case, they might as well forfeit right now, regardless of what type of rewards the seventh trial may contain. It was useless if they were just going to throw their lives away. Thankfully, the old man didn't seem to have finished his explanation as he waved his hand shortly afterwards, as 10 beams of pristine white light fell on 10 specific individuals within the crowd. Naturally, Long was among those people targeted by the beams of light before the old man continued, of course. I'm not going to have you brats fight each other at random. That would defeat the purpose of this trial. Sit down and let me explain. You can decide what to do after that. The purple-robed elder's gaze coldly swept the populated mountain peak, causing the nearby Dao kings and even the Dao emperors who met it to lower their heads. Before the old man's voice resounded once more, right now. There are 10 individuals among you that are marked with a beam of light. Those 10 are the ones I have judged to be the most talented among you. They are the ones that performed the best in the previous 6 trials and the ones who have claimed a spot in the heavenly rankings then. The purple-robed elder actually raised his hand and first pointed at Long and then at a golden-robed young man a few meters away from him before he continued, other than these 2 brats. You are allowed to freely challenge the remaining 8. Those of you who manage to win against a holder of a beam of light will obtain that beam for yourselves. A week later, those of you who manage to hold onto your beams will continue on to the next round. The rest will be eliminated from the 7th trial and will be kicked out of the heavenly tower. The old man's words were calm and collected without the slightest hint of wavering in his voice. But the surrounding Dao kings and Dao emperors all felt tumultuous waves rocking their hearts as they understood the implications behind them. Only the 10 strongest people would remain standing in the end, according to the purple-robed overseer. Almost involuntarily, everyone then turned to look at the 2 people the old man had pointed to, Long and the golden-robed young man. Instead of giving answers, the old man's words had brought more and more questions to everyone here. Finally, a few people could no longer take it and barraged the old man with questions. Clearly aggrieved by the unfair favoritism that was taking place, Senior. Why are these people getting preferential treatment? Why don't they have to participate in this round? Isn't this unfair? I thought your Imperial Mandate sect was impartial and treated everyone fairly. That's right. Why do they get to skip this round? Besides, isn't this trial a bit too unfair? How can we, who are mere Dao kings, fairly compete against these Dao emperors? Doesn't this mean that the last 10 spots will all belong to those Dao emperors? A few daring people seemed to have pointed out the unfairness in the old man's preferential treatment. After choosing to exclude Long and the golden-robed young man from the first round of the 7th trial. But people were even more interested in the last part mentioned. Indeed. How were these Dao kings supposed to contend with these experienced Dao emperors in a fair fight? This was pure nonsense, considering that these weren't any ordinary Dao emperors, but ones who were just a step away from breaking through to the sovereign realm. What were sovereign realm experts? They were the de facto rulers of the central continent. Considering how few in numbers the Earth Immortals really were, and how rarely they showed their faces in public, it wasn't far-fetched to call sovereign realm experts the true rulers of the continent. Even if these Dao emperors weren't sovereign realm experts just yet, they were certainly mere steps away from advancing. And even if they weren't, they were still far stronger than average peak rank 9 Dao kings. And yet, the old man had a frosty look in his eyes as he glanced at the people who had dared to criticize him just now. Before his cold voice reverberated throughout the mountain peak once more. This time a hint of killing intent carried along with it. I'm being unfair, you say? I'm giving them preferential treatment. Well, let me ask you this then, even if I am. So what? What can you do about it? The purple-robed elder no longer held back. The horrifying aura of a late-stage Earth Immortal exploding from his body and shaking the entire mountain peak, terrifying everyone as he continued. Since you brats are foolish enough to think I'm being unfair, I'll just explain everything until you have no more complaints. That crazy brat in blue robes over there actually fought the chief outer court disciple of my Imperial Mandate sect in the 5th trial head-on. And even held the upper hand during their fight. Most likely, if I'd let them fight for more day, he would have already won as well. As for that brat in golden robes, his performance wasn't much worse. Although he didn't fight Lu Yang head-on like this crazy brat, he instead stood still and just took on all of his attacks. Now tell me, which one among you had similar results? Which one among you achieved the same feat as they did? Do you know why I'm excluding them from the first round? It's not that I'm afraid you will beat them in a fight, but because you have no chance winning against them in the first place. The old man's words were like a bucket of cold water.
instantly plunging the entire mountain peak in a deathly silence. As the surrounding Dao kings and Dao emperors now stared at Xuanlong and the golden-robed youth with complicated, as well as terrified expressions, both of those people had fought with the chief outer court disciple of the Imperial Mandate sect, and none of them lost in a head-on fight. Every single person at the peak of the mountain had already passed the 5th trial to get here. So they all knew how terrifying that purple-robed youth actually was. Even if they put aside his cultivation that had already entered the next major realm, making him an early-stage Dao Emperor for these Dao kings and an early sovereign realm cultivator for the Dao Emperors, it was still a fact that the chief of outer court disciples was also a genius who had comprehended an extremely powerful supreme Dao. He wasn't someone the majority of these cultivators could even hope to escape from, let alone fight head-on like that. Therefore, accepting that Xuanlong and the golden-robed young man had each dealt with him in such an overbearing manner was more than a simple blow to these cultivators' egos. Nodding his head, the purple-robed old man had a satisfied smile as he looked at the expressions of the surrounding Dao kings and Dao emperors who were now staring at Xuanlong and the golden-robed youth with complicated looks before he continued, "Now that you brats seem to understand, I'll continue with my explanation. You are right. It would indeed be unfair to have you fight against peak-stage Dao emperors as mere Dao kings. After all, the goal of this heavenly tower is to test your talent, not your cultivation base." The old man's gaze scanned the relieved Dao kings at the peak of the mountain, who seemed to have let out a deep breath after hearing his words. Before he added, "In this is why the cultivation base and Dao insights of all Dao emperors participating in this 7th trial will be lowered to the peak of the Dao king stage. This way, none of you can complain about the challenges being unfair. The only thing you can rely on will be your own strength. Now, go ahead. You have 1 week to challenge those with the beams of light and claim them for yourselves." As the old man finished speaking, a deathly silence enveloped the vast mountain peak for a few fleeting moments, before it quickly exploded into a pandemonium. The surrounding Dao kings and Dao emperors who weren't covered by a beam of light immediately turned their sights towards the beam holders, before attacking them with everything they had. It didn't matter if the beam holders were Dao kings or Dao emperors either, as each of them faced dozens of attacks simultaneously. Thanks to the purple-robed elder's words, nobody was worried about a difference in their cultivation base anymore and could freely go all out, amidst the chaos. A few greedy people also turned their gazes towards Xuanlong and the golden-robed youth. But those thoughts were quickly extinguished the moment they took form. Even if the bald old man had allowed them to challenge Xuanlong and the mysterious youth, these Dao kings and even the Dao emperors weren't confident they could come out on top after hearing about their achievements in the 5th trial. They would much rather fight the others than entangle themselves with those 2 inhuman monsters who could even fight the chief outer court disciple of the Imperial Mandate sect head-on. A few moments later, Xuanlong could finally see how the fights of the 7th trial were supposed to take place. As soon as a person or their attacks touched a beam of light, both the holder of the beam and the attacker would be transported away from the mountain, where their fight was supposed to take place. So all fights are meant to be one-on-one duels. They don't plan on letting us gang up on anyone. Ha! Interesting, one of the Dao emperors near Xuanlong suddenly mumbled in a low voice, not at all in a hurry to make his move. He casually examined his surroundings. And indeed, there were a few more people like him who didn't seem to be in a hurry and simply observed the situation around them, assessing everything before making their own moves. Of course, these people were the ones who had already mused over the old man's words and had already come to their own conclusions. Why would they make their moves so early on when this trial was meant to last for an entire week? The old man had already stated that whoever possessed a beam of light at the end of the trial would be the one to advance to the next round, not whoever kept it for the longest. As long as they could obtain a beam of light a few hours before the trial ended, they would naturally get to advance to the next round. And yet, Xuanlong merely shook his head as he looked at these Dao kings and Dao emperors around him who chose to stay on the sidelines. Indeed, this was one strategy to get past the 7th trial. But would the purple-robed elder really not have thought of it? Would he allow such an obvious loophole to exist in the 7th trial? Just one look at the mischievous smile on his face and Xuanlong could tell that this wasn't the case, of course. Xuanlong had already spotted Lu Mei. Xingyi?
and Jiang Chen making their moves as soon as the trial began. Each of them choosing their own targets. It was only Longshan who had failed in the sixth trial and had been forced out of the Heavenly Tower after seeing everyone's targets. Shenlong was about to sit down and close his eyes while waiting for Lu Mei and the others to end their fights. But it was at this moment that something completely unexpected happened. The golden-robed youth who had stayed silent this entire time suddenly turned his gaze towards Shenlong. And under the astounded gazes of the nearby cultivators, he began to make his way towards him. Although Xuan Bo wasn't exuding any killing intent, and appeared calm and carefree at first glance, each of his steps somehow caused even the rowdy mountain peak to fall silent. As everyone turned their gazes towards this previous first-place holder of the heavenly rankings who walked forward, most people would naturally aim to earn a beam of light and advance to the second stage of the seventh trial. But Xuan Bo only had one target. Shenlong. A few moments later, the golden-robed Xuan Bo stood in front of Shenlong, towering over him like a giant staring down at an ant. As he asked curiously, "You are Shenlong, aren't you? I've already heard about you from the old man. How about you and I have a chat?" Although Xuan Bo wasn't overly tall, just over 180 centimeters, 5 feet 11. His presence was so overwhelming that it caused the surrounding Dao Kings and Dao Emperors to involuntarily take a few steps back as he approached them. Even among other peak stage Dao Emperors, Xuan Bo was an apex existence and wasn't someone any of these people could casually strike up a conversation with. He was the true, undisputed #1 Dao Emperor inside the City of Immortals. That was why seeing him take the initiative to talk to someone else was a surprising event on its own. Opening his eyes, Shenlong glanced at the handsome golden-robed youth who stood in front of him, before he waved his hand and said calmly, "If you want to talk, have a seat. We still have a week before the second round starts anyway." Although Shenlong didn't mention it, he too had heard about this golden-robed youth from the purple-robed overseer. During the past month, the old man constantly mentioned how that person was the only one in the City of Immortals who was talented enough to match Shenlong head-on. At this point, it would be a lie to say that Shenlong wasn't the slightest bit curious about this peak Dao Emperor in front of him. Regardless of what kind of Dao he had comprehended, it was still a fact that Xuan Bo was a peak genius of the central continent. One that could not be compared to ordinary Dao Emperors. Nodding his head, Xuan Bo casually took a seat on the ground next to Shenlong, not paying the slightest bit of attention to the surrounding Dao Kings and Dao Emperors who were staring at him, and continued, "TM, sure you know who I am, but I am going to introduce myself anyway. My name is Xuan Bo and I am the Crown Prince of the Tianquan dynasty." Xuan Bo's introduction was short and concise without any unnecessary details. But the weight and prestige his words carried were more than enough to stun anyone who heard them for the first time. The Crown Prince of the Tianquan dynasty. Who in the entire central continent didn't know of his name? Who wouldn't be wary of his title? After all, this was the future ruler of one of the strongest powers in the central continent, and yet Shenlong didn't seem surprised at all. Almost as if he was already aware of the golden-robed youth's status. Of course, he had already learned of Xuan Bo's name a long time ago, after scanning through the information he had obtained from the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce. Which was why he wasn't surprised right now. Although those jade slips he had purchased only contained information about the 100 strongest Dao Kings and not the Dao Emperors, Shenlong still remembered the description of the person ranked third in those jade slips. Xuanlong. Third place. Xuanlong, the second most powerful genius of the Tianquan dynasty and the third son of the Tianquan Emperor. He is a peak rank 9 Dao King and a peak 6th stage body refiner. Rumored to have already defeated an early stage Dao Emperor right before entering the City of Immortals. Although the Dao he has comprehended is still unknown, there are rumors that he was also born with an extremely rare unique physique that increases his physical strength and the resiliency of his skin many times over, making it harder than tempered steel. Among the entirety of the Tianquan dynasty's younger generation, his talent is only second to his elder brother, the Crown Prince, Xuan Bo. Naturally, Shenlong still remembered the mention of Xuan Bo's name, since this person was widely considered to be the most talented member of the Tianquan dynasty's younger generation. Ultimately, Shenlong had to admit that the Tianquan dynasty was a superpower of the central continent. one whose clutches were just as long and extensive as the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce's. As long as one lived in the central continent, they would still be inside their sphere of influence. One way or another. Well, most of the time at least. With a profound look in his eyes, the sitting Xuan Bo glanced at Shenlong and continued, I don't know what you did during the 5th trial that managed to impress the old man so much. To the point where he even ranked you above me in the heavenly rankings. But you better not get complacent. I don't mind telling you that I barely showed a third of my strength during that trial. After all, the reason I'm telling you this is quite simple. If you used everything you had during the 5th trial, then you better forfeit your fight against me before it even begins. If you don't want to die, that is. But if you have more to show, then I truly hope you can keep me entertained for a while. As he finished speaking, Xuan Bo's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness as he stared at the azure-robed youth in front of him, not even bothering to conceal his eagerness to fight. Then, without waiting for a response, he simply stood up and turned around as he began to walk away. In 1 week, he was definitely going to find out how strong this person who had surpassed him in the heavenly rankings really was. However, just as his calm, threatening words resounded throughout the mountain peak, Shenlong actually opened his eyes and glanced at Xuan Bo's disappearing back. Before he said calmly, keep you entertained. Even if you go all out and activate your immortal grade bloodline, you are still not my match. Xuan Bo's steps froze for a moment. Before they continued again soon afterwards, everyone in the central continent had already heard the rumors of him possessing an immortal grade bloodline. So it wasn't really surprising that Shenlong would know about it either. However, Shenlong's last sentence had indeed managed to rouse Xuan Bo's competitive spirit. I'm not your match even if I activate my bloodline. I hope you can back up those words when we fight. It will be a shame if you die too quickly. Xuan Bo left behind that last sentence as he walked away, before sitting down a few hundred meters away from Shenlong and closing his eyes. At this point, there was no reason for him to try and provoke Shenlong any further. After all, they were bound to find out which one was stronger between them in just 1 week. In fact, Xuan Bo hadn't approached Shenlong with the intention of provoking him either. He was just a bit curious about this person who had managed to surpass him in the heavenly rankings and dethrone him from first place. Granted, he hadn't shown everything he had during those 6 trials, but Xuan Bo was already confident that the level of talent he had exhibited was more than enough for him to comfortably occupy that top spot. As for the surrounding Dao Kings and Dao Emperors, none of them meddled in Shenlong's and Xuan Bo's argument and wisely chose to watch it from the side. After all, the people left on the mountain peak right now were the ones who hadn't earned a beam of light and were now waiting for the first batch of battles to end before they challenged a beam holder. How could they afford to spare any of their attention to those 2 who were already guaranteed to pass to the 2nd round? They had more important matters to focus on. At the same time, Shenlong didn't throw another glance at the distant Xuan Bo, and instead focused on the opponents Lu Mei and the rest had chosen. Surprisingly, Jiang Chen's target had been the young prince of the Tiangshuan dynasty, the one ranked 10th in the heavenly rankings, Shenlong. Although Xuan Bo's younger brother had been eclipsed by his brother's monstrous talent, at the end of the day he was also a genius ranked in the heavenly rankings and the 3rd most talented Dao King according to the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce. As for Xingyi, she had chosen to go after a woman called Ming Xia who was ranked 9th in the heavenly rankings. From the familiar red dress she was wearing and the pattern of the sun engraved on its back, Shenlong could tell that this woman was most likely related to Ming Go, whom he had met on the 3rd floor, and was also a member of the ancient Ming family. Most likely, her strength was not inferior to Shenlong's. However, the most astonishing choice was without a doubt Lu Mei's. The person she had chosen as her opponent was someone whom Shenlong had met a long time ago. Before even entering the City of Immortals, it was a beautiful white-robed young woman with luscious black hair that cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall. Although Shenlong had only met this woman once, while he was still in the king's palace, the impression she had left on him was so vivid that he recognized her with just a glance. After all, this woman was someone who dared to order even the northern sovereign around and was the disciple of one of the secluded old monsters of the central continent, young Lady Nui. Back then, just like Shenlong, Young Lady Nui had also been a peak rank 9 nascent soul stage cultivator who had entered the king's palace to break through to the Dao King realm. And yet, in just that short amount of time, she had somehow broken through to become a peak rank 9 Dao King as well. And was now even ranked 6th in the heavenly rankings. Of course, with the person standing behind her, Xuanlong knew that such a feat wasn't too difficult in the end. A powerful, renowned Earth Immortal like young Lady Nu's master could easily gather a bunch of treasures that would allow his disciple to break through from the peak of the nascent soul stage all the way to the peak of the Dao King realm in a few short years. Although relying on external treasures such as alchemy pills or natural treasures was generally frowned upon since it wasn't as good as absorbing the pure spiritual qi in the air and could even harm a person's foundations. Young Lady Nui didn't seem to have suffered any side effects at this point, and had even managed to make a name for herself in the City of Immortals master. There is no need to worry. Although that little girl's cultivation isn't unstable, it's obvious that she has merely consumed a few natural treasures similar to that sun-blessed rock to increase her strength, instead of absorbing the pure immortal qi in this place to temper her foundations. It seems that she spent most of her time searching for opportunities. In the end, she doesn't have a chance against Master's wife in a direct fight inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time. Little Black said in a calm voice as he observed young Lady Nu's and Lu Mei's disappearing figures. Indeed, Little Black had already seen through young Lady Nu's way of cultivating, causing the Black Dragon to shake his head in clear disappointment. Although the beautiful white-robed woman had caught up to Xuanlong and the rest in her cultivation, it was obvious that she had pushed herself too far before entering the City of Immortals, and had neglected tempering her foundations in favor of short-term gains, although the result wasn't apparent just yet. How could Little Black possibly miss that detail? After all, the best way to cultivate was through absorbing the immortal qi in the City of Immortals to temper one's foundations. If someone did the opposite and instead just looked around the place searching for fortuitous opportunities, they were essentially butchering their own future at the very least. The current young Lady Nui couldn't possibly compare to Lu Mei and the rest who had spent years absorbing the purified immortal qi back in the endless desert. Nodding his head, Xuanlong had also come to the same conclusion as Little Black. Although young Lady Nui was talented, the spiritual coup inside her dantian couldn't possibly rival the thick immortal qi that Lu Mei and the others had absorbed in the past couple of years. And indeed, half an hour later, the two young women's familiar figures were the first ones to appear back on the mountain peak, drawing the gazes of all the surrounding Dao Kings and Dao Emperors in the vicinity. However, the result of their fight was vastly different from what those people had expected. As the two stunning young women materialized out of thin air, a stifling silence enveloped the vast mountain peak, as everyone stared at them with gazes filled with astonishment, confusion, and finally, disbelief. Lu Mei was now enveloped in a large white beam of light, while young Lady Nui knelt on the ground gasping for breath, her pristine white robes full of sharp cuts exposing her flawless body for everyone to see. The young woman stared at Lu Mei with both anger and unwillingness in her clear eyes. But at this point, the result of their fight was crystal clear. Young Lady Nui was the one who had lost. Young Lady Nui was gasping for breath, but her stunning cold eyes were glaring furiously at Lu Mei, who was now standing just a few meters away from her. And that young Lady Nui knew that no matter how much she glared, she had already lost the fight. And quite convincingly at that the gorgeous white-robed woman standing opposite her hadn't even lifted a finger this entire time. And yet young Lady Nui had ended up facing more than 1,000 white skeletons as well as 100 undead knights, each of whom had the cultivation of a peak rank 9 Dao King. No matter how hard she fought, she was completely helpless against those odds and had ended up with numerous wounds all over her body. However, what truly infuriated young Lady Nui wasn't just that she had lost to her opponent or her current haggard appearance, but the fact that Lu Mei wasn't even looking at her right now. Instead, she was curiously scanning her surroundings, almost as if she was searching for something or someone. And indeed, a few moments later, her eyes lit up as she spotted Xuanlong's seated figure at the edge of the populated mountain peak. Without any hesitation, she immediately flew over, appearing right in front of him in the blink of an eye. However, at the same time that Lu Mei made her move and arrived at the edge of the mountain, one of the surrounding Dao Emperors stepped forward as well. blocking her path as he said coldly, "That's enough. Stop right there." Almost simultaneously, the middle-aged man punched the air without any hesitation, his fist heading straight for Lu Mei's chest. Clearly, he was trying to take advantage of the fact that Lu Mei had just finished her fight with young Lady Nui, and was going to challenge her before she had enough time to recover her spiritual chi. However, the scene that followed was completely outside the middle-aged man's expectations. For some reason, his fist that could even shatter mountains and split seas apart didn't even manage to make contact with Lu Mei's robes, before it crashed on the white beam of light around her body and was forcefully pushed back. As that scene unfolded, the surrounding Dao Kings and Dao Emperors who were about to make their moves all froze as well. The expressions on their faces almost identical to the middle-aged man's. Just like the Dao Emperor who had attacked Lu Mei, many others had also been waiting in secret and had been prepared to sneak attack anyone who won their fight, looking to take advantage of their moment of weakness to snatch their beam of light away. Unfortunately, the scene they witnessed had immediately ruined all of their plans. With frustration visible in his eyes, one of the surrounding Dao Kings turned to face the purple-robed old man at the peak of the mountain and shouted in dismay, "Senior, what is going on? Why is this beam of light protecting that girl? Shouldn't we be able to challenge everyone in this place other than those two over there? Why was Brother Dong pushed back?" As he finished speaking, the young Dao King pointed at the distant figures of Xuan Long and Xuan Bo before turning his gaze towards Lu Mei and the beam of light surrounding her body. However, it was at this moment that the old man seated at the dais finally opened his eyes and glanced at the young Dao King who had just spoken. Before his aged eyes narrowed dangerously. Then, with a look of unconcealed scorn on his face, the purple-robed elder stood up and smiled. Before his booming voice reverberated throughout the mountain peak, "You arrogant fool. Do you really have the gall to ask me that question after that shameful display of yours? Or is it that you actually take me for a fool as well? Did you really think I wouldn't have considered taking proper measures against wastrels like you?" The purple-robed elder's voice shook the entire mountain as the terrifying aura of an earth immortal burst out of his body at the same time, causing the surrounding Dao Kings and Dao Emperors to tremble. Indeed, the purple-robed old man had already seen through these people's intentions long ago, and had made sure to prevent any such tactics from taking place under his watch. After all, how could he possibly allow young Lady Nui to deplete Lu Mei's strength, only for someone weaker than them to swoop in and steal that beam of light right after? The purple-robed elder's gaze scanned the remaining dozen or so Dao Kings and Dao Emperors at the peak of the mountain, before he said mockingly, "Trash. All of you are trash. Did you really think you could all be the fishermen who reap all the benefits in the end? You thought you could simply let the others get tired after their fights and just defeat them before they could recover their strength? Fools! The rules of this trial are simple. Each holder of a beam of light can only be challenged once a day. That's it. If you failed to challenge someone in time, you better pray you can do so the next day or the day after that." The old man's voice shook the hearts of those Dao Kings and Dao Emperors, causing them to lower their heads in shame. Indeed, they had tried to take the easy way out but had ended up making fools out of themselves in the end, and had even caused the overseer of the Heavenly Tower to despise them. How could these geniuses not feel ashamed? Humph. If you understand, you better take action or you will get kicked out of the tower without even trying. As he finished speaking, the old man took one last sip from the small gourd in his hands and simply closed his eyes, not even bothering to throw another glance at the Dao Kings and Dao Emperors at the peak of the mountain. He wasn't planning to intervene again or answer any more questions until the remaining 7 days came to an end. Those who still held a beam of light by then would advance to the second round, while those who didn't would be eliminated, and like this, 6 days had already passed in the blink of an eye, before the day to decide the top 10 finally arrived. "Long Ji?" Lu Mei had a bewitching smile on her beautiful face as she called out, her abyss-like black eyes staring affectionately at Xuan Long, who was still sitting at the edge of the mountain. Lu Mei had just finished her 6th battle and had once again defended the white beam of light around her body, its blinding radiance just as brilliant as it had been 6 days ago. In the past week, young Lady Nui had challenged Lu Mei 2 more times after her first loss, but neither of those times did she manage to gain the upper hand. Every time she had been miserably defeated by Lu Mei's undead army. Her wounds getting worse and worse with every fight. After their third clash, young Lady Nui finally gave up on beating the fearsome death goddess and tuned her sights towards another holder of a beam of light. Of course, Xuanlong wasn't surprised by this development. After all, this was the result of Lu Mei cultivating in seclusion inside the endless desert for the past 5 years. Constantly absorbing the pure immortal qi from the heaven-swallowing vine and strengthening her foundations in the Dao King realm even further. With her terrifying undead army, very few people in the same realm of cultivation could be her opponents any longer. Although young Lady Nui was extremely talented and had not only comprehended 2 powerful unique grade Daos, but she even possessed a rare unique physique. Even she wasn't a match for Lu Mei's thousands of white skeletons and undead knights. At least not inside the 7th trial where the space they fought was severely limited. Opening his eyes, Xuanlong glanced at the approaching Lu Mei and smiled lightly before turning his gaze towards Xingyi, who was still recuperating by his side, sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed. Although Xingyi's body was devoid of any injuries, the spiritual qi in her dantian had been completely depleted at this point, causing the beautiful young woman to focus fully on recuperating in the past 2 days. Even though Xingyi had won her first fight against the red-dressed woman called Ming Xia, she actually lost 3 days later after being challenged by an effeminate young man in plain grey robes. The grey-robed youth had been smiling and acting extremely polite before they began their fight. But Xingyi quickly relayed to Xuanlong how misleading that outer appearance really was. The young man's abilities were not only extremely tyrannical, but they were also a direct counter to Xingyi's, causing their air fight to be incredibly one-sided. In the end, the grey-robed youth was born with a devastatingly powerful unique physique called the Blazing Sun unique physique, which allowed his body to turn as bright and hot as the sun, incinerating anything that approached him. For Xingyi, who relied mostly on her ability to traverse the shadows and manipulate the shadows around her to attack her opponent, such a foe was the worst kind of enemy she could get. The grey-robed youth's unique physique instinctively suppressed the vast majority of shadows on the battlefield, causing Xingyi to always be on the defensive during their fight. In the end, his onslaught proved to be almost unstoppable as he attacked Xingyi again and again, eventually depleting all of her qi and winning the fight. Although this effeminate young man wasn't ranked in the top 10 of the heavenly rankings originally, he had successfully defeated everyone who challenged him in the past 2 days and had successfully held on to his beam of light. As for Jiang Chen, he had gone through a hellish battle against the young prince of the Tiangshuan dynasty during the first day of the trial, but had ultimately managed to come out on top. Jiang Chen had described his fight to Xuanlong in great detail, even mentioning how he had been forced to go all out and activate his bloodline of the demonic Crow of Darkness, as Xuanlong had also used his immortal grade bloodline. In the end, Xuanlong wasn't someone to be underestimated, nor was anyone else left in this 7th trial. These people were all the cream of the crop throughout the central continent, the strongest geniuses among all Dao Kings and Dao Emperors in the entire region. How could any of them be weak? How could any of them be looked down upon? Finally, the 7th day came to a close as well, marking the end of the first round of the last trial. The populated mountain peak was quickly filled with roars of rage, frustration, reluctance, and unwillingness, as well as satisfaction and jubilant laughter, as the remaining Dao Kings and Dao Emperors could no longer suppress their bottled-up emotions. Those who had managed to hold onto their beams of light were naturally excited to go to the next round and finally decide who among them was the strongest in the continent, while those who had failed refused to accept the results as they fell to their knees. With a smile on his face, Xuanlong stood up and pulled Xingyi into a tight embrace as he whispered in her ear, "There is no reason for you to feel sad. It's all right. You did very well." After a brief moment of hesitation, Xingyi closed her eyes and rested her head against the handsome azure-robed youth in front of her. Her emotions a complicated mixture of unwillingness and relief naturally. She was unwilling to fail in the 7th trial after coming so close. But in her heart, she also felt a sensation of relief as she relished the warm feeling of Xuanlong's embrace. Thinking about the people who were left in the top 10, Xingyi wasn't that reluctant to accept the results anymore. A few moments later, the purple-robed old man gradually opened his eyes and glanced at the Dao Kings and Dao Emperors below him. before he nodded his head and said in a satisfied voice, "Not bad. For a group of brats from a mortal world. I must admit you are quite talented. Some of you were even stronger than I anticipated." As he said this, the purple-robed old man glanced at Jiang Chen, Lu Mei, and the effeminate grey-robed youth with the blazing sun unique physique without a doubt. These three had attracted his attention the most during this first round. After a brief moment of silence, the purple-robed elder's gaze swept through the mountain peak as he continued. "Those of you who failed shouldn't feel dissatisfied. The rewards you've obtained from the first 6 trials should still be enough to propel you to the peak of the sovereign realm in the next 100 years or so. Your trial ends here, but I still have high hopes for you all. Those of you who ascend and become true immortals in the future can come directly to my Imperial Mandate sect and take the test for Inner Court disciples. But for now, go back and rest." As his voice dissipated, the old man waved his hand before more than a dozen light pillars descended from the sky, instantly enveloping Xingyi's and the others' bodies. A moment later, Shenlong observed as the entire mountain beneath his feet started to tremble, before those dozen figures abruptly vanished from the vast mountain peak. In the blink of an eye, it was just Shenlong, the old man, and the remaining 9 people who had passed the first round left behind. At this point, everyone understood that the final battle of the Heavenly Tower was about to begin.